Hello, hello, morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever one happens to be for you. I have arrived and we are working on some more Necro today. This is day 2 of this Necro. We're doing a Shadow Bloodlance, which is a little janky, so we'll hang out at the Torment 10 for the time being. We'll see how it's doing. I did get it to the point where it can kind of spam at will, so it feels decent. It's just that damage needs some help. Let's see how that goes. How's everybody doing? I see Fey Monsters in here first today. We got Zoso with alert. Appreciate that. We got Mama Taters over on the tube side. We got Vaco, we got Maxim, and everybody else. Hi. How's it going? What's up? Just been like chilling here, like contemplating, listening to the music in Timmy's for longer than I probably should admit. But we are here now. It's time to grind. My sense of time is extra jank today. It's like, what? It's almost 10 a.m. How? How did this happen? That's okay. Necro vampire edged energy is not happy. I can see a slither of sunlight through one of my windows, but that's okay. Are you? I like this damage over time for vibes, but in a world where most damage over time just instantly pops, this one does not. So we sometimes do have a little stare off or we're just waiting for the thing to happen. But the thing right now does happen, so it's not too bad. Thank you for that 7 stream streak Zoso, that 10 stream streak from Monsters. With the finger guns. I love that emote. I go out of my way to use that emote in just like random locations. Because it just feels so right. It's so right, it can't be wrong. Harvester, and of course we're literally chilling. We got the Bloodless Scream month, so my Necro is an Icy Necro even. It's primarily, of course, we're Shadow. A little bit of multiple things. And I even have a few skeleton mages to help me stay resource efficient. Alright, here. Imagine. Proof, better late than never. I guess like 4 or 5 years is right. Started streaming full-time with Dead by Daylight like 4 or 5 years ago. That is crazy to think about because time has really flown. Speaking of like no sense of time. And speaking of time, we are exactly a month from BlizzCon, which of course I will be there. Fawn will also be there, whether he likes it or not. He's coming. We'll see how that goes too. It'll be an adventure. It also makes it a little difficult to focus in on anything else because everybody is so hyped. We are so ready. And we hope D4, among other Blizzard things, get some really awesome announcements. And especially considering the new season for D4 happens like right after BlizzCon. So it'd be a damn shame if we don't get something significant right after that before the new season. We shall see. They haven't even shown us the full mechanics of what we were testing in the PTR. So at the very least, we get something with that, I'm sure. And if for whatever reason are still looking to get the 300, we also have Mother's Blessing running on live. So that's also a thing as of yesterday. Granted, I usually don't pay that much attention to when those roll in, because some of us are almost perpetually 300, but it's nice for those who still want to do it. I did see a few on my friends list, like right there, like 298, or that kind of number. They'll easily get it under this experience boost. Go, Kalpa. We'll see what these glyphs are doing. They weren't that high. I think I'll still have a decent amount of their chance on this tournament, this here, to get it done. If not, we'll have to go higher. We have done up to tier 11, the Torment 11. 90 on this by now. Pretty decent amount of rate here. We'll do some more of these and help it out along a little bit. I think it would take a lot of work with what I currently have for gear and setup to do 12. Farming 11 seems like it's doable with the glitch squeak. Let's go! Plan this hunter. Okay. What do we got? Good thing. Leave that 20 stream streak, Samus. Is growing. I'm still so sad about my 400 plus when breaking like last week. I don't know how it happened. I guess I thought I had it up and it crashed like early on and I didn't catch it. And I didn't catch it enough to like watch a clip or anything. Rip. Not that it matters that much, but it was funny to say that I had it. Curse this place. I'm being followed. This means somebody else has the highest, and Deli Feeds dropped recently as well. So I think maybe Speed has the highest at 220 as of yesterday? Something like that. So, you know, still pretty thick streaks out there, but man, the 1 year plus diet is rough. But I can't really blame much other than this part of the season and where we're at right now, waiting on BlizzCon, all that kind of deal. My schedule's all over the place. So it is quite the track and field to keep up with when I show up. Yeah, I did have a 400 play streak on my own channel with my other account for a little bit, for a long time, and it's gone now. Here it is. Can't say it's still there, but it was a thing. It was a thing. I usually want to keep streaks in general, so the only one I can really ever reasonably keep is my own. So we go again. Alright. Yes, we are rocking some Necros. Day 2 on this Necro. And we are the rare shadow breed of Necro. It's not as hot as Bloodwaven and all that kind of thing right now, of course. Making it happen. I generally do really like Bloodlands. Just the concept is interesting. It's just often in actual execution, you know, shaky. Also typical of Necro, we are squishy. So you get caught in body blocks and it is what it is. I don't even know that shot was hitting anything at the time. Oh. A little bit of ease. After Necro is Rogue. What kind of Rogue will I play? I don't know. Am I in any rush to do Rain of Arrows? Rain of Arrows is really cool right now since the DLC changed, but I don't know if that's where I'm going. You do that when you feel obligated to be sweaty. Okay, here. Going out of the way. Start with minis. Do you think you're ready out of power? Start to build that blood wave? Yeah. At a certain point, you're looking to min-bar. Necro kind of is what it is. You end up in that situation. Okay, here we are. We got more. Give me another. Champion, and there's our boss, our buddy old pal. We're watching that builder. There you go. That did pop off kind of fast, like I triggered something I didn't realize I had. Anyway, Epistle. 60 blood. They're already dead, they don't know where 88 barbs are fun. Season I did the Cold Blight. Do the actual Shadow Blade. It wouldn't be much different than what I have now. Pretty easy conversion. I have the Mythic Amulet already. Could be done. Then Sever we could use as our main damage and probably not have to change too much too. Alright. Here. And what do we have now? Necros is the fastest they've ever been with their Sever. And then the teleport sorcerers still aren't what they used to be. As far as like every single one of them is like that. A little laggy this time, I don't know why. Thinking about Sever, of course, it loves to get caught in corners. This is a perfect example of it right there. I'm pretty sure every time I hit that, it's like the Rogue doesn't have this experience. I don't know why the Necro Sever is struggling so hard on small corners. He's always out here sliding through like butter. This is Fairy. Cool. Bow maidens. And you got a little mortar for us. Good. Well, let's go see you. Over here. We got 3 of these chillers. Why not? All can just floating in the air, showing off. I don't have a lot of like floaty vibes in this game. There was one game I played, Granada Espada, where they had a wizard type class and then other NPCs you could recruit along the way that would have levitate. They would literally, and the game looked quite like this kind of perspective, and they would be able to float around and fly really fast and cast all sorts of AoEs on top of other enemies. And if people didn't have like ranged attacks, you actually could not hit them, and it was wild. So I had a really strong one. I had like really good gear because it's that kind of game where you can have AoE gear, let's be honest. And yeah, I would fly around, and if people knew I was on the map hunting, they'd be fucking terrified. Because if they didn't have musketeers to shoot me down, they were going to die. And even if they did, if I caught them first, they were still going to die. And everyone around them too. It was pretty funny. Never seen anything quite like that game. I'm sure they don't already have a new version. They're making a new version that's also mobile compatible. I'm kind of curious how all that goes, but usually when they make those conversions of the games to a mobile version, there are a lot of like auto pathing and whatnot. Doesn't feel the same. But playing multiple characters at once fine is pretty neat. That game doesn't you. Okay, champion. Good me, howdy. How you doing, Zoe? Nice. Cancelled. No meeting, no problem. Here. This is another reminder of what time it is, and it's very confusing. It's very confusing. Oh, like that means I've been awake for way longer than usual when I'm over here starting stream. Sure, it'll be fine. Please, Sever. Please, I beg of you, stop getting caught in a corner. Hello, mystery shark. The way that they say the names in free run is where the shark thing comes from and cracks me up. They all have like a German influence. It all just sounds like they're trying really extra to emphasize on it. Like, that's so unnecessary. So unnecessary. Okay, here we are again. That's the way those types. You're not too scary. There we go. And now I'm caught behind this pillar. There's our boss, though. It's okay. He's a bowl for you. You have the tar. See, that hit proper strong, and then a little bit ago I felt like the bosses were way more sturdy than that one was. Inconsistent. It's inconsistent. Immersion. I know, too creative, too creative. Skirt. 66. So I suppose in the Japanese, it's still somehow they show German influence? Surely they didn't go and look at the English translation to decide that's what we needed. In that series, right? Right? This is packed in like the whole way through. It's not just weird targeting for the English audience. If it's just for the English audience, I don't know if I like that. I like it even less. I like it even less. Okay. Those over here. Rolling through. I got a little fire. Hello, plague bearer. Keep that out of the way. Very nice. The wave. We do the wave. I was thinking about changing it maybe to, I don't want Bone Storm. The wave gives me extra overpower, and it's not terrible. It even generates to 6 now if I'm careful about when I spam my blood. It eats 2 stacks a shot for an extra lance, though, so it's pretty overpower hungry. That was a nice shot there, too. Good. I'm hitting that Sever with everything I've got. I have channeling, so there's no reason I don't have it going off, and still, it's like this. Come on now. Gotta be this way. Just some poisons. Sure enough, there's another one. You can find a target. Back over here. Let's see if I'm dead end for a second. Try to teleport, so we gotta go around. Do the thing here. And the monitor. The Duckley Quack. They're new. They were asking for help, and it's typically as it is when someone is brand new and they're asking for help. I ask them, what do you need help with? And I already know the answer deep down, because 9 times out of 10, it's always the same answer. They tell me they need help killing Astaroth in the escalations. And I have to sadly tell them I can't get in if you've already engaged. And it feels like we do that multiple times every season. And the more I think about it, the more I realize, you know, it probably is unnecessary that it's like that. I suppose they were like, they don't want people to sell the Astaroth runs or just do them and then carry other people in at the last minute or what, you know, that kind of thing. Which I get. But unfortunately, so many other aspects of this game already allow that kind of behavior. So I just don't know if it's worth just doing it for that one. If not, finding other ways to make other things more difficult equally. Because more often than not, I just run into the issue where I can't help the person it needs. Oh well, hopefully they went down to a lower coordinate and got it there if they really needed it. Stun. The burst of the mortars, okay, beam. It's fine. I am definitely team don't let randos into Bartok after you've gotten the 666 plus though. That I don't like. Take the 35 streak back up. Got a lot of streaks around these numbers right now. I wish, we talked about yesterday, I wish we had a leaderboard for all that people can see. That'd be pretty competitive, I think. I would have been on the top of it, but not anymore. Mine is significantly smaller again. I know, it's weird that they don't have that. Twitch themselves put in the streak system, and then they didn't do anything with it afterwards. It's strange. It's strange. Like, here's a bright idea. We got these sort of streaks and things in other on other platforms. Yeah, that's cool. We'll have that. And then we never heard from it again. Other than when we, of course, hit our streaks in chat. We got leaderboards for the bots that keep their own little economy. If they could do it, you would think Twitch could handle their own variants of these. Even if they wanted to do like their own on the points. I've heard that the reason there isn't an actually official Twitch point leaderboard has to do with at some point had dreams of monetizing that more, but I don't see that happening, so I don't see the reason why they take so long on these things. Place a rebuild panel you can add to your lower third. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, I can see the bits, I can see, now I can see like the clear leader of the month and things like this, but I can't see who has the biggest streak, and that's just bizarre. I feel like that's more fundamental than some of the other things they give us. Hello, Drugula. Next. Look at me, I even have my filter on. I actually was here for 2 world bosses until I went live. Just chilling. The world boss came like 15 minutes. Okay, I'll go. And I went, and then people would do routes. I'm like, okay, cool, free routes. And then the next thing I knew, I would go back to town. We sat there again. And then another one came up, and I was like, okay, I'll go again. And then apparently people like to do the routes a lot while waiting if you go early enough. Which usually I don't. Here's more. I love this map. It's quite nice. We are getting stronger, I can tell. Not bad. No one shot on these targets now for the damage over time to end them. So far, so good. Chilling. Doing the Necro thing. Can't complain. Counting down the days until BlizzCon. We got a month until BlizzCon. Let's search. And I've never been to one, so let's go. Literally, of course I'm going. Kinda wish I set it out to be there longer, but fine, gotta work, content work anyway, so. Okay, the bare minimum regardless, so I'd be hanging out with, I guess, everybody else who happens to be sticking around. That being said though, at the same time, if I plan to stick around, I'm pretty sure the new season of D4 starts like so soon anyway, so maybe it wouldn't work out anyway. It's all good. Issues. Fine. Food. Alright. I fall asleep. No, actually, when I was sitting here and doing other things, there were times where my eyes probably shut enough to consider it some sleep. I would say, like, I pulled an Ori. I ate the ice cream before going live, and it was like, it was sleepy. Definitely it made me sleepy. I mean, it could have been any of the other things I ate, but yeah, I blame ice cream because that just seems right. I was eating some weirdness on the street. Poison. There was ice cream, there was salmon, there were French fries, there were pickles. It was just like, this is around. I like this. Go for it. Why not? Cookies. Gluten-free, of course. Hit that. Yeah. Zoe clocked it. And it's like, how? I guess nowadays, Twitch and Discord says how long you're sitting in the channel if you look. That's always fun. Start through here. I was telling my story of the adventures in Discord before I went to be a full-time streamer. We would spend a lot of time having social discords with thousands of people. The sites we've seen while doing it. It's like everyone was just like, oh, Discord's wild, this, that, those other things. And I'm like, you ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. And then until you've been in the back end of the social discords where anything feels like it goes and you have to ID people to try and stop some of the anything, you haven't seen this before. Oh, I hope it's better than that when people run those. There's a good reason we go the gaming communities only. It's a lot better, let me tell you. A lot of those kind of discords that were probably made around the same era when we were doing our, let's say we like Steed and Steel and I think nowadays they run over 10,000 people, like maybe like 100,000 people, and they just kept growing and growing and growing. And I'm glad we stopped. I'm glad we stopped because ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. You went in on the ice cream. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Dun, dun, dun. Gotta get this. Clear these out. Think about the morning crew. I have more of you that hang out on YouTube. In the late night hours, YouTube is much more quiet. It's much more quiet over there. Usually on that side it's me and Mr. Mark just hanging out. Which is cool too. I don't mind. Kind of funny. Nowadays, I don't even get like the YouTube hecklers because it's the chill part of the season where only the real ones are still hanging out, right? So we get to look forward to the post-BlizzCon new season bump. I wonder if they do big enough stuff at BlizzCon and all the word gets out, will we see a wave of more of like the haters? Because you know how it is. It's like all of a sudden they're reminded, oh, D4 exists. I gotta go and say D4 bad because if I don't, my brain can't handle it. So we see all that. I don't think anything competes with when this game launched, so. The Reddit was on fire. It was quite an experience. I don't think I've ever seen a gaming subreddit blow up in such a way before or since. Like, there's always like things that go on and all sorts of complaining and dramatics, but I feel like a really old franchise having a bit of a public opinion issue is quite something. But we are so better now than we were then, I'm sure. Alright. Falling through. Ah, Zoe's on full alert and duty today. The definite advantage of being in the same time day walking. Okay, Zoe, on the prowl. She's ready. She will bonk them all. Always like that, like easy. I feel like the other hours, I try to keep my hand off the ban button, and then Ori tends to be nice. Let's be honest, Ori's a sweetheart, so she won't hit them nearly as hard as some of the rest of us will. Well, then Fawn's been busy working, and Mac's been busy sleeping because I have like the wild deep hours. And then the rest of the crew, you don't see them quite as much off season, which that's okay. We don't mind. Here. We got Maxim in the morning here too. He's hanging out somewhere. This little chair. Been going. Let's see through this way. Getting way smoother. I just wish that the Bloodland shot was purple. I was hoping for purple of some sort. It's just like the snot color. The slimy snot. Oh, Zoe can be very scary. Zoe is our AI mod. You can't get anything over on her. She will catch people who are banned on one channel who will come in with the same name or even like the same behaviors on the other channel. And she'll get them both before I realize who they are. That's Zoe. Go ahead and grab the glowstone here. The scourge. No. Nah, out here, you know, we're nice, sure, we're team fair. That's what I always say, like, me and the mods, generally, team fair. Unless it's Spawn, who knows what he'll do. He's a woodland creature, so we let him get away with that. The rest of us are very fair. Steve's been busy working, too. So that's where she's been. Whee! Chaotic good. I could see that. I could see that. So my favorite OC Dungeons and Dragons character was originally made chaotic evil because we wanted to do an evil campaign. And it's like, yeah, evil, evil, evil. And I realized that's a little difficult to write and like take it all the way where you want it to go. If you're just a murder hobo all the time, you know, it only goes so far. So I came down to, do I keep the evil or do I keep the chaotic? Because you really probably can't keep both. So the character is that more or less these days chaotic good. Not so good that it's like boring paladin lawful. We gotta, you know, do all that kind of thing. But good enough that he's not just gonna murder hobo. Over here. There's a lot of I do what I want, but I'm not just gonna off people just because I can. Good chance. Here we are. Got it. No. Fawn is 100% lawful evil if he is an evil. There's no way Fawn can truly be chaotic. He looks like it on the surface. And you just hang out and chat that he is chaotic, but there's no way that man is chaotic. As much as we like to jokingly say he is, when it actually comes down to it, that's a lawful evil. That's a lawful evil. Like, if the contract types are lawful evil, that is Fawn. That is Fawn. And that's actually the beauty usually of lawful evil characters. It's very easy for them to blend in with any of the others until it's too late. Until it's too late. Alright, let's go ahead and hit this. Ooh. Bro, leaders. Cool. Like spicy flavors. When I test for alignments and the little alignment quizzes that they do, I usually end at one of two things. True neutral. Very fair. Go either way, whatever it is. Or, sadly also, the lawful evil. That's fine by me. And then I remember making Dungeons and Dragons characters as kids, and our dad would teach us about the alignments. And he would always get to neutral good. And he would say, that's like us. We're neutral good. And he would explain why. And every time I look back on that, I'm like, that might be you, Dad. But I don't know if that's me or my brother. But that's okay. That's okay. It takes all types. I think what's a really good one these days. I haven't taken one in a very long time. But the mini I've taken, it's been pretty consistent. It's one of those two things. One of those two things. But lawful, whatever one you are, is not so bad. Generally. Unless you put in a lot of effort. And it's a way too much effort to execute too much bad, so it's okay. That's what I say. We'll just, sake of argument, we'll go if I'm true neutral. I'm true neutral. It's okay. Let's go hit this. Garcia's over here. Fine. Lightning and cold scrappers. Bar. The first thing that probably more on live please. Fine. Yeah, I'm curious what everyone else would end up with. I would think so we would end up with something good. I would think. Hit this, but you never know. You never know. Let's see. I think a lot of those quizzes I would only come up with evil because I'm very honest. I'm a me and my kind of gal. And if you are not my people as far as like a gaming sense, of course, I don't care as much. Don't necessarily wish harm on anybody, but I remember, you know, I only have enough energy for so many people. I'm like, you guys, I have energy for you. I would put out that energy for, you know, everybody all the time, universally. So on those quizzes, they look at that and they say like, oh, well, you're not that nice. It's like, I think that's still plenty nice. I'm just like unreasonable. So that's why you also get here. Just the way that they word those, it's always the most legit, I think. You know, typical of any quizzes. Like, also you get like the personality test, you get the same problem. You get the same problem. I take those these days, and I don't remember my big five and whatever else is like the most popular these days, but Enneagram, it likes to put me, what did it give me? 8-wing 7, I think, if you know Enneagram. It sounds right. I think it's Maverick and then whatever the one that's over there on the other side, and then the MBTI, the most recently, the last year I've taken, it says I'm ENTJ. Many times in my life it would never say E. I have some doubts, but you know, typically historically it tells me I'm INTJ. Pretty much until most recently, no discrepancy there. And we always jokingly say when I say that it's because my TTV is showing, which happened with the Enneagram too. Because a long time for Enneagram it was 4-wing, 5 or 5, which is like the creatives or the observer type. But now the Enneagram, anytime I take those kind of personality tests, it will. There's nothing I can do and still be honest and get that result. It just doesn't. And so that one, the TTV leaks really hard. The MBTI gets a little shaky, whether it's the socioeconomics or the Myers-Briggs, which then everyone argues like, oh, it's a little different at XYZ things. But even if I took both of them, they used to always give me INTJ, the ENTJ for the last few times. The last few years has been pretty consistent, which is kind of funny because my brother used to be like the E1, and now when he takes tests, he comes up with the I. I don't know how that happened. We flipped. We flipped. I think my brother just got tired of people's bullshit. So it's kind of like he's done with it, and then I have engaged more with people's bullshit. No offense to my people over here in the chats. 39.2% good, 22.5% lawful, making you neutral good. See, now that's what my dad would say. Like that's our people, neutral good. Neutral good are the good, the best of the best, because they're fair, they're reasonable, they're logical. But I never have tested the neutral good in my life. Every time I'm taking those tests, and when I now apply it analytically to myself, it's like I don't really. Sadly, I guess, because I guess I'm not that one of the good ones after all. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I don't disagree with my dad. I just I disagree that just blanket statement that our entire family or your family all fits that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. All right, go ahead and hit this as you do. Cool. Spiderly. Let's say fire chance. There. Very nice. And right side. It's been pretty smooth. Like I haven't died a lot, but it does require me to constantly move because if I stand still too long, I take a ground hit. Necro doesn't do well with that. That is pain. I also don't currently have Decrepify. So there's no weakness on these enemies to debuff them from being pretty painful. I do have Iron Maiden. You see that cursor? That's Iron Maiden. That one is helping me get more overpower type things, I believe. Right now, so I have it on auto to help maintain me getting more Bloodland shots. It's kind of a shame you have to invest that high into the Bloodlands just to do what I feel like is like the most basic behaviors, but your BS in private chats, so outside of that, you like to say you have a minimal BS to contribute. Yeah. Generally, team, I'm not gonna do anything that's gonna get me any hardship and trouble outside of my plans. That's how I take. So like, why sometimes they say I'm lawful. Like right here, like I don't even play the exploits and things that people just like normalize in this game. Like nah, I'm gonna enjoy that. That checks out. Alright. Why aren't all classes on par with Bard by now? I honestly can't tell you completely why. We know mechanically why Barbarian ends up where it is. It gets more weapons, more aspects, including more two-handers than everybody else. So no matter more or less what happens to Barbarian, they will have that edge. They can nerf all the other numbers into the ground, and they will still have that edge, which is almost impossible to compete with for every other class. That's also why I would say Rogue generally comes out as the next one down. The second most weapons accessible to a class. And unless they find a way to fundamentally adjust that with the systems that we have, it's always going to more or less be that way. Unless they're gonna add somehow mathematically numbers across every other aspect of every other class, which is just not reasonable. So unfortunately, this game is in the current state of the situation currently doomed to be very, very asymmetrically balanced. It is what it is. They can help the other classes to be super fun. Like the Warlock is looking like it's going to be pretty awesome next season. But, you know, one little thing happens on the other classes that have that advantage. Like one really good aspect, two really good aspects, and then no one can keep up with that. No one can keep up with that. Yeah, right? You could give maybe the druids need a belt. Maybe other people need other weapons. Maybe you can use your one hand, your offhand, and your two-hander on another class. Like things like that. It would make sense to me. I have said it many, many times. Like maybe that would be a good solution, but you know that's not ever what we get, is it? 51.7% good, 26.7% chaotic, neutral good. Oh, look at all you guys. See, I'm surrounded by the good ones. Is my dad right? My dad might be right. Surprise. And I'm sure we can all tell him how right he is on Saturday when we're gonna play Baldur's Gate, because I assume he's gonna be playing with us again. I do have to ask to make sure everybody's good for that, but that is the plan. Saturday we'll continue our auto run of Baldur's Gate 3 on Fawn's channel. Here. I want to do this. That 150 stream streak Quan. Quan's got a really big one right there. Speaking of everybody piling on the streaks, that one still lives. Here. Yep, Debbie's always had her time aside for some Baldur's Gate. That's good. I'm sure Fawn will show up. Right. 150, yep. So, as far as the streaks, I think I put Quan in second. Speeds is over 200 now. Okay. We lost the 300 from 400 like just last week or 2 weeks ago. So in morning, I was talking about it earlier. So he's on 92, which is respectable. Good. What are you doing? Please read. The real fight is getting caught in corners. Wait more. Bruising. I will say though, on the MBTI saying I'm like an extrovert and all that kind of deal, I find myself being really bossy with people even I don't know these days much more readily than I used to do. So that checks out. It's like I was noticing myself doing that with another games I was trying to help people out. And oh my goodness, I feel like such a backseater. But I realize if I don't do it, nothing will get done, and I can't stand that. I can't stand it. So that happens. Granted, now if I was just like chilling and watching somebody else's stream, I would be fine with it. Just let them, let them do what they're gonna do. Just like anyone would let me do what I'm gonna do here. But it's different. You put me in a group of people and we're trying to accomplish something. I get really, really, I don't know if anxious is the right word, but I get a little bit uppity. I get a bit uppity, like, hey, okay. So the gentle nudge of you need to do this, otherwise you're going to fail, is kind of become my thing, and I don't know if I like that. But basically I look at it, it's like, wait, this is what my brother does. This is my brother. It's like, I'm becoming my brother, oh no. But that means he's becoming me because he tests introvert more often now, I don't know. Maybe. Okay, 75. Right, I do need to do a Helltide at some point, but we're gonna stick with the glyphs as long as I have decent rates because that will make the Helltides and everything easier. Because this and some of the non-meta stuff, I need all the edge I can try to give him before we try much. Okay. Alright, we got another artillery. The artillery from the shrine does not behave the same as Tyrael. When I was playing Tyraels for a small amount of time playing this Bloodlands, I would see the extra Bloodlands also get an artillery shot. Right now, I don't really see that. It's kind of interesting. The first shot gets it. Hang out in a circle. They put these in the page. Half the time I don't want to do them. And I don't really know what is actually the best call. I don't get that much reputation for doing this. Speaking of, I haven't opened boxes in a few hours on this picture. We did a lot of the Reaper boss yesterday. So I do fire events if I want to roll for more mythics. There's also a part of me that says save some of them because you want to have that opportunity for the classes too. I still have 4 to do. I have Dex classes and the strength classes. I think keep us busy. But I realize we have a whole month left. If I guess like each a full week, I guess in mind. But a lot of time. That's a lot of time. Why are you so rude? Getting caught like that. Good news is there's nothing killed there anyway. Oh, lightning. Listen, I get where you all are coming from, but let me put it to you like this. Follow me or we are all going to die. Okay? Yeah, it's a bit like that. It is a bit like that. I'll just see like, well, this is not gonna work unless someone says something. That someone is going to be me. And I'll sit there and it's like, maybe someone else will do it. Maybe someone else will do it. And very quickly, I'll just, at this point now, I reason, nope, no one else will do it. I got this. Because like, they can be pissed if they want to be, but god dang it, it's getting done. It's going to get done. So far, so good to where I have applied this approach. Right. Again. Dun, dun, dun. More soul I see for you. Fine. I think this is okay. Those did not take the shot that I wanted them to. Bloodlance will find a way. Anytime I hear him do that groan sound, it's just, I don't know. But all the classes, that is the most awkward on the male Necro. I don't know about it. I always felt that way. And I still think about that now. Liberty, it's good, it's sources, who you are. Here we go. Here. Tell me that? No, I do not. Sorry, hello. No overseers. Shaman's gotta go. The icy reap could be interesting. Could be. It's possible. We're falling. You're there. This is about that AoE. There's no soul. Sure. Hello. Get my 3 little mage skeletons, but they give me overpower, so they're not useless despite low and best. Just there. You gambled 97% of your points away, and now you have 4. She's mastered the art of, wait, I don't have to lose it all. I can keep 4 out of 97%. Oh, is that the sign? Well, if the sign for coffee for you is you losing points, it is clearly always time for coffee. Dun dun dun! 1,170. Come on now. Every time there were too many bodies around me, very confused. Okay, these are at 90%. That's still an okay rate. We'll go with it. Still failed one. These things happen. You knew it was coming. That roll is unforgiving. Here we go again. Approaching 80 plus on all glyphs. Go. Can do this. Maniacs, I got more fire. And I'm trying to escape it, and it doesn't let me do it. Good news is, this difficulty, I guess I don't die. All a part of the plan. Yeah, that was it. Very considerate of you to join her on the bottom of the leaderboard again. I like it how many of us who are most active also means they'll be lowest on the board. Over 8,000 people. Good times. Good times. That's wild to think about. In the short few months, or however long it's been since I changed the stream elements, we have over 8,000 people on the leaderboard on the economy board. Which means that many people have come through the channel since we started it. That's a pretty big number. That's a pretty big number. Here. Lightning. Spark Swan. There we go. Greyhound. Cleavers. This is okay. Protection. Saving your face. Yeah, she's saving face for you. Barbecue, that does sound pretty good. When was the last time I had barbecue? Actually, July 4th, because my family made barbecue. I couldn't go because I was hanging out with you guys. And they sent some home. It hasn't been nearly as long as I thought it was. But before that, then I had no idea. We used to order barbecue from a barbecue place around here really often. Really often. What the hell is in ages? Let's go. Here again is the door, and I'm getting stuck. Necro is faster, but getting caught in those corners doesn't always feel so good. Can't have everything, I guess. Beggars can't be choosers and all that. Now Necro is one of the faster classes in the entire game. It took so long, but now they're here. The top pin, and then, you know, it covers a thing called greed, made you indulge in such tomfoolery, and now, well, back to the bottom you go. 283, flushed. 12,910. Does anybody win this game? Nobody wins. It's right. We have the worst RNG of anyone anywhere. What are we doing playing action RPGs? Are we stupid? Because clearly there's something wrong with us. Yeah, see? The chat, it will boost you up there for you, Ori. Well, they got your back. That's pretty dire. It's fun too. You know exactly who you're ahead of. Exactly. I'm not a gambler. I get all the gambling RNG vibes that I need. I just play this game. I don't need to raise my point. Although, those who have gambled a significant amount have been higher than me on my own leaderboard, I suppose. But they lost it all too, because greed is not so good. Okay, for 3 points? You want to take 3 points? Are you gonna make me stop what I'm doing to go ahead? Oh, I gotta accept? I gotta accept. See, you should not do this while I'm trying to do things over here. This boss is not gonna kill itself. See, we can multitask. In a torment pit, I can do what I want. Look at you. Easy. 3 more points. Mod a boost. Come on now. F. I keep forgetting. I can just press that. 90% failure. 80% failure. That's me, alright. Send Ori to jail for what she has done. Taking my 3 points like that. Alright. It's one of those things, like, I knew I should never have put it in. I went 4+ years and didn't let that stuff... Actually, we had it the whole time with Streamlabs. But we didn't really, like, talk about it much. Every now and then somebody would do, like, a drive-by and play with it because they were into that sort of thing, but it was never, like, a big thing. And then I actively, when streaming, turned it on the stream elements one, and for some reason everybody's crazy about that one. It's the same thing. Only actually maybe a little less animated. Pretty sure there used to be like animated roulettes and things with the slots and whatnot on the robot. Alright. You never know who is a GG easy. You never know. Gambling will, and I should say PvP type aspect will bring that out of everyone. GG easy. Reavers. Be right here. And another. Circle please, circle please. Keep chilling. Nothing on here, and this way is channeling. You can only use it in Valorant, the only acceptable location. Let's see. I don't know. You get into Dead by Daylight, there might be a time. That time may come. We may all witness it in October when we go play. That is definitely the kind of game where it does happen. It does happen. Quad waiting for Javazard. Somebody coming through and their guess for what they'll announce at BlizzCon is another class. And then they think we're getting Amazon, and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know about this. Although we are in their city. It's a good time to be like, hey, you know what? Take this. But I don't know. Constructs. Here, and I went this far, maybe as well. Does that. We'll destroy you if that class turns into a merc. Well, I can see us getting an Amazon merc. But everything we have that is a merc, we have a class equivalent that's close to them too, though. So I would say if they would decide to give us Amazon, we could end it with both. But the fact of Amazon being a very historically gender-locked kind of class kind of puts me in the category of I don't think so. I don't think so. If they change the name of it or something, if they simply made it the same kind of style, it doesn't make all that much sense. And I look over at that Divine Lance, and I don't know how it is with DLC, but I'm pretty sure it's still got a throw. A lot like it. I think that's what they tried to make it. It's not the same though. Or he's like, but a male Amazon could have that. Spiritborn kind of exists and has a bit of that vibe. I don't know. I don't know. Is rogue not enough for us? Okay. A little bit of you. The moment we get a class where they are using a literal gun in Diablo, you might be out. No guns, huh? No guns allowed at all? At all? Not even if it's like a flintlock pirate pistol? You wanna take a pirate pistol? Can't have pirates? Amplify your immersion! Pew pew. In all games, typically the kind of class archetype I like the least is actually the gunner type. So I'm not really with there. Like I would be out, but I wouldn't be something probably that would appeal to me very much. Unless I guess it would have the pirate theme, and then we could negotiate. Typically, it's actually funny I say that because one of the mobile games I'm playing has a gunner class, and I was PvPing and doing all sorts, and I was looking at they all have affinity to each other, and everybody has a weakness, everyone has a strength, right, against somebody else in a matchup. And then of course I looked at it, and it's like, I've got nothing against whatever other class it was, because I didn't have gunners. So as I say that, we're talking about how we don't like gunners, I am in the process of making lots of gunner OC characters to fit these roles. Literally what I was doing before I rolled in here, because I generally I don't care for gunner classes either. Just don't. I have to go way out of my way to make them interesting for me. And in my case, one of them was a Pyramid Head inspired gunner, so his giant railgun is on his head. He's a giant rust monster. That makes it actually pretty good. And then when I was playing him, I realized he was also destroying my competition, so GG, easy. This class will use 3 resources per skill. Oh no. I resent the 2 resources on Warlock because it means the second one is harder for us to generate. And anything they lock behind that, which in Warlock's case is summoning the demons, it can be a bit messy. And then they put the mobility skill, one of them, also locked into dominance. So I can't spam it as much as, say, this Necro is spamming its Sever, and that's why, because it's the dominance cost. So let's not have triple resource. If it's going to come to that, I'm good. It's okay. We don't need this quad. You gotta tone down that Oracle Eye and be wrong here. We don't want that. Alright. Girls love anime that is airy. What is this? What is this? Do I need to know? I was like, Zoe's gonna do the research for us. What are you talking about? I guess if Ori's mentioned it for us, is the art nice? The art must be nice. Do it. Good. 5. There we are. Here again. You plus anything equals no. You're not a self-insert type. This one. I too am not team self-insert. A lot of people do those fanfictions like plus reader. Okay, go hit this. I'm 100% team to each their own. It's definitely not for me. Shop layer. So you're done. Well, and I need a little bit more before boss. Here's the last wave. Popping through. I use bow pretty interchangeably. Right now, I'm just using mouse because I'm being lazy. But typically, I use bow. There we go. Cool. I'll do this. Let's go ahead and hit this one again. 90% still acceptable. It is getting to the point where we're gonna have to go back up to those 90s. You like the historical clothing, do you? See. I know people who will get like super up in arms if the historical clothing for whatever era they're trying to portray in those Asian type series is not accurate. Because they know them so well, I'm just always like, oh no. My immersion going too far. Going too far. Okay, this is a tormenting weapon. So we have the power, it's just a little bit extra. Suppressor that I need to get underneath the barrier. That is taking ages to kill. Yep. No problem going up here. I'm this far though. I need to end it. Cool. So let's go ahead and do this one now. Nice spear you got there off of the bonus. This came from. Good. Plenty of overpower, so we got all the bloodland shot. Let's see it. There's the back shot. One here. This one over this away. Hello, Mr. Malcolm. You're on the right again. This tail going down. More ways than one. Another right side. What's the point of the recoded situation, JJK? Do you emphasize for your version defense? Very unfortunate then. You're about to do something. Orders. It's okay. Got you there. Fine. It's fine. I'm gonna hang out here for a little bit. Touch. Here we go. Okay, so what we're gonna do now. I want to go and bail out of this, but that pillar is being a very nasty obstacle. Are you able to play D4? That is the question. Agreed. I need that right now. Take a little bit more than one shot sometimes, but I think it should. Awkward positioning. Go, return captain. Get rid of this one now. Good night, so. Be here. Ooh, the pits. You're clicking into monitor too. Hate when that happens. The little water elementals. And torrents. Of downloading things once upon a time. Oh, I got a torrent that. I remember downloading something for torrents university and getting locked out of the internet because they, at that point back then, they were so worried about people using too much bandwidth individually, torrenting things too much. Wild to think about in the current day and age. Something like a high-speed download instantly had them shut off my internet. I had to make all sorts of agreements that I wouldn't do it again. Otherwise I would lose internet access in my dorm room on campus. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Nowadays I can only imagine what people are getting away with on the internet. We couldn't even torrent stuff. Wallers. Cool. That's done. Cool. Absolutely cannon. Absolutely. Okay. Runners. Your salad. The nerve. The horror. What are we doing? Runners. Are we gonna let this rig system decide what we're gonna do? Yes, probably. Poison. Una fights for others and Maki fights for herself. There they put that in Ori's salad. Poison. I'm team all types, all configurations, varieties of spice of life when it comes to all these fictional things. So it's all good to me. Everyone who's making all these things go nuts. Bloodbellow. Come into contact with a lot of people who are very adamant of like, don't do this to my character, don't do that. Don't write my character into whatever storyline it has X, Y, Z. I'm like, you know what, friends? Let me solve you all these problems. I have tons of characters. I will give you all these different ideas and you can do whatever you want with them. Go nuts. And then all of a sudden everyone likes me and adds me to the little storylines and these little like, collaborative writing kind of games that we play. And other people get left out. And the other people who get left out get upset. And it's like, you told them they're not allowed to creatively do anything. So then they chose somebody else. It's only natural that's how it went. Here. Good. Done. Sure. Surge. As Nobara Maki would have been great. Would have been great. I would have been for this. Not at all, Zoe. Not at all. Okay then. Let's go. Bits. Yeah, that's a pretty big fanship in JJK for sure. Poison. Frozen. Morning, Cog. Cool. And double checking, like, still morning, right? At least in my time, but for an hour more. So it's new. It's already almost new. Cool. Doing over here. Does a little bit of that. No. Too much shaking. Alright. Go ahead and hit this. For the conversation you've been having in here, Ori, I don't know if you can tell him no, not to do that. He kind of, unfortunately, fits right in. I'm just shaking the rump at 10 a.m. calling Twitch police. Shut him down, shut him down. Where's the jailer with the jail cell key? Doesn't know how? Yeah, actually you're right. Look, that is like the worst twerk in all of twerkness. How are we doing? More mangy hounds. There we go. Now he can twerk in his proper self. It's okay. First maids. Imagine having all that and not knowing what to do with it. Tragedy. Terror. Another hound. You missed like every stream. Well, to be fair, with the wild schedule that I've got, that'll happen. But we're here in the day today, so hello, Muse. How do you do? Hello, Kukilo, the killer. I need more things to kill. Like there. Going down enough. Go around. Good time for the WASD. It's gonna be like those corners are not our friend here on Sever Necro mobility. Always sleepy. I know. If ever there were a day where Sleepy Muse came through and her answer wasn't sleepy, I would know someone had abducted her. That was not our Muse. Hit this. Go. No, what's I wanna go take that turn. Well, that's a big straightaway with not much to kill. I mean, it's over on the sides, and I didn't commit to engaging them. They're following, so it's okay. Look at Aldkin and his little chains. The Warlock before we had Warlock. We always kind of suspected. I was saying before Warlock was announced, you know, the character that we don't currently have a class equivalent for mercenaries is Aldkin. Aldkin's doing some shenanigans that we can't do. Maybe we just need to be an adult Aldkin, and that's what we got. Adult Aldkin. So he's currently working. He's at 135 stream cog. Second highest we've seen today. Behind Quan at the 150. We do have some over 100 still surviving somehow. Despite me riding the roller coaster schedule and showing up whenever the hell I want, the streaks remain. Okay. This season's a bit weird. Like, it started where it was difficult to get the mythics that we needed. Very, very difficult, in fact, and people didn't like that. So they overcompensated and made it ridiculously easy. So now we are in the era of everybody gets a mythic in every slot. The next season, it looks like it's going to be the same, but still a little bit harder to grind it out. So hopefully it hits a happy medium. But itemization's in a kind of awkward state. That hurt. the overall season balancing, well, barbarians and rogues significantly ahead of some of the pack, but next season is the era of the warlock, according to what we saw on PTR, so I'm not too bummed. Like, a warlock will have its day. Right now, I don't like the in-game loop, because it's a lot of staying and killing the same seasonal boss over and over again and getting basically everything you need. And that's not the best feeling in my opinion. Am I still having fun though? Yep, otherwise I wouldn't be grinding right now. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird season. We are also a month before BlizzCon, so we expect big things. Hopefully we get them, whatever they are, whatever they may be. So the next season should be, hopefully, a high. Alright, Ori. 100% doing K-Rock. They still haven't got a mythic pair on T25. Okay, so what you do is, assuming you're in seasonal, you get keys so you can do bosses, and you go all the way up to getting the superior layer keys. And you also do what you gotta do to get reputation from the board, which will also give you keys and fragments. You kill that boss over and over again. You get the fragments, you go to the cube. And then you convert your uniques into whatever mythic appears in that same gear slot on repeat. Again and again and again until you hit the ones you want in every single slot. So actually trying to hunt down the drop mythics is not the way, unless you want to get the drop specifically from the Reaper boss in Sarvazet. That's really the only boss we really have to sit in as long as you have the keys. So it's busted the entire process. The only reason you haven't done it yet is because you're a little bit lower Paragon, so you're kind of just getting situated. But when you get to it, you'll see. You'll see. Mythics are not what they used to be as far as rarity. But next season, it's gonna be more limited, I do believe. So it won't be like this, but right now, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. So right here, I open every one of these boxes, and every single one will drop a fragment. That square one, that diamond looking one right there. And I take 5 of those over to the cube, throw any unique in, and it's gonna spit a mythic out. That's all it takes. Like, you can do nothing else but just farm reputation off of like the Helltide with all of the ruptures. And you just do that. Like, I could roll for the shield right now. Craft mythic. I got 138 of these. Do this. There you go. I got a gloom ward. It's, right now, does not go straight to the one that you put in. Next season, it should. So I would have got a lidless instead of the gloom ward. That being said, though, the gloom ward is what I use for my talisman here. So I can go and convert one. See what it gives me. 528 potion healing max resource. Not as good as the one I have, so don't want it. Still useful. And that's the kind of rinse repeat we got. I still need a Helltide. I think I'll do the Helltide. We'll stay in 10, so I won't die as much. And we'll go visit the small. The other ones are lying to me on the map there. Problem, Gemini. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, but you see it, you know. You know the loop. It's just a matter of you forcing it, eventually the good ones will appear. Yes, there are ghost sparks. They have the ghost sparks from Overwatch in the current season as a collaboration pet. And it's like, that one's free, right? Just do the killing of things, select the item, and convert it from the... convert everything from the reliquary, and the lobster word is that box. Well, they didn't kill a baby. That's nice of them. Kind of turning already. Yeah. Yeah, it's super easy to have all my things right now. And, as someone who spent over 200 hours before they made the change into the game and already kind of had my situation on one character more or less done, it's felt bad the rest of the season because of it. So I think there's a reason I'm playing less than usual, which is still a lot for most people, but you know, it's less for me. It's because they made that change. It's just like, well, I don't need to grind these hundreds of hours to get what I was going to try and get because, well, now everyone has it. Oh, it's unfortunate for me that it went that way, but I think for the greater community that they liked it that way. The way that it is now, so it's alright. It's alright. It's just I don't like the current kind of like pendulum swing that we have on itemization in the game. It's like they want to make it more difficult, but they can't because the pressure is too high constantly to make it easier. So we never have a happy medium, and we never know exactly what our baseline on normal is. Like I want the ground loot to feel good. But really right now you want ground loot to feel good as far as action RPGs go. You would be playing like PvP too. I mean, it is what it is. Just the combat in this and how snappy it is just that's what really gets me going. So I tough it out. It's okay. It's all right. But the big picture, you care about ground loot, feeling good. Other action RPGs are doing it better right now. That's a damn shame. So I only hope one day D4 finds the right mix of the crafting they've got going on and all these systems, and the ground loot feels like it's something I want to chase again. And making me have to kill a bunch of bosses like they're pinatas to do it what I need is not it. It's not it, and I'm a little concerned they don't get a good seasonal event or something going for the next one. I think that's gonna be like. I don't think there's anyone in this game who plays as much as I do who dodges bosses as hard. I am always like the last one that wants to sit there for hours and do all that. Not fun for me. Not at all. Not at all. Like, because right now, technically, the best thing for me to be doing if I want gear and to improve this character is just sit on the Reaper. Just sit in there. I have the keys, generate more keys, rinse, repeat, but that meh. Big meh. We did a lot of that yesterday. I can do it anytime. I'm doing that right now. Fortunately for me, I can just grind anything and I'm happy. It doesn't matter to me in the big picture that there's XYZ sort of thing I could be doing that's quote-unquote more efficient. Because the amount of hours I play and how I like to play, you know, it really doesn't stop me from doing whatever the hell I want to do. Most people, though, if they were in my position that didn't like the loop that is the one to do, they just play something else. They just play something else. A lot of you out there, you're in that situation right now. I don't blame you. I absolutely do not blame you. I still have fun doing this. That's the Tybalt statue. I think it's the only thing in the game that zooms out that much, at least in the Helltides and things I actually interact with. Maybe there's somewhere else in the open world where we don't usually go. There are other camera angle situations like that. That's interesting. But every time I come over here, I realize they could zoom out this camera another range. Once upon a time, even the base camera that we have right here didn't exist. Now, that was added a few seasons in, if I remember correctly. So now I'm just like sitting there like waiting for that one. I want the T-ball camera. Just give me the whole zoom out. Mary, you don't want to be at work today. I take it you are at work. That's all right. Okay, Helltide Graphics. But at least you're not mad today. Is that what I'm seeing? It's unfortunately, yeah. Get in line. I'm still always so impressed with how many of you will just hang out here while you're quote-unquote working. How does this happen? I don't know, but it does, and I'm thankful for it. Welcome in! I'm Fame. I'll be your distraction when you're supposed to be doing other things. Hello. Hello, sweetheart. Hello, Tree. You want to get out of line? Too bad. This is hell and the line is eternal. I would say if BlizzCon, we're gonna finally see Diablo, but we are not in the Diablo order yet, so probably not. Actually, we might see Diablo things because the other Diablo games have Diablo. So that Prime sub over the Foundation. We won't have the D4 Diablo. Probably. hanging out doing this thing I almost never do. And I am gonna die for it if I stay here, so we're gonna fail. We do have another potion right there to pick up. Yes, I do. That was a little sketchy. Worms. I am not looking forward to doing that grind again. I still, every time I say that and I think about it, I realize how many people I've seen who absolutely love that. That's the highlight of your game now. When we come into new season, I think that is wild. Like, you want to follow the static map and worry about your hatred, and if we don't have this kind of event to build the hatred, it's going to be back to how it was last season. It's going to be more difficult to get it right. I don't know. I like the Asian MMORPG style of go around and slay things in a circuit as much as maybe anyone, but it doesn't feel quite like those to me. Because it's that hidden, you gotta know where the worms are part, and you have to have the extra bar to trigger them. Through the hype train! We can exarch there, and there. Pipe, pipe, pipe. I can open the mystery box. That's all I really care. So I put a realm breaker to die, get my box here too. Thanks for this. Since I killed the worm, I may as well get my rewards for it. Baby does not condone working and stream watching. Don't we though? Don't we? This is where Zoe claims her rightful place at the top of the clip leaderboard. Somehow Fawn has been sitting on that for the last 2 weeks. It never happens. I'm like, actually, when was Fawn even here to make a clip? Probably Thursday? Something like that. We go. Lay the Harbinger. I'm working on it. I'm trying. Do I really want to stay around here though? Oh, I got a 750 to do. Yes, I have to. Oh no. Why did I choose this? What a terrible idea. How did I do this to myself? What I shot. Quite nice. Devourer. Okay. A little bit of fire malls. Good. That one seems kind of scary. Which one? The ones that look like you? Maybe? Poor Alkin. Poor Alkin. I hope, every time I think about Alkin, I hope, like, when there's Diablo 5, I better know how Alkin turned out, and he better be awesome. Like, don't have him, like, die off screen, please. Don't make it a, like, weird prequel time to pop out and not get to tell me what happened to Alkin. Please, Lizzie, please. I want my little warlock protege to become awesome. So adorable and sweet in the most nerdy kind of way. That's why I wait for you to Jerry smile and then make some 10-second clip titled, yeah. That's what he'll do. That is what he'll do. Fawn, that is. Alright. Good. Another one here. Shadow Chance. There we are. Got it. But where are my harbingers at? Sure. 157. That's Twisting Blades. The first time I've seen Twisting Blades this season, because Zoe hasn't been around much. Look at it go. It's Torment 10, so we'll actually see some variety. Because I always stress, the devs see a good, decent balance build and they can play on tank. I don't agree with that in actual practice and reality when we play around here, but that is what many times they have said on dev chats and whatnot. So, yep, me and this Twisting Blades, we are fair and balanced. Never mind how many zeros we might be missing to play at the upper echelon. This is good enough to them. It's like didn't effect. How dare they play Zoe's build? Dare they? He's a pain in the shot. You just have Rogue Palooza right now. Rogue Palooza. Pin shot looks really cool. Oh no, don't stay there. Oh no, no. I don't have the big box on this character, of course. So we are looking at just gradually making our way around here, which is not too difficult at all. Nice little open air for a Necro Severed easy mode. Let me in. Nope, not allowed. These first, and then we can do it. But I press F way too often, so I don't hit corpse explosions. Well, corpse consumptions in this case. We're mages. How we can shoot corpse mage? Branch. Okay, alright. Making your way through hell, walking fast, demons pass, and you're dungeon bound. True. I had a guildmate who was absolutely obsessed with that song, and then generally he was the sort who listened to only metal. So it was metal and then that song, just randomly. Kind of a weird one, but that's most of us, isn't it? It's classic at this point, I suppose. I don't want to think about how long that song's been out. Not too many. Also, fun fact, it's the only person we have had to ban from one of the only... I guess we had on one hand how many people we've had to boot, kick, ban, and block. Because people were way just tired of their nonsense. I was gonna say it's the only person in like 10 plus years, but I realized there's been one other in Diablo since, I guess, so only two. Only two in probably 15 years have been that over the top, no one could stand them. And it was one of those weird cases, like when someone just kept digging themselves a hole deeper and deeper and deeper socially, to the point that there's nothing you could do to save them. Other than just cut them loose so they could be free. Whoops, we got lagging. It was like better for everybody just to eliminate the social problem. And like it takes a lot to get to that point around these parts, but some people they can't help themselves. They find a way. They find a way. Oh. GTA remix? There's a GTA remix? Do I want to know? I've never played that game in depth enough to know all of its little like inside jokes and whatnot, and there are so many. There are so many. Let's see. Good. 350. No, not to complete this. Not even close, in fact. You cannot watch that on stream. I see. I see. That sounds like Grand Theft for you. Which is interesting because people stream that game. Is it actually in the game? Yeah, do we want it? Do we want this stuff? What do you mean? Now I really have to know what she means, which is gonna have to post it in the Discord and we'll have to all investigate it individually if we don't know and want to know. Oh no. In other news, I got my little mobility panel in my Twitch about me today. I guess yesterday. Down in there. Right now it just links to the general mobility site. Eventually I'll put it on my link to my profile. Might eventually post builds, but right now the deep part of mobility. So I'm more official. Although I've been official for a while, is a community member of Mobile Linux. And if you wonder why when we post builds around here, they're not mine, they're going to be from over there, that's why. That's why. Those are my people. Team Mobile Linux. Not that anything's wrong with the other places you can find builds with a lot of fancy, proper, good sources of builds, especially depending on class. That's all we're going to use. Okay, cool. You're not gonna put it in Discord? Wow, it's like that, huh? Discord is pretty Wild West, but not bad. Spurs. Little tear there. Everybody tracking. Yeah, grand theft. To her, I guess. Not bad, huh? A little bit more cinders to complete everything. Be careful because it is possible for me to get AoE to death and lose a lot of these cinders. That would be a dang tragedy. Realm Breaker, give me more keys. So whenever I do want to suffer the Reaper, I can. Nice. So, boxes. All I want to do not to be able to fly. Not so nice to get stuck in corners. You. Falcon trying his best, but he doesn't have my damage. My damage, you know. It's only so much. It's only so much. Okay, good. Let's see it here again. Come on, more of this king crown. Skeletons. Is it okay? Necrophage. I do like how they are highlighted in blue. I might actually even miss that a little bit next season when it's gone. We'll just have to see what they give us in store for the next one. It also worries me that whatever it is not PTR tested. And we know how that tends to go. Something always goes wrong. There you go. They were relatively decent about patching some really big outliers this season. I think there's as many over-the-top things going on. Now, I say that, but we are already having such a straight shot to get all the mythics we want to the point that maybe for shenanigans. As soon the escalations got sorted, that kind of thing. You are. I haven't farmed my perfect Herodric and realized at some point, in at least the last season, people were up to no good doing that, and it always irks me to see videos on those things. There we go. Greyhound. Brute Larry. Like bear, please. Do this down. Got it. Breaker. This is okay. Now. Fine. Let's get some more boxes. Get warmer. Got plenty of time to get this done. It's more of a don't die. Don't die. Mastra? For a moment I thought their name was Mazda. And I was like, what does that actually mean in Japanese? That they reach that. It's like the Toyota, oh, it's my car. My car. Well, you would probably name yourself with Mazda. I have no idea. Here. And then a lot of those like Japanese companies, I just assume it's somebody's name. Whether that's right or not, I have no idea. All the time. All the time, that's how things are done. There, I think. Probably do it here a bit, but the most iconic one is don't quite like that. It's awesome. You got the name, we're still family owned operated by. I'm like Johnson Johnson, still owned by Johnson. I have no idea. What are we doing here? I got this on south. Oops, sword there. Ooh. Those okay, we got I have way too many of those this season. What even is the limiting factor on upgrades for items other than the fragments these days? I don't know, it seems like there's a good surplus of all. Granted, I have not been spamming to perfect like transfigs on anything because I change classes pretty fast. I was doing that for like leaderboards, things that you probably know closely which one runs out. Although it should depend on what activity you do a lot of. Generally, there's a really obvious one. I just don't know where it is right now. Boom. Heavy weaponry. Using with all big boxes throwing me off. How we doing? Get over here? Almost there. It's not gonna be enough fight yet. We're getting closer. 30 health, that's not too much. 10 to 10 for comedy, 2 to 10 for your brain health. I can only imagine because while I'm doing this, I cannot watch the GTA remix. No, no, I clearly cannot. I must resist. Now it's one of those things like I have to resist for how long? Too long. Far too long. Gotta hit that explosives. The sweaty laugh. The sweaty laugh. Oh no. That's unseemly, Zoe. More boxes. Guess that means I'm gonna go up here and find them that way. Well, I can't because they're interrupting me. I like how often I'm not absolutely sure where my keys are on this keyboard between sitting slanted and not using it often. Maybe like glancing down, even if I don't look, because like psychologically the uncertainty I can detect myself doing something. Okay, up to Wedginami. Here we go again. Nice, this time it let me go through. You lost a few cells. Well, don't show it to Ori, because as she always says, she only has one. She can't afford to lose them. I want to go mystery box here. Open this. Oh, I'm a little shy on being able to open it, so I gotta kill a little more here. Oh no. Parodies of that song are dangerous, apparently. The more you know. Probably be on 11. So there should, once upon a time, 10 was as high as you need to go for item drops and whatnot. And then they changed the guarantee mythic to happen in the Undertale on only Tournament 12. So they've gone back on that. And yet not gone back on the balancing of which tournament builds should existed. I still need 7 more of these, so there's not ready yet. We're not ready. We're not quite right. We need more. I like this tile set, and I think they should use it more. I say that knowing that I can barely see anything. It's too dark, kind of like how the lava is for me. But I can handle it. It's like the purple pink light off of the machines. 0 brain stimulation, but more than endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. It lasts you a couple weeks. Really? Really? I don't know. I feel like when it comes to things like that, I usually don't align with other people. That is my guess. So I guess we'll have to wait until I can see it and we'll report back to the Discord many hours from now. Okay, do what I need to do? And guess what I have next? Another Helltide Harvest for 250. Oh, I remember choosing this at the end of last stream and thinking it was a brilliant idea. It'll get me more ruptures, yay, more keys, and now I regret everything. You're gonna start Attack on Titan. Exciting. Sure, you'll give us the play-by-play of what you think in the Fair Nation Discord. For those who also enjoy Attack on Titan and wish you could watch it again for the first time, you know, live vicariously through others doing it for you. Assassin. Go. Your baker's already in time. gonna happen is you're gonna do that, and some of us are gonna pop off in the Discord. It's gonna keep me busy for ridiculous hours, so I won't sleep like ever, and then I'll make the next stream start even ridiculously later than this one did. The schedule drift is quite strong. Granted, now it said on my little schedule on my About Me for a long time on the Twitch channel that I was no schedule drifter, so I always use that as my excuse. Like it says it right on the tin. Schedule drifter. It's like I'll show up sometime. I'll play many hours, but you can't be sure when I'm gonna start. Not unless it's early season. If it's early season, I'm just like, I'll hear as much as I can and still be alive. But right now, it's kind of hey back. Pray for our Lord and Savior Hiroyuki Sawano's music. Right? Right. Everyone like analyzes his music. It's like, oh, they're saying something about AOT. This is the moment when they're going to continue the story, and it's like, no, stop it. Stop it. There's a whole bunch of people in the AOT community who believe it's not over yet. It's not over. There's more. There's more. And those poor dreamers, bless them. Bless them. I wish I was one of them, and I wish I had that much hope. But no. It is what it is. More cinders. I know. My time is my time, and it's always right. Yep, whatever the hell I want. Whatever the hell I want. Now, it's been like this long enough for quite a few months that everyone understands. Like, when it first started happening, like, all over the there always be somebody like, oh my god, where you been? Oh my god, where's Fame? No matter how many times I could explain it, they still didn't understand. But now that it's been such a regular thing that the schedule is, drifting, now they're like, okay, cool. We'll get there when she gets there, whenever we can get there, just like all mutually in agreement that this is how it works. Meeting! Good luck! It's a short one-ish, she said. It's alright. Okay, let's go home and do base. So I don't have to behave because Zoe can't hear won't be able to hear what I'm saying. But all of you still have to behave because she'll see that shit. She'll see that shit. This is out of the circle, so is that still valuable to me? It might not be. For here. For you. On the right. Where this came from. Stop it. Lord, please. Stop this nonsense. Now, I could do a weapon box. If I can find one. There's one. There's one. Can I go and avoid this? I'm going to go to our south side, so we gotta go through town. I don't like it. We'll do it, but we don't like it. This way. Light weaponry. Got you. Next one we're gonna activate. I wish there was a UI panel where I could see how many boxes I have on the board, even if I'm not. Then those sort of things to keep adding all that kind of deal. Next thing you know, you become Lost Ark. We know by what we were talking about yesterday about that game, you don't want to become Lost Ark. Hold your breath until she gets back. I don't know if I recommend it. Sounds like a bad idea. But I am Team Undead, so if you are also Team Undead, I guess you're already holding your breath. It's fine. Here. That's a lot of fear. It looked cool, it wasn't doing all that much for me, I think. You gotta have so many lunatics. Here's the raid house. But there we have that pet. It's cute. Don't use whatever the pet is of the season until the next season. Make it a little bit more rare. Save him for next time. Just flying across things whether I mean to or not. Good times. time. Compared to that dust devil, but that's fine. It's not my fault. Not my fault, not my fault. It's missing consciousness. I can hear it in one of their voices too. That's the beautiful part about that. Oh, good work. Oh, earthquake. The water thing. Hellborn. I'm not afraid of you. I probably should be, but I'm not afraid of you. 202 currently. That's more than enough for me to complete this. See if I had the 200 box to open. I don't actually have a 250 box to open to be fair. Ouch. Oh no. Well, we gotta go grind again. Had enough to do a weapon box, that would have been enough. Then, the death explosion attacks. I don't like the events. I think I'll skip it. Where is the next weapon box? Jewelry over there and an armor. I guess that's okay. Here, maybe there isn't another weapon box. This map was kind of like the PRE2 one where I can use the arrow keys and move it. Even when it's just the overlay. Pretty useful like that. What are we doing now? The reason it shouldn't be that way, because obviously we can see the map like this. If we can see the map like that, it makes sense that it happen on the overlay too. Fire corruption. That didn't die the way I expected it to. Come on. Open up. 27. How are we doing here? Use that. Amulet or ring box? An amulet box, so that's pretty high invest. What we got going on around here? Upgrades do I really need on this skeleton mage. Okay, for you. Which is also fine. Won't burn you. Dead action. How rude. Blood corpse axe. Yeah, you devotee. Good. Yeah, I'll do this. I'll entertain it. Greybound. Let's do Frozies. Infernum's good. I'll bail on this real quick. Stand and all that explosive nonsense. Whatever it may be. I'm just stuck in a tree? Yeah. It's so dark I can't really see what I'm stuck on, but the map says there's something too. Tears this way. You. Flesh Ripper. Electrify, that'll be alright. Your sound's cool too. Okay then. There's that. And another circle to play in. Go. Fire. There you go. There you go. For the amulet now? Yeah. Okay, so I'll try and finish this though. It's gonna get me some good reputation value on boxes. Take a good shot. Waiting for it to happen. More. Did that what I needed to. Let's go get the amulet box, that is. And then I'll finally finish up this harvest. Yeah, so we're back in the pit. Hooray, finally! We're free! For now. How many boxes have we earned with all those shenanigans? A nice save. It's nice to actually use those. Only Necros use saves so far. 2 boxes. Hey, you know what? I'll take them. I'll take them. First season in forever, I'm actually opening all the boxes. I get mostly nothing off my filter, but that's okay. Alright. I wanna do... yeah, these. The bone skill ranks are not what we want these days. A bit of a weird one. The tribute of armaments. I don't consolidate all the ones I have between characters that I can recall. Let's spend my obols on 12. I'm not absolutely sure there's any difference between the two, but just in case there are still some lingering differences in this roll, we'll roll up high. I need what? I can roll more of these. This is shadow damage and damage over time currently. We roll a new one of those. Chest armor. Gloves. I guess we could use another Fist of Fate that has a better roll. I probably actually have some saved already, but we'll do it. The whole inventory now, and then we play with this enchant game. Everything. Move, and then we send it to be a unique. I have 3 of those to do. And then we try to make it a mythic, and it becomes endurance, which I don't need. Alright, go again. Rinse, repeat on this process. Move all of this. Craft that. And Hand of Knives, but I want to do the Skeletal Mages. Archmages teleport to safety when attacked, and their attacks occasionally shatter on impact, dealing 117% increased damage to the enemy with 3 additional targets. Interesting. I haven't picked up one of those yet, so I guess I'll keep it. Probably need at least one of every mythic for different builds we want to play them. And our unique. Doesn't even matter how good that one is, if it's not mythic, it's not high enough. And then Kura's Embrace. Casting Blood Surge picks at 4 blood orbs around you to expel smaller blood novas. 30% of normal damage. 30% boost. These are also something I only picked up the first time, I think, right there. But I suppose that's one of the things, because of the Fist of Fate, I would roll as a charm if I can. Frostburn, the disappointment. Okay, next one. And then strip this one down again. And we'll craft you. Endurance Phase. Nope. We're gonna remove this. And make another. And that one gives me Howl from Below. These days, instead of detonating immediately, Corpse Solution now summons a volatile skeleton. Charges out a random enemy exposed, so the same thing it used to do. Up to 90% damage on the base mythic. Let's go on the base unique. Hangorgers. Not a great roll. Damage over time, too weird. Okay, so we did pick up 2 different gloves that I don't have yet. I'll do a little bit of storage if I can, and oh no, inventory's too full for all of these. We're gonna take this one, put that one away. Is there anything else we can clean up right about now? Could have given that Starless back to whoever it originally belonged to. No purposes. I don't need one of these. And that we've however many resplendents doing this. Here. Resplendent sparks. Where'd they go? Okay, got 223. Not nearly as much as I had the sanctifications this season, but there's still time. There's still time. Well, for time ring, I don't think I need it that much. This one's a triple. This one is double. It's okay. Some value for this, but I don't need that. Inventory's still pretty full, but it's a little bit better. No winners off of those gloves, so I got plenty, probably more where that came from, but for now we're good. Just going into the Torment 11 for more picks and the war plan. Let's go. All of that. That would be kind of scary. Years. Right off the hook. Wait on this to get it to die. Heat the night. Short. Stay. Go. The read. Indignious. Plague bearer. Where are you now? Good. Maybe. Nothing, but don't get melted yourself. Whoops. Ooh, the lightning went off and there was an explosive that was coming my way. We got plague bearer and all sorts of things. Got overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by the pain and suffering. Area there. Those are the danger ones. Go over here. More explosives. Good. Here a little bit. Oh, I had to go into that again. It wasn't done yet. That's cursed. The elites that are here are kind of cooking me. I'm gonna skip them. I've done this here plenty of times, so it shouldn't be that much of a struggle. Just whatever's on that one is like very much against me. I'll just go through here instead. A little bit after all. Dead end. These don't look so bad. There's something else on that one, I think. Stationary damage. Easily to make a mistake. Okay, I'm gonna go through this door and hope for the next one to be a little nicer to me. Just a little bit. Okay, good. Good. A tear here. Okay. Got so. Fear them all. Greyhound. Okay, cool. There's these. Shadow Shielded. Construct, that will go. Spiders. Now spider wings. Use that in it. Okay, you're good, you're good. Little intersection I got there, just repeat the same structure again. Sometimes that happens. Most of the time it's not like really in your face, but I know what happened, I know. There. His favorite is killing whatever spawns are moving instead of running around. Ghost spiders. Creepiest things in this game. Wrapping the people around. So the real question is, if you were to remove the spider without damaging the person, could the person be saved as being used as a host? I have a feeling no, but it depends. If they're looking like that, nah, that's too far gone. Maybe if it started it? I also have those, like, fly hosts. I'm not a big fan of, just thematically either. No. It's just with that, I'm not sure what's hosting. It doesn't look all that human, does it? Oh. I'll look at them more closely next time I see them. Imagine. Let's take another door. It can't be worse looking than that, right? Right? Yeah, the jungle place is okay. Well, actually, this is not the jungle place. This is why we surveyed as a jungle place before we actually got into the jungle. Probably more like forested ruins. Fortress or keep taken over by nature in any old place. Explosion, I'd rather not be in it. These are being extra. Go. Wait, so you're dead, you don't know it. Here's more of them. Awesome. Over here. And goes down. Some constructs. Get out of here. Yep. And now, there's more. Oh, those lined up so nicely. All I gotta do is get around that column. Of all the things to need to do, that's what I needed. That was it. That's the thing. That's the one. Don't get stuck on the column. Getting blood orbs that I'm not scaling them currently. That's a good 60% damage off of that activity if all else seems to fail us. Bringing back things I don't need any of that help and things, but it's okay. Nothing is also dead already, you don't know yet. There you go. Alright, spam all those corpses. I don't need a single one. I don't need a single one of those. 82. We're rolling still. Alright, Whispers Other than Dead, let's go.
It is done.
Let's play Chaos Rings. We go Chaos. Finally, we're gonna turn in at Tyrael. Been too long. Something level. I've got which activity in mind. There's the Hell Hellworms will always open a Chaos Rift, which means another way for them to kill me. Hellworms are always called for Bloodseekers. I don't know, I didn't choose that. I do this so people around me get orbs even if I don't need them. Or we could just be like, yeah, well, I'm gonna do something else. I guess I go this way. I will get the one that protects cinders. We are Necro, we have a bit of a squishiness to us. We have a lot of bartering coins, yeah? Over 500 between these two. Sheesh. Anyway. We want to do another one of these. So understood we haven't messed with. Helltide. Helltide. Destroy the bush. Helltide. Helltide. Helltides. Okay. Infernal Hordes. I thought I was understating. Nope, with Hordes. On a 12? No, not what I want to do. Let's go back to... There we go. Now we can actually at least kill a little bit more recently. A little bit. Let's go. Billy Desecrators. Awkward. Bit ratty there. A little bit. Alright. Now we got Masters have a chance to reform. Masters Ether Fiends. Let's go with the Fiends here. No, that's gonna be another one I was trying to cast on the move. Let's go. I'm not used to it actually knowing my class name and not just calling me the Mother's Traitor. Oh my god, Warlock and Paladin. The clock could be shooting really far away and doing damage to those, but then the things up close to me would be like right up in that, and I don't hit any of them. Whoops. It's fine. This is fine. I can damage my bodies, you guys are good. Took it as fast as I wanted them to. The dangers of dogs. Here. Those souls. Good. There we are. What do we have now? We've got we'll start ether mass. Then it's spawn faster, the butcher. I'll take the fastest events. That's exciting. You're not fully clearing them currently. Like, oh, that's fine. It's fine. There's a gun. There's water that looked at us and just kind of like, no. It's just not interested. Granted, I think that's a changing position for some reason. Over this there. Okay, what do we want? Careful. Down. Hey, look at the Raiders! I am vibing with some Shadow Necro of all things today. How's the stream making dough? What's that? Raid. 1 month. 1 month away from BlizzCon, crew. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it today. If the red spawned faster, you're gonna do that one again? I guess I'll do that one again. If it would stop consuming corpses, I'm trying to click F before actually being able to interact. A shout out for making dough. I'm gonna hang out with another Diablo partner, an awesome dude. There you go. This blade right there. Yeah, catch up with everybody. Get this. Bandage, cool, and rotters. So what do we think they're gonna announce for D4 and others? Do I have any guesses? I know everyone keeps asking me, and I'm just like, I'm team. Usually I don't get my hopes up too high, so I won't be disappointed. I just like go with the flow. Whatever they give me, I'm sure it'll be hype. It'll be awesome. No worries. But people have their theories and have their ideas. Some come through. Another class. I wouldn't mind, but I don't know. We just had 2. We just had a DLC. I don't even know they'll announce a DLC for us. No. I would like to see something from D4 and other media, like an animated series or something like that. That'd be pretty legit. Right here. You just talked about it. What do you think? What do you think? Roll. Shadow and chance. Okay, this again. You think a 5-second clip for D5? You think they're gonna announce D5 already? They'll confirm that it's happening? I mean, I could see that. I would think that even if they did do that, though, it'd be a long way off. It would just be one of those, like, it's happening. And that's you know, about all we would get. I could see a roadmap, a reasonable roadmap. That'd be pretty legit. I don't know how much they would show about it other than that, but it seems okay. Expansion a year for the next 2. I would like it to go back to an expansion a year. Waiting 2 was not the best feeling. Honestly, it was not the best feeling. Seems legit. Seems legit. The D5 2030 is what you're thinking? Yeah, I think it'd be one of those things where, at earliest, it would be 3+ years, I would think. I would think. You know, usually they wait for how many? 10+? We're definitely not that far into this one, but they did say, I was saying yesterday how I believe they were mentioning that it won't take as long to see D5. Who knows? Who knows? Let's knock on wood and all that sort of deal. We'll be there, right? We'll be there. Whenever it comes. Sign us out. Good. Ether, I am, but right here. All the zig and the zag on this Necro. Yeah. At some point they did say that they wanted a shorter time. I don't know the exact quote, but I have seen that around a lot. Yeah, right. Masses. If you want a 2-hour movie, every Diablo game along with the game takes time. I mean, that's true, right? They do a lot of cinematics. Hey, I'll sway. Let's go. There's that Lurk Midnight. How are we doing here? Torment activity. Here now too. Right now, I'm playing a damage over time Necro, and the damage over time on it would have scaled better if I had done some of these affixes in a different way. So we'll have to think about doing that. I want it to go up higher. It's gone all the way to 11. We are doing this on a 10. Not quite sufficient in 12 on the Bloodlance. Shadow Bloodlance is super J. After all. Like, I was looking around to see what other people are doing with like Shadow Necros and Mobile Linux. I'm like, done. Like, unless you were doing minions. And I was like, oh, okay. That seems about right. That seems about right. Here we are. Rebel all the way. Good. Look here. Got more where that came from. Of course, we don't have enough to go and see Bartok. That's okay. We're just here to just completely war plan to progress the plans anyway. Necro, you want to pop a lot. It is Blood Wave. Although Blood Wave these days, when I have everything going for it, it looks a lot like Blood Surge. So I'd actually probably like it more than I've liked Blood Wave in the past. I'm really like a huge Blood Wave person. Other than one season when we had, it's like the Honor, like the Bone Spirit one or something like that, where it was a bit cooler, I think, than other times. These days, Blood Wave is different. Thank you, sweet dreams. Thank you again for bringing everybody fire naked. Okay, we got Helltide Harvest again. I just can't escape. And it is a fresh one. It just popped up a minute ago. So perfect. We're going. Need more boxes, need more keys. I burned all my Reaper. I don't know all, but a lot of my Reaper keys yesterday. To 80 again. It's pretty good. We were trying to estimate what we think is going to be announced at BlizzCon. I would make a note saying here's guess is that they're gonna show us a little bit of D5. Now, I don't know anything about any of that, but I see it outside the realm of possibility. This game's been out for quite a few years. We know how long development takes. It could very well already be in the works and they have a little something possible. I was trying to teleport, but I guess I just want to click more instead. 2 times. Like 2040? Nah. They said they wanted it sooner than they usually do. So, under 10 years since the release of this game is possible. Possible. You know their track record? Oh. I know a lot of people when it comes to BlizzCon. Every time there's a BlizzCon, they want something from StarCraft. They expect something from StarCraft. I know the internet will be very, very upset if we don't get some sort of StarCraft, but I feel like that's what they've been helping for like all other times, and you know how often that happens. And then even when it does, we kind of know how it goes, so hopefully it won't be like that. If they do anything like that, it'll be very tragic, very tragic. Hopefully the people get what they want. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind some StarCraft or something. I don't know if I really feel an RTS these days in any shape or form, but I like the world of StarCraft, so it would be alright. I have no idea what WoW types are anticipating. Every time I've tried to play WoW, I don't usually stick with it very long, so I'm not very first person when it comes to WoW things and like Overwatch and that. Never played. And I have known to stay away from Hearthstone because I know when it comes to card type things, I will spend all the money and do nothing with the cards. I will just collect the cards, and that's not maybe the most ideal. So I've never done that either. So a lot of the Blizzard stuff, although I know it by reputation, of course, I don't really play them all that much. I'm gonna take that one there. I play the hell out of Warcraft 2, though. As a kid, I played a lot of Warcraft, Warcraft 2, StarCraft, StarCraft 2, all that kind of deal. A lot. And then I discovered at some point after that MMORPGs, and then there was really no turning back for me as far as like where I put my time. So I fell out of love with RTSs for the most part. And then at one point I got really into playing the mobile ones. And don't even get me started on playing the mobile ones, but those of you who have played it, and you know the problem with those. You buy power. You just straight up buy power. They give you the big number go up when you swipe, and it goes up basically unlimitedly. And then you get to delete everybody around you who didn't do all the swiping, so that can get addicting. So yeah, we don't do that anymore either. That's what I think they like to say. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do that. It was fun while it lasted. Too fun. Too fun. The last RTS kind of experience I had of all those mobile ones. So you would expect if they went the RTS route, it would probably be closer to that than not. And the wild thing is, if it was like that, then I could play it. It was more like the more sweaty kind of deal. That is what people would actually want, so I probably wouldn't touch it. I related that first like that, but it was just like check and do a little farming and like a peacetime kind of old server in RTS games on mobile. Those are okay when it's not super competitive and everybody's chasing each other's wallets. Your first major PC game owned a Mac back in the day, and there weren't too many games for Macs back then. That's true. That's true. I need 250 so I gotta open the mystery box here is what we're working on, and also getting things for favor because boxes. So. It's kind of ironic. It's like I'm the person who will often have boxes left over that I don't open every season, but I also, when it comes to the Whisper ones, I'll chase those. It's just the bounty ones in most seasons are not that enticing to me after a point. This season, they are enough because they help me dodge the bosses and get the boss material at the same time. It's a weird situation. It's like everything I love and hate in one go, but at least I open them now. Oh, hang out here a little bit. Out the stairs. Rippers. More looking good. I'll chill here for a moment. It's fine. On. Not explosives. Coming all through. There's no lines anymore. I guess it is just a torment tent, so it's a little bit hard to get some juice. You can just drop me on the fire. We do alright. We do alright. Let's fire enchant. Don't stand there. I got topped by one of those earlier today and lost almost everything I did. Practically. Thanks. Okay, so I got that 250. We have to find where the box is. I wish I could see it. We're just doing the overlay. A lot of the time, as thankful as I am to have the overlay, it feels like it's not ever enough. Like, they gave us something that is just shy of what I needed for it to be something I use a lot. Because it feels like anytime I need something, it's like just outside the overlay's range. Because I don't have that arrow key shift like I would in PRE, PRE2. It's a bit a mess. Maybe one day we could get it. That'd be nice. I'd be for that. And then I'm used to cycling tab for my map. This game doesn't have it that way either. So I really could do that. Anyway, I have another Helltide Harvest 750. I forgot. Okay, we go again. Get right there. Leave that alone. As far as RTS, like old school RTS goes, I also really liked Age of Empires, Command and Conquer, and I think there was another one as well that was really good. And in some ways, I think I like some. Oh, Total Annihilation. Total Annihilation, I think was my favorite a whole lot. Here. Command and Conquer was too just like straight military vibes for me, so I didn't really feel all that much. Annihilation has lots of robot type stuff, and the aircraft in that hit different. I love just spamming like brawlers and watching them dogfight things. That was great. And like, I had the big Bertha railgun. You could shoot people across the map. That was fun. Got it. Cinders. Okay. Here we are. Eventually I got into things like EverQuest and whatnot. No time for anything but no time. Bloodseekers. I think the first MMO RPG kind of thing I ever played was actually Raw Online, Rail Online. I think it's like this is like a Java game or something, but it was basically a knockoff of old Zelda, like the past and what it looked like. But it had a lot of like custom pixel art that you could make yourself and then like submit it to the dev team and they would upload it to you. Like what avatar you wanted. And it had PvP. It was actually pretty sweaty PvP too. Like we would just like spend all day, every day for whatever many hours just racking up kills, and kill counts were on your profile. So we knew who had the most around. And generally it was me. Surprise, it would be me. Some things start really early. And then I was in middle school when I played that game. Lost game. Same around that area. We can do the quest things too. I never got into Ultima Online. And then Dark Age of Camelot I got into like really late for its run. A lot of all those. Right here. I don't see my damage numbers. After a certain point, I'd rather be able to see what's going to explode on me so I don't die, especially on Necro. So I don't usually have the numbers up unless it's just like the first initial test on that first character on the Warlock. We usually leave it up for a little bit, but after a while it just makes I feel. Especially this sort of thing. Okay, then here. Cool. Okay, that one's gonna get exploded, that one's gonna get caught by. We have 375. These things right now, I'm gonna be pretty careful, otherwise we're gonna lose half of those cinders. I don't have them protected yet. Bit early in this one's war plan run. Careful. 3 pounds, should do well. Got it. Sure. Out of its tuning. Okay. Sure. 3 pounds, good. And there, and there. That's gonna explode, I'm gonna deal. Here already got it sorted. Mortar. Find more of this. Exactly. Sort of things there, so at this point I pick up much. I guess so. We got the 750 to do, so I don't know that counts. And then I had the mystery box on this side already, so that puts me out. If I want another one, it's on the left. We can do that, and we'll keep farming over on the other side after. Pretty sure I haven't opened one yet. never worked with me here. Nice rats, but nope. I also like the turn-based strategy games, like Civilization. Those are pretty legit. And I remember buying Civ 5, I guess they have 6 or whatever at this point, and I only played it once and realized these days I don't have the patience for turn-based things the same anymore. The exception of Baldur's Gate 3, I just, nah, not it anymore. Even like the Asian turn-based ones, they don't last for me long. I was playing Honkai, like Star Rail, every day for like maybe a month, not too long ago, and I built up enough resources so I could get like my Gilgamesh that they're running now, and his card, and I have that, and then I didn't play again after I got it, so I completed the missions. Okay, cool, whenever I wanted to play him, and he's there, that's it. So turn-based anything for me just, I don't know, doesn't sit quite real well. Probably been playing so much of this, to be honest. They're so free, always spamming constantly. How could you ask me to like stop a second and pay attention to what I'm reading? No, that's not for us. That's not for us. So always like Civilization. Granted, as a kid, I didn't understand it all that well. Like, my favorite thing was if you progress so far, you get to like choose the design of the palace kind of things. Like, that was my carry on stick to play that game. We get to choose the next side of the palace, which makes no sense because they had like 3 different styles, I think, in like the original Civ or Civ 2, whatever it was. And naturally, you're just gonna choose one and go with the same one the whole way unless you're just crazy. And I was not particularly crazy. I just matched them up, so there was really not all that much to it. But I remember enjoying that way too much. Way too much. Spit here. Stay that way. We got Robbie Rob. You're still there. Horde or Alliance? I don't know if we've ever gone through that with you before. I think most people know my answer already. You're out here long enough so you can't just guess. Robbie Raw favors between those. I'm always surprised how many people actually are the other side. I'm gonna spoil it for those who don't know. They want to guess which one it is, but how we doing? 480. I mean, more than that. Complete this event. It's gonna hurt. Don't want to do that. No, thank you. You dirty rat. Do this. The realm breaker. There. So actually gave me a box. That's neat. I can't always do WASD because of the M1 having the corpus consumption, but if I don't put it there, the odds are I won't maintain it as well anyway. Done. Fortunately, of course, if we were still grinding to the 300 and already have it, doing it on Farmer King, that would be enough for me. So if we have to do it on Necro, we'd obviously be done with. Like, don't need to worry about that. Here we are. I want mystery boxes, so that's over there. Getting closer to getting what we need. If I don't get caught on corners, this is the best way to travel. Pretty epic. There we are. I was gonna say, like, get down to the down. I had to evade out of the corner. Gross. I'll be back for you. I still am interested in maybe playing actual Sever. Think about it. Yep. 3 you. Well, but this mysteries now. I got hammers, Kingslayers, Lair Key. Professor, Terror, Staffing. Goes to that. Okay, what are you doing for me? zooming around, I do have an armor box up here. Take some shots. Booze. I don't have enough rolling going on. Do I really need that prison? I don't need the prison roller, I put it anyway. Oh, it's fine. Stubborn. Somewhere. Monsters have been events. Gonna offer cinders. See. Good. Water. Got you. Elevators. Good. Back this way. I have a tear to do. Fine. Great house. Okay, we have enough cinders to do what we need to do, just a matter of finding boxes to do it with. This would be wrap though. Oh, they're great house. Chill with this. Things too dangerous on there. Who's gonna explode on me if we're happy with that? We're happy with that. Teams. Okay. See why anyone would use that if they weren't a warlock. Kind of a weird deal. Some things have utility enough that if you're not the class, it's like, okay, cool, I'll use that. Like, see, everyone's rolling around with a bulwark these days. The grid, if you can't get it to scale and do all this extra stuff, follow you, it's a bit of a weird one. It's like, what am I gonna do with a dark prison? Although it looks cool, it's very strange. You know, sit there and like intentionally stand in choke points and do a little bit of corralling. Who would play this game that way? I guess early on in its existence, whenever damage wasn't like popping off something ridiculous, we maybe would have thought the game would be a little more strategic like that. And then like PoE 2 has some elements of trying to be a little bit sweaty like that. But I feel like their community also wants to pull away from it as well. So we really seem to like this in action RPGs. If you really wanted to be that thoughtful, maybe the Souls-like games are like this. But I never really into those. You always ask me, yeah, would you do that? You'd probably be pretty good at it. It's like, sure, but would I enjoy it? I don't know. I have to probably get into a lot of things. There's still grind involved, but beating my head against bosses and learning their mechanics as much as it seems like I would like that, because I will entertain it in this game here and there. I don't really think I would make a whole deal of it. I can get into that. That's some layer keys. Next box, we got more up here. What do I need? Less than 200 now. Can't go that way. Can't go that way either. I am not capable of teleport. There we go. That's my path forward. Sure. Sometimes I forget I have corpse central. I think they're all cooldown whenever I got corpses. Think about it. As a pole, keep shooting them in the bloodlands and kind of find their targets on them. I get one, I get the rest gradually off of the auto shot. Our flesh ripper didn't get to stay around very long, did they? So we do the gift for chest armor thing. Now what? 3 of 4. I want to do jewelry box next. Did I run out of resource? I did. How did this happen? This doesn't usually happen much. I keep spamming when I didn't have target keys. There you go. Better. The difference between the blight pool and the whatever other pool we have going on is not that much, is it? What a strange deal. All the shadow stuff kind of blends together. 179. I suppose the blood stuff's blending together too, if you got blood wave looking like blood surge. Ooh. Extra cinders that I don't actually need. I got to destroy the butcher next. So, listen, we'll go to town. I will try the butcher on 10. I don't know what that's gonna look like. I haven't done a lot of bosses solo here. I think I have to go lower to get it done or something. We shall see. Oh. 10 this time. Oh, they couldn't interrupt me this time. Take that. Running the spider because I want to run a spider, which doesn't exactly match the rest of this, does it? Oh well, too bad. How does one stay awake? Well, that's a different answer for everybody. For me, it's just get super addicted to other things and obviously no time for sleep. No time. Rolls are not the prettiest. Oh, I need that right now unless I want to chase transfigs. Right. Butcher is the last one of those to do. Did I get some level ups of things? Yeah, I did. This bit. Yeah, clear. Yes.
Step up to my anvil.
Don't need that. Don't need that. Good that junk. Good enough. Let's go see the butcher and see how it works out. Okay. Here we are again. Right now there are a lot of like pixel survival games, like all sorts of little indie games that I think I would like to play, but then every time I think about it, it's like, when am I gonna get time for that? I gotta grind this, I gotta grind whatever else no time. Never enough time. But every time I look at Steam, I was like, I want that. I want that. Try not to be the sort who collects tons of games that they don't play. Although I have a fair share, I'm sure I'm doing better on that front than probably a lot of I don't do the single player game thing basically at all. I know well enough not to. You can try it. Ooh, this is rough. I'm gonna get potions in time for this one. So I don't have Undying on me currently. I could solve a lot of my survivability problems when it comes to these by having that, which is change amulets. I did transfig on these already, so yeah, we're gonna have to change amulets. I have one in my inventory right now that I picked up. Didn't I? No, I didn't keep it. I was like, wait, like that one didn't play with I have other ones. Enjoy the nap, monsters. Even there. This. Let's see, fire's coming. There's fire coming that way. I'm getting lasered. Hold him in there. For 10 though. He's not great for resource return by the looks of it either. It's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Get to go and walk through these. Here. A little dance, gonna get me my resource back gradually, sure. That's a good moment for the WASD. So earlier, which one I use, and there's both, and instances like that, we all love the WASD. Alright, move over here. Is that way? Yes, I do. Okay, more. Staying out the way. Almost. Now I gotta do the thing again. Gotta do the thing. Here's this. Also wait for it to come to me, as long as there's no fire coming, but the fire is coming, so oh no. No, it's not good. Okay. Ooh, caught me. She can't hear me, but she can read you guys. That one was close. Putting on the rusted dirk will not help here because 582% of the damage that I was dealing is probably pretty solid on the damage over time, right? If I wanted to try it, do I have one on me? I do have one on me. Yeah, science. I'm pretty sure the one's better, just gradual. I'll say finds their whack. Okay. It feels like it comes out not much different here, does it? I'll stay in the circle that I want to stay in. functional. Resources definitely an issue on bosses for this one if they don't die fast. Also don't generate a lot of corpses in this kind of situation. There's some when I pass the prison that do spawn though. Don't have essence return on the consumption. I can switch my... I guess I can switch my minions out and go to the corpse explosion. That's on top of that too. And chill in here. Let's go that way and that way. This one, that one, that one. Go here. For that to go through, and then he's doing more fiery things. Rude. Over here. Blast this reap. Heat up again. Yeah, that fire. That hurts. Do the thing again. What is this? I've never even seen this phase. What the hell? I don't usually have to do this many mechanics. What is this monstrosity? Like, this doesn't even have an escape. Excuse me? He has a dire face. Yeah. Has anyone else ever seen that? I suppose maybe we would have seen it in the Blood Start season if Barbarian wasn't so busted that season too. We had Barbarians. Yeah, I've never actually seen that laser phase. It was wild. Mechanics, imagine playing mechanics. Apparently we do that here. That's why people come through and say, like, oh, you can play Dark Souls games. Be alright. Alright. Well, good news. Zoe will go and click it eventually. Hey, Tyrael, give me stuff. Alright, so, how are we doing here? I got Hellwares, a few maggots. We can do that for the people, but no, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do that. And now my cinders are safe, because it's not like I need the worms anyway. We like the pit right now. Obviously we haven't done. Go kill the Harbinger. They're gonna play more mechanics. And Hordes did not go super well for me earlier. Let's just... There you go. Those are manageable. Interesting symbols you got there, friend. Let's do the pit thing. We're just doing nice. 111 to 90. And away we go. Oh, spidery goodness. Oh, mortars. Got you there. You silly lurkers. Mortars is okay. I'm gonna hit you. Another hose coming to chase me down. Let's see if that's something on me. It doesn't. Oh god. Go over here. Mortars. Hey now, stop this nonsense. Something kinda hurt more than I thought it was going to. Coconut ice sculptures. That's why I always love Hoarfrost Demise. You get to break those two groups of frozen enemies every time you go in there at the entrance. And it's like such a dumb thing, and I loved it. I loved it. Butcher said, check this out. I got lighting. I got fire lasers that don't have gaps to eat this. Lightning. And other explosive. Right? Yeah, right? You never see that. Never see that. Voltage. Rude. Pop there. Nonsense. Alright. to the next floor we go. Necro's pregnant worse than people confirm. Wow. Wow. Okay. Alright, let's start rolling for ya. Good. There's something like that. Next one right here. Pretty good. We're going this way. Big maggots. All of that. Here. Over here. And some little shot in the dick. Look at those bugs. Look at them. Tear here. Aha, that hurt. That stings. You. And you. Cool, cool. Delivery pounds. Let's see these. I don't want to get caught up in all of that right away. It's fine. Maggoty goodness. Water. Maggoty young. I want diet tear. Since I'm fighting here, I may as well get the most out of my time. Stay in the circle. My glyphs around like 70, just under 80. Yep. And here. That was a wild zigzag again. Ooh. Yeah, they're not too terrible. Good enough. And stay here. Technically, probably could drop some of the ones I have and then trade them out for other things. I could trans. Right now, we're not crit. I am scaled damage over time, but I probably should just go for the shadow damage. And then look to the corrupting off of the stat. But again, I don't have the sweaties to gear for all that at the moment. Nuggets. Okay, so what are you gonna do over here? What are you gonna do? A shot. Deal. That one's okay. The wiener there's gotta go. Nice. Artillery. Is fine. Now we're here. We'll do all of that. Those maggots coming for me. What a strange thing to do. There's the boss. Chunk out of you, friend. You see it all. Just divine father. Just a guardian. Alright. See if you manage to wiggle. True. The glyphs are true. Interesting response. Oh, okay. Necro's bringing the worst out of people. Okay. That makes more sense. They're all about 80. Good. We did the thing. That makes more sense. Like, what? My glyphs are true. Oops. Okay. So let's get a box. You can't even delete your own message. No editing on Twitch. No, no, no. You're gonna have to live with it. No, these are trash. Why did you do this? Because I pressed F. That's what I get for having to interact with F today. I'm doing it too much. Oh. Alright. Give me a quick repair. Mistakes may have happened. Oh, no, maybe not. Get rid of these. Didn't check those gloves are, but it's a fate, that's why. That's where I set a title today. was actually looking around the ones I don't have before stream, and there is one here that is Lover. And apparently it comes from a side quest around somewhere, so at some point I should do that. Just because I usually run around with my Necro named Yandere boyfriend, it would make sense for him. But we don't actually have that as his name this time, for once, so no rush. In other words, what am I running instead? Insatiable. Insatiable. Insatiable what? Sailor? Savior? Salvation? Scavenger? An insatiable scavenger? Scoundrel? I feel like being an insatiable scoundrel. I don't know why, it just seems right. Insatiable scoundrel. This is not the right title for a character named Octavian, but here we are. I'm gonna reactivate this so I know what we're doing, but let's just do a blank. Mermaid 10 Undercity. Bok is still broken. How would Bok still be broken? Do I need to go and put that, like, bring it to the devs directly? Like, hey, I know I don't ask for much, but Bok is broken. Please, please fix the Bok. Over here. Poison, Grapnel. This thing's infesting me. Okay, left. Alright, I can get more time. I don't really think I need it on this unless I continue to go into walls as much as I do, which I mean, Necro using Reap kind of overloaded. The freeze amount is wild. Like, that range is kind of extra. There too. Nice. That one and this one will be over this way. The portal. Maybe. It's all about that unlimited void. Those? Something like that. It's like are the equivalent. I can't remember like which one it is. But I put on my lock all the time. What do you want? What do you want? There, that's the one. That's the one I want. And another. Got tagged. This one got tagged. All the tags, all the time. One on the right, still not done. There it is. Now has this shield, I don't need to worry about it. Let's go finish this up before I go Grand Sphere begin. There's Goblin. I don't have the extra thing for it. That one's already cooked. You can run around if he wants, but it should already kill him. Right. See with that, I'm sure a lot. Famaru is locked in with Rebirth. It's my warlock name forever now. I think we're gonna go back to the Yandere on the Necro though. I didn't save it from last season, so I'll just have to make a fresh one next season. Rebirth it from then on out. I have Barbaros already made this season, so I guess Barbaros is my lock-in for Barbarian. I have Sinclair for the Tally, which I'm pretty partial to, that might stick. What's my rogue this season? I don't think I put the pretty iconic one on rogue, so I'll have to put something else. We got Halle Berry right now on Druid, but I think I might like the Bolda more, so we might go back to Bolda Winfrey for the rebirthing system. Spiritborn is usually Famine these days, which makes sense. I do think it is Famine again this season, so that one will get rebirthed as well. My Sorcerer is Barry Manilow. I think that's a keeper. That one's pretty iconic. I also used to use Danny DeHito, but I think the Barry Manilow works no matter what build is popular, so of course Barry gets to stay. Right here, do I prefer Bolden? Bolda Winfrey? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay, go down here. Give me that. Retire of you, Warlock. I lied. You're not sure you okay with that one again. You do, Warlock, this time. 4 out of 4. Let's go. Perfect. So, Fawn is here. Hello. Spider-Man point of view. Yeah. Probably not it. A spare deer to sacrifice, though. Oh, I had an itch and I let her go into mechanics. This is my favorite mechanic in the whole game. Like the matching the colors to the waves. So we'll just say it's all part of the plan. Yeah, right. Sailor Saturn. Green peppers. Harvard your hatred. Okay, back to mechanics that we never see again. I know, because I sat here and just kind of like procrastinated and listened to the music and Timmy's for hours. I was sitting in like prep phase for hours, which is abnormal. Not great, but you know, that's how it went, and then that's how I ended up being here still on stream while Fawn is just getting home. Mama Taters is saying hello to Fawn and Ori over on the YouTube side. We'll see this Harbinger if I don't lag to death. That'll be great. Yep, we do plan on doing the Saturday Baldur's Gate 3 thing. Since we have Fawn here, we can hold him, Bay, whatever we want to say. Yeah, alright, so Fawn is good. We just gotta make sure Sovereign is with it. And that's where our Saturday Baldur's Gate 3 streams are on Fawn's channel. If you ever wonder, like, where does stream on Saturdays? Does it usually stream on Saturdays? Like, technically, yes. It's just right now, while it's later in the season, we're kind of chilling. We're kicking it over to Fawn to do basically my variety streams. I don't yap as much. You don't see me on camera, but I'm there. I'm there, and you get to hear from some of the other crew, like Zoe and Fawn. And actually, right now, we're doing Baldur's Gate 3 with my dad. My dad is over there, and he actually does the yapping for me, and you will see where I get it from. We haven't been over there while we do that. It's an experience. 1 p.m. ESTs on Saturdays. Fawn has been on schedule for the last few times, so that should stick. Careful. I can actually break these, even though I don't do the accurate thing. Probably safe to do the accurate thing. Careful. Oh no, doing the thing. There you go. Took that shot. We'll do this. I actually like this little mechanic too. I still like the match the colors of the wave on the Lear fight more, but it's pretty. So, good job for this one. Oh, not to mention, his music is pretty dramatic. Get out of that. He is easily the butcher for us, by the looks of it. Almost got him. Oh, I gotta go one more phase. I wonder, is that a forced thing I could do? Or, I know I can skip it these days. I was just shy. Just shy. I gotta do it again and not die. Oh, well, that's damage over time, alright. Oh, he's almost out of prison. Let's go. Come on, after rat. No, I gotta wait all the way damage over time. Okay, cool. That. Alright, let's go do the thing. You've been early to being late. Something like that, yeah. Whoops. Yeah, this takes the protecting ones out first there. Let's get another round of Akarat, because I'm gonna get this unless my damage is good enough on those portals these days. Don't have to wait on it though. Do this thing. Alright. Let's do the thing. Mechanics that we like typically in this game, but they went alright. On Saturday, Ori will be awake to join. That's her plan. We shall see. Okay, good, good. Nightmare Dungeons next. I haven't done a single one of those today yet. Let's go. Kinda. That's true. This would be about the time we'd be doing that. Because Nightmare Dungeon. Do I have one I actually want to do, or are we just gonna take whatever we got? Do you want to go see Astro? Not really. Let's go do this for favor. I don't need Forgotten Wisdom, but take boxes. Like boxes.
It's quiet.
Okie dokie.
I like it.
This way. You want to stay sitting for another hour. See which one wins out. Saturday at green light. There's soft. See? There you go. Confirmed. So Baldur's Gate 3 is a go on Saturday. Everybody's coming. So Sovereign came in. That means Mama Regalis is probably the one actually watching. There you go. That's usually how it works. Because Zoe, you can do the thing live. You do the thing live. Go ahead and hit that blast wave. And I want to do that curse, so we're gonna go ahead and hit this split with those. Graphic letter, no thank you. Not the monologuing. That's what I do. Not for me. Okay. Don't need the well. Usually if I see a Forgotten Wisdom though, I just go ahead and touch it. I was here. See? Done. Alright. Shout out present family regalas from Zoe. Let's go. Flip. You want that one? No, it's not the key. That also does not the key. So where are we going? Southwest? Southwest. Flip it. There's my key. Tailors. Okay, so we're here. Like that. We're gonna flip that door open and see what's going on otherwise. Over here, we're going. There's marauder types. Banshees! I don't need to kill all you, but I like to keep shooting as I go along so I don't get popped. Animus carries. Okay, so that's what we gotta do now. Like and terror. Take a few shots and it gets done. They give us a lot more animus per kill than these two. They're truncated so much over the course of this game. It just seems like every season they do a little bit more. Alright. What? My better blood is erupting. Well, we were establishing earlier how everyone was taking alignment tests like Dungeons and Dragons style. And I was saying how bad, of course, says neutral good is like us. So that's the best one. It's the most even, most fair. Every time I've taken the test, I have never gotten neutral good. That's not what it comes up for me. But a lot of these guys in the chat, they took it and that's what they got. So my chatter is better people than I am. So indeed, maybe indeed my family also has better blood than I do. Neutral goody two shoes, yeah. There's a lot of you. Out here. That's alright. We welcome all types, even if they're goody two-shoes. Okay, Animus is the Animus herd. I don't want to kill any more of those. I got that bloodlust though, I can't help it. Right. Well, taking a test, maybe they should send you the one you're with. Ooh. Boss is already dead, just doesn't know it yet. And then it popped like that. I'm looking at it, it's like, I'm not absolutely sure the mechanic or what I'm doing with it's doing that, to be honest with you. Is it on the set charm? That would be over here. Okay, set charm. Deal increased shadow damage. Enemies who are corrupted or frostbitten for more than the rain left are permanently vulnerable. Weekend slowed. Take 50% increased damage from you and are figured every 5 seconds. Didn't really do anything there. It's not on that. I don't think it's on the Bloodless, is it? 800 times you damage with darkness skills, all nearby enemies are figures, freezes. Nope, it doesn't do it there either. I don't think it has anything on the skill tree either. I don't know. I don't know. Been spit 6. He says it's turn-based game bad mouthing. Are we the only one I play these days and I really stick with is Baldur's Gate 3. So it is what it is. And then as a kid, Baldur's Gate wanting to, technically, although it was turn-based, it felt like it wasn't. Unless you wanted it to be. You could set it 2 different ways. So I always played it on like the more live action way. So Baldur's Gate of my childhood wasn't even turn-based. It wasn't. Now they committed to the turn-based only. It does give some opportunities for the game that weren't possible before with the other system I wanted to. So I get it. I get why they went with that. But there's sometimes I do this. Swing at things. You'd like to get your chaotic streak card? You don't know, like Jaywalk War or something? Oh, big toes. Yes, I do think Dad has played some Divinity. He's probably played more than I have. Fawn played quite a bit of it, and he wasn't as into it for whatever reason. But I think for Fawn, it shows his age. So when Divinity 3 comes out, I think Fawn would be much more interested in it than he was into. I played very little of it, and I was like okay with it, but that game has so much and so long. I don't even know like where to start. I can't really focus on those things if it's by myself, so I have to play it in a group. You gonna enjoy your blood surge, Necro, after this pit? Sure, you can come do the pit with me. You're probably gonna destroy what I'm doing, but that's okay. I don't want to try Ignite South. I've always heard varying things. So I'll play that one too. It was less than the Baldur's Gate at home. Yeah, see, Pop was not a big fan of Divinity. Yeah, I think that was the problem for Fawn. That's why also he probably isn't that interested in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 in their current state, but I've heard that they are making remakes from those. And then Fawn will play them then, I'm sure. Hi, I'm Evelyn. I miss her. She's coming back and they're doing a remake. Baldur's Gate 1. Was she in 2? I don't remember what that storyline was like, if she was there or not, but some spoilers anyway, I guess. A lot of people out there probably haven't even played it and they'll wait for the remakes. Here we are going this side. The night side's voice is enjoyable. I like it, alright. Phantoms, good. Channeling. This. Oh, cool. Here, and right again. Grapple Phantom. Elite. Oh, that's got some fire on it right there. Good, it's frozen. Oh, that's a bad shot. That was such a bad shot. Fine, the other things will get hit, and the other Bloodlands, the auto ones will hit it. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Card-based turn combat. With Zoe cosmetic included. It's got her hair, is what you're saying? Can confirm it has her hairstyle. Got it, good. I'll go ahead and grab your blast wave. Over here again. Did you see Lily? What do you mean? Is there a Lilith-esque character over there? Flyers. Yeah, that's like first thing that needs to happen. Is there an appropriate hairstyle for Zoe to enjoy the game? If yes, then okay. She'll go for it. Spark flasher. Good. Hey, stop it. Your mages. Go, vinyl child types. And what do we need now? I get that. Do repair for you. And we're out here to my right. Give me kids. Okay. actual Lilith? For I mean, Lilith can be used anywhere, can't she? It's not 100% Diablo style Lilith and how she's presented, but all Lilith. I see. Interesting. Feedars. It's near. Hello. Oh, a shotgun right into the wall. Interesting. Interesting. You probably don't have to change it much to get away with that, because, you know, Lilith. Good name. Good deal. Sever getting caught on things. She's a lot more green. Interesting. Green Lilith, I can get behind that. Right? Yeah, you know me and green, I could do that. I could do that. Like Wicked Witch of the West kind of green. Here's done. Let's go. Looking all around. And there's the boss. Lord Bellow. Add a little bit, and I need to dry here. At that, I got too cocky. Ground effects stack really hard in one spot. That is ridiculous how many stack right there, in fact. There's a way to wreck a Necro, alright. I went right back into it too. That's not a good plan. That's not a good plan. Here we go. A lot of free cast. Pretty alright. Damages. Health is done. How long has it been out? I think $2. How many hours of gameplay do they think is in that? Boom. Nice. Look at this. And then how doing on this front? Towards 80 EV. Wow. Yeah. It's been around for a while. For those kind of games that has that much content, I guess I get it. Some sort of sense, for sure, for sure. Okay, she sent me the Lilith pic. Go and look, see here. It actually really does look like her by a lot. Now, I gotta figure out how am I gonna pull out. I guess this is fine. Here. It does look a bit like Lilith, doesn't she? Wait a bit. Okay. So. Accept. That is speed. Crit damage. Don't need this. It's gonna get rid of those things. We go again since we got another Necro. See what the 11 looks like. He's on that blood wave, so it should be a breeze. Also, see, I was sent the GTA remix we were talking about before. What is going on here? See, so that blood wave flash that looks like blood surge. Pretty crowded. I know, right? We just popped into a party and we weren't invited. That's what they get. I've never seen the Herald spawn like that. I've seen like all sorts of demons, but the Heralds when they do that is quite striking. Okay, that's fine. Self tendrils. That's what wave looks like now. Yeah. So it makes you wonder, why does blood surge even exist? It's just gonna make blood wave the surge. That's pretty much here. Okay. West. Got more here. Okay, by me. Little brave hound that way. Alright. So now I got the little blast layer for you. Clearing these pretty thoroughly. There's more. Good. There's more here. There we go. This way, we got a little bit of the later. No, too bad. You brush your teeth. No more coffee. The store is closed. Go here. The progressor, lightning enchanted with that flash must go. There and there. Got up here a door. Enjoy your 3 points. Nobody's won today, have they? Oh, hi. It's this guy. You see, there's the waves. Winning is losing. Yes. And then there goes Zoe. Wow. Gambling this channel is just a big no. Everybody losing. There we are. Take that and that. And now we got more here. To amplify. We go again. And the losers duel, who will win? I don't know. Who will? Ori. Alright, give me the box and we'll go again.
It is done.
Apparently, I completed my war plan. I didn't even know. Didn't even know.
Come. Let us plan our
Okay, I'm just gonna grab whatever. Not actually looking to do that right now. I'll just set it up so it's sorted. And then we'll go here. No, Ori, no. Don't do it. But you were both down. Is that even a problem if both people are down? Epic armed necros. Armored necros. Weird. Fine. This way, when we first meet. Shotlands. Nope. We heard that blast wave next. Hold on. Right. So yeah, this came from Time Walker Ridge, and then we're here. I mean, this is true. So you were both on the same level. So you were both down. Somebody's getting stepped on, so the other one can come back up. That's how it goes. Alright. Our next thing. Yep. To jail. To jail. Oh, that was really loud potion that I wasn't doing anything with. Take it. Good enough. Got to it. Sending me to jail. Oh, I own the place. I do. Then. Right. Tear moment. Please. Sure thing. Your X arch. Good. Zip, zip, zip. And let's do artillery. Nothing fun there. Don't need that. Get caught in the corner again. Over here. Let's look. Oh, dead end. I was helping it though. That's another corner that's gonna hold me back. Keeps happening. There's actually ran out there. Speed killing some stuff over here, do we? There's the boss. Tomorrow. Yo. Interesting, it's going off where all the fixes are and they don't actually bend. But look at some of it. It's still, oh, actually, no, they kept going. I don't know. 86. The bloody blood. The bloody blood. Would be bok if she could, I guess. But apparently that one's still bugged somehow. I don't know how, but it is. Everyone's a loser today. At least you're all in it together. Hori was waiting to say that. Waiting all day to use that line. Let's see. Literally the house does not always win. I mean, I guess it does. This is kind of weird. What is going on? Did anyone win at all today? I can't recall a single one of you winning. So maybe it's because Razor took over Stream Elements, and now this is what you get. I don't know. It seems a little questionable to me. Play D4. That would be nice. Indeed, it would be nice. You can play. I got space. This season we had space all the time. I don't think there was a single time I had 4 people. Like, not once. Even on day 1. We have bigger parties in Baldur's Gate 3. More personnel in Baldur's Gate 3 than we do in T4. The wild thing is we have a 150-man roster. And the majority are active. Like, they log in at least once a week. But a lot of those crew, they don't play on stream. That's okay. And then there are some who I think would like to play, but they're too shy to just invite themselves. And I don't chase people. They learn that they can friend me and join when I'm doing an activity that they can do, or they just can chill. That's fine too. But yeah. So the rule is around here, if someone wants to play, even if I'm streaming, they can just jump in unless it's specifically something I turn around and do solo. Blind invites if it's on a plan. Here. Ooh. Let's go. We won. For 2 points. We break the curse. It's time to risk it all. Commentators never actually come and play. Like, yeah, you friend me, and anytime you're online, if I'm streaming or playing whatever, you can just invite yourself. That's all it takes. You don't even have to ask, other than just to roll the request. Stone. Control. 89. This and this and these and all of this nonsense. What is that? They're doing all those attacks like that looks really fancy, but no, the boss is dead. Just whatever that is. Yeah, Sovereigns played some D4, some. In a few seasons since he's been around. Last time he played, I think it was one of the seasons when Hydra was really good. Different versions, did they patch something? The exit? He just popped in. Seems strange, I don't know. Maybe it's a liar. You had a patch. Huh. Did it like just? I mean, I guess it could have just happened. It was like 1 p.m. my time, which around usually they do stuff like that. So maybe it is something. Oh, crazy tags. Like, as soon as we started calling it out for making us always lose, and we started winning. Interesting. Well, back to 1. So, that's what you get. There. Howdy, blood farts. Let's see us here. Pressers. Yeah, right. Oh, I wish it was a real teleport, but we take the dash. We'll take the dash. Rotters, that'll work. Not trash talking enough for the thing to work. Is that what's going on? Lost every one of their 1 points. Yeah, that's about right. The blind maiden throws you far. That would always go. Yeah, that would on this right now. Ooh, more circles. Again, circles. Seed is going through for the others. Feel like that. Yeah. Let somebody leave so I can play with those a little bit. Corruptors. Having a moment to see. This lifelink, that's why. I was like, why is this one not dying? Because they're all dying together. Gradually, in a very annoying way. There they go. Right. You maidens. It was someone's living room. That happened. That will happen. Down, I got you. The boss is over there with speed. Go do the thing. I realize I haven't changed back my charm. I'm running the dirt when I don't want to be. See that. That one. There you go. Is that the regular one? What's the other one I want? Yes, this is the one I want. There we go. That should be better now. Amplify. Although I may have been better at the boss's parts with what I had. Although when I tested on the butcher, it was very similar. Either way, really could have gone. You're gonna get locked into mechanics no matter what there. Alright. The goat on my back today. He's a classic. It's just he's not as flashy as all those wings. It's easy to not even notice he's there. Like, I didn't mention it until now because I had forgotten while I was just chilling, waiting to start stream that I had put him on in the first place. I was looking at it, I was like, that looks like Skeleton. What is going on? Oh, it's the goat. Let Ori in. Well, we'd have to restart and patch. This would do it, apparently. Bear. We get a little channel. Construct. Got you. Over here. Hey, yo, don't stand in it. Two tears going off. Like that. The guardsman here. Okay. And then over here with the blast wave. Young. Sounds fun. Okay, what's next? For you. More here. Lightning type. Not too dangerous. Executioner blade actually kind of spicy. I'm not taking a hit. That way. That will go. Cool. Right. Like Nugget Young. Get those out. And right this way. More bugs. Pop all the bugs. Dude, that's that giant freeze. Or these are freezing off screen. I was like, okay. Cool with that. Right. The change out of the Overwatch colors, they are really good. They are really good. It's not the black palette. We're still waiting for somewhere out there. I should have jokingly said when people were asking me why the mic was called. request was and what I wanted, like black color palette. Finally, our dreams are fulfilled. It's like you want D5, you want DLC, you want new classes, you want movie, you want what? No, black color palette and D4. That's what I want. That's what we need. It's not asking for much, is it? Is it? Okay. Only been asking since beta. And I heard that once upon a time in like more closed betas, it existed. But I've never seen it, so I can't tell you. Wait, there's more. Hit these. We know there's gotta be something for every major game and then some. But I don't need anything too much. I just need a black color palette. Everything else is a bonus. Retry. Gold. Here. Everything is in Amazon. No black color palette. You're thinking you're gonna get Amazon. It would make sense for us to get Amazon considering Scobos and all that. I was team I believe in the paladin thing. I don't know. I'm team I believe in Amazon. We are. Are there any actual clues that it's Amazon other than, well, Scobos? Guardian. You can just give the black color palette. I don't ask for nearly as much. Your Undercity tree is lower than your Horde tree. How did that even happen? That's very questionable. I'll put my points in here. And you just want to pick up that lesser tribute. He's a lazy boy. Alright. Let's restart my game so Ori can get in, because apparently there's some sort of patch that needs to be done. Trying to see if it was mentioned. I don't see it mentioned here. I have no idea. Alright, so exit here. Feel like you have never played before. Sometimes that's good for it to feel that way. Like Nasis was trying to patch too. Alright. Go. Come on, Diablo. No, we will not turn this off. I keep thinking about changing it to a whole bunch of other things, but I don't think that would be better for Fawn's case. So deal with it. Deal with it. I'm patching right now. You're gonna have to deal with that. See? It's updating. Incredibly slowly. I have questions. What are you doing? Why are you like this? What kind of patch is this? Ori, what have you done? It'll get faster, but what is this? We're like having to fix the entire fabric of the game right now? Revenge! I don't understand. Don't understand, Gojo. Why is it like this? What happened? Granted, now my download speed is just not pretty. That oh, the downloading is complete. It's just patching. It's taking forever. Your blight comments? Oh lord. Okay, how do I don't even know how to use Steam. View friends. We're gonna go find. Are you even online so I can find you? Okay, yeah, we got Fawn over here on the other screen. Let me view his profile. We'll pull it up over here. Alright, so this is from when Fawn was a sweaty Dead by Daylight blight, right? Plus rev. This tab really do be fly is goddamn hell son. So that was actually a match when he was playing tap for whatever reason. I think in one of the survivors in one of our live matches. And this guy like bonded with Fawn like a ton. So we thought that he would show up again. He never reappeared. It was like that. It was all over Fawn because we were both playing tap and we never heard from him again. Okay, so here we go. Plus rep, really good blight. Thanks for letting me leave. Oh, you let one survive? What happened? Negative rep, hard tunneling. Was too afraid to pick me up when I was the last survivor on the ground and he couldn't find hatch. LMAO. Plus rep, good blight. Negative rep, garbage blight. Need to hard tunnel one by one every survivor because he can't make pressure with most OP killer. LMAO, so bad. Plus rep, best blight. For real, for real. There's 17 pages of this, by the way. Wait, what is this? This is not what I signed up for. It's not working. See, we're not allowed to do this. Try again. Nope. See, he's got so many comments, it's broken. It's broken. Try this way. Nope. I have questions. I have a lot of questions. Let's try 3. Anyway, like, he had a lot of comments, but now apparently it's busted. Oh, you just killed the fellow with a deep spice, like killing blow and power went out. Rest in pieces. Why can't I read this? Not allowed. I was actually having a good time with it. But yeah, that's fine. This profile for you. I touched the net, it gives me nothing. What happened? How does this work? Can you see it on your own profile font? Is it just me that's broken? Do you all nan comment? Wait, this work? Okay, it's doing it now. That works. Okay. Please get a life, fast cringe lord. Also, WTF is that lag? As a play versus a no life is bad enough. Always a good blight. I consistently play Garbo against you. It's like a curse, honestly. Oh my god, GG's though. Plus rep, good blight. Plus rep, PU50 blight, but still camps off their first hook and tunnels one person out to make the game easy. Plus rep, cracked blight, and cute. To be frank, I find blights kind of boring, but you were pretty cracked, so I respect that. GG. Negative rep, camp at first gen. Plus rep, friendly killer. Friendly killer. Every time I see one of these, this is what I'm really concerned about. What happened here? What went on here? Plus rep, kind blight. No, what went on here? Negative rep, immediately tunneled me off hook as blight. Plus rep, crack blight, super fun and chase. Thanks for the fun game. Plus rep, my favorite blight. Plus rep, very cute blight. Plus rep, very scary and very cute blight. Negative rep, toxic players say AI bots player. Plus rep, good friend, big hug. It's Marches. Juicy blights. Negative rep, tunnel noob. Plus rep, god tier blight. Simp, good blight. Good blight. Kinda gave up mid-game. RNG was absolutely dog. Jeez though. Plus rep, watch out for this blight. Crazy good. Rushes baby jump from my chair. Plus rep saying no to me doing Jins, which is understandable, as Jins is boring to do. Negative rep, trash blight. Plus rep, crack blight. And then, you know, you can kind of see the absolute wing of what people think of anybody in that game. No, goodness. To tell them I hate Spirit and that I play without my headset because I wanted to enjoy DBD and not try hard. That Fawn guy, he was sniping me and he teabagged me, but I slapped him. I slapped. Most toxic survivor. These are survivor calls now. Plus rep, Mickey Mouse joke. Minus rep, can't be blight. Egg observed. What does that mean? Negative rep, tunneling blight. Nice in-game. Plus rep, friendly blight. They understood the assignment. I love it when survivors say that to killers. That's what they told me when I caught a guy who was basically hiding in a locker the entire match and the other survivors outed him. And they became fast friends. So they occasionally come back and say hi and ask how we're doing in the chat too. Incredibly good blight. GG's. Plus rep. Blight. Plus rep. Best blight in the universe. See, I never had my comments open to do all this. I probably should have. Super Street Killer, because now I don't have all this to look at. Granted, I have all the footage from me playing Dead by Daylight I ever did on the VODs in the YouTube channel. So, see that. That's cool. If you don't want to see that, you want to see it actually live in October, there is a Diablo collab coming. I do believe it's in October. So, we'll go. We will go. They can rep just camp hook while playing as nurse. Can't as nurse. Oh, heinous. Plus rep. Strong killer. And then it's doing this again, so I don't even know I can see them all, but yeah, pretty much. That's how it goes. We're still at 91% here. Fame autograph? You want me to put a comment? What do we want? Well, I want to leave for everybody here. True reaction to reveal the. Go look at my blank comments. Yes, yes. Well, you wanted the autograph, right? So was here. Was here. GGEZ, since we were talking about it earlier. Post comment. Sorry, some kind of error occurred. There was no error communicated with the network. Please try again later. See? It's too good for this thread. It's too good. Here, let me see if I can do it again. Oh, there, I got it. It worked. It lied to me. So he hasn't accumulated a comment on his Steam since we stopped playing Dead by Daylight in 2023. At some point then, that's when we stopped playing. That's a marker how long it's been. Oh, goodness. Anyway, now we can get back into the game. Sheesh. Pretty perfect timing, though, I guess. We always find a way. We always find a way here. Anyway, coming back into Diablo. Now, did Ori fall asleep waiting for us to get through all that? Maybe. Now I got other Steam windows open. I'm very confused. Very confused by that. You could have. You could have. Steve did get the patch notes here, right? So what in the heck did they do? Season rank 3 objectives set fire to beacons will now count. Escalation nightmare dungeons with ruptures affixed towards completion. Face an issue where casting Petrify on the Corrupted Reaper would cause the Corrupted Reaper's wings to deform. Fix an issue where Necromancer's shadow skills would obscure the Corrupted Reaper. Fix an issue where Dark Prison's chain or a variant would sometimes make the Warlock appear transparent to other players. Fix an issue where the war plans teleport to Infernal Hordes would sometimes fail on pre-torment difficulties. They finally fixed that one. Party members who join an active Echo of Mephisto encounter can now use a portal to access the third stage of the fight. Resummoning the Corrupted Reaper boss will now clear the previous Reaper's corpse. So that's what all that was, apparently. So here's Ori. And there's Steed. Alright, we are good to go again. We're back. Let me go all the way up there. Let's go back to C12. We got the crew here. I know for me, my damage won't be nice. These guys, gals, probably can do it just fine. I know Ori can. I don't see why the meta Necro shouldn't be able to. Let's go. Chillin, I see damage over time happening. You know, I kind of wonder. Blast wave. Here. Give me this. Constructs to Reviver. Beautiful lightning going off. Love to see it. Good. Shock Lance. Frostbite. Got you. Like that. Nothing just like fell into my camera. What the hell? It's gonna be this late. I actually can kill stuff up here. It would take me a long time, but it's not impossible. You know, these are scaled with 3 people, so that's actually better than I thought with the group level kind of working out. Alright. Uh-oh, he almost gonna work, yikes. Yeah, she's separating the workflow. Back up. Goodness. Lightning. I play with so many druids, or druids so often, I guess, like Ori and Fawn this season, that sometimes that lightning comes through, I don't even, like, register that it's there. Like, look right through, like, nothing is happening, it's normal. This is normal. That is quite a blood repeating. This will really help my glyphs. If I could just click into it, that'd be great. Darkness. In the one hundo. Alright, enjoy. I shall be back with it. Okie dokie. Go again. I can actually hit stuff here. I can see the damage over time, damage over timing. Flail, huh? Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Too hard. Yeah. Bonus storm going off too. What you doing? Don't understand all that. That's a lot of action. I'm so caught in stuff right now. Lovely, lovely that. Arsonist, thanks. This. What do I have to work with? Little mortars. Please. Working on those. Bring them to Ori. Much lightning all the time. We're gonna take some blood orbs too. What is this doing? Protection. I TP at range. That freeze. It's nice. It's better when they're frozen. So much flash. Blood everywhere. Oh, that is not the way. I think it is this one. Yes, it is. It's Sever. Where are we going now? This one brings us to the fortress. Here. And right. Yeah, the terror is okay. We can play the spiders instead. That are fascinated by where our damage doing better than I thought it would. Not gonna lie. Like, it's not great. We don't expect it to be amazing, but it does kind of exist. There we go. Shock lances. All go. On your house. And here. Almost lost, not quite. Fire going on there. Lost is on me. Blue. Not much contrast when we ones together. Alright, good stone, please. Give me more into abyssal, not physical damage. Very nice. Wiggle, wiggle. Next one. I can't believe that patch took so long. It's like nothing super huge was fixed. Not really. Let's see here. Swear. Allows action. That too. Here with the artillery. Got you there. All that fire. The lightning. Construct. Oh, hunters. Extra arms, don't they? Looks like they got 4. Dude. That's pretty cool, actually. I like that. I never noticed that before. It's amazing what you notice when you take a little time to kill stuff. Mark to the bugs. And this way. Crunchers. That's a rando who came through and he thought it would be cool to give me a pet. And the pet name he gave me was Crunchy. And it makes my skin crawl to think about it to this day. Just, no, do not do that to me. That one's done. We go ahead and hit artillery. See, my story killed Ori. It was so gross. Just no. No. Yeah. No idea why. And, yeah, people gonna people. I don't know. Scrunchy is the hair, is the hairband. It's just like crunchy peanut butter. That's all I got. It's like, nope, all I can do is shake my head. Get your CPU and GPU and sync faster now. Awesome. Arrestor. And move back down. Some space. Something's trying to shoot me back. Chaotic. Lack thereof of holes, really. A little tendril whatever you do, right? Not just spamming it whenever it happens. Yeah, that is kind of weird. All three of mine are the same size, but one of them over there, monitor 3, is a, I think it's a different brand. Yeah, it's a different brand. I guess if I were to get new monitors, I want one curved one and then the other two on the side. Could be, like, whatever. Although, I guess at this point I would get the one curved one and I could use these two and flip them. But knowing me, I would still keep this one too. There's like as many monitors as I have, we use them all. Them all. Cool. Let me see here. Repair. And I have Ogle's cap, but it's not that big a deal. Let's go ahead and do it again. I'm using the Season 1 limited helmet. The season... was that... I don't remember, it's Season 2, 3, whatever season it was, maybe 4. One of the Battle Pass armors. And then a different season, pants. The Scarecrow looking gloves. The boots from Season 2 that have the blood on them. And I just like threw them all together and it looks pretty okay. I'm going out of my way to use limited Battle Pass stuff. Then over here. I would not know what to do without my accessory monitors. I have the 3 here, and then technically usually use like a tablet, and then I also have my phone up. It has other stuff on it too. It's like I need them all, I need everything. I need to see what everything is doing all at once, all the time. If I could have more, I would. I mean, I could have more. I just really don't need it, but I would like more. You can always have more. I could have like news feeds and whatever other nonsense I could have. But the tablet deal, I don't use as often as I used to because I burned out one, so I try not to burn out the next one in line. For now. For now. Having chat above was nice for a little bit. But what happened was I was using it for other stuff instead of chat. Eventually, it's like, well, I'm not even gonna use it for the good purpose and just distract myself from this. Hit this one. And there. I also have one of those like digital drawing pads, which technically could be a monitor if I wanted it to be. But that's so extra to set that up, so I never have. There's some chills there over there on the other side. Technically, if I did have that set up, I could draw on the screen, I guess. Now you are same class? What do you mean? There we go, and over here. Change your belt, did you? Oh, your title. Change your title to what my class is. Our class is, I should say, against these also. Yeah, Fresh Necromancer, I see what you did. Now I did it. She was playing the they don't know I'm not one of them. Never mind the lightning. Never mind it. Okay, boss win. Here. All these little fallen hound to invisible students. Almost got the boss. Almost. Caught in corners again. Boss is here with me. Who's dead? Nice. I'll take this. And these. There's a cavalry, I already know that. Little corpses. Never consuming them completely. Full 92. That's a good point. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, I do get my damage, but I was supposed to be like, wait, if it's not consuming, then is it not working? But yeah, it works. It works fine. And our one. Barbica. Let's go. I think I would have preferred Barbicus, like Spartacus. But I guess it didn't aim so well for Spartacus. Maybe it's not the best name to try to channel. There are no enemies. There we go. Finally, I've seen so. That was a little strange. Maybe I couldn't see them because same color as all the terrain. Well, fresh Ori is not that fresh as far as the class goes. She's been druid all season. Almost all season. I guess there's a little bit of power. Did you even play Sorcerer at all this season? Very unlike Ori not to do the Sorcerer. Supposing you're doing so much light, you need to check the box a little bit. Flowers being coming up extra. Then my mic moved over here. Let me get that back. I'm sure it was fine. The sure is good for that. Speaking of, has Fawn bought his yet? He's been talking about it for ages, that he's gonna get the same mic that I have, but he still hasn't done it. He insists that his voice doesn't sound like himself at all off of the current one he has. So I guess it remains to be seen. Welcome back. Fresh Ori. But she's so fresh and so clean. Okay. We'll take things. Compressors. There you go. They are fresh, just not very parasite free. Oh no. Oh no. Out in your druid like that? They got parasites? Yeah, he sounds too young, I think is what he said. Nah, the problem is he hurt himself on stream next to Sovereign, and you can't compare that voice to yours. That's you're doomed. You're doomed. I think that's his problem. It's not even the mic. It's perception. It's the perception. Comparing himself to what my friends growing up called the voice of God. He's like, what are you gonna do? There's nothing you can do. You think Sovereign sounds younger? No, you don't even know. No. Okay, one for Saturday, maybe? Can you get one that fast, you think? They're gonna get you one that fast? Go again. Okay. If Fawn ever saying he's gonna do something in some amount of time, it's always just like, okay, but believe it when we see it. Good. Heal a little bit. Okay, Ori. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. We're mid 12 shenanigans. If I help you set, it's not that difficult. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. Well, I take you back. You have to run Shurs through an amp kind of situation. I have a Wave XLR on mine. from Elgato. That I'm pretty sure has to be done. So it is, I guess, a little bit more tricky to get all that right. Here. You're almost an affiliate now. You're trying to grow. You're supposed to be the newest pro now. Nah. So, although when people ask, like, the one piece of gear that I would not trade for anything, I would do all over again, 100% no change, it is the Shure mic. However, I don't necessarily say that you have to go all out and do that. Unless, you know, it's what you're into, you're willing to shell out the money. But at the amount that I yap and how much annoyance the Blue Yeti I had gave me, it was worth every penny. It was worth every penny. But Fawn out there pretending like he needs a mic like this for when you reach affiliate, nah, you're fine without it. But it is damn nice. It is damn nice. Let's go ahead and hit this. Yeah. Before I got this one, I actually was using an Elgato mic. But that Elgato mic was the kind, it didn't have the right style, so it was picking up way too much extra stuff. It was like harder weight or whatever the differences they call it. And then before that I had a Blue Yeti that also has like the same kind of situation of what I have now. But that Blue Yeti, for whatever reason, no matter what I did, the sensitivity wasn't right. And it obviously didn't sound as good as this. So when I was upgrading things, of course, naturally, I was like, maybe let's get the Shure mic. My top upgrade. Like we've upgraded the GPU, the 5080, and all that kind of deal, and I still choose the Shure over all that. Even if I had to give up the second streaming rig to keep the mic, I would keep the mic. But I feel like that's just me because they obviously know that's what I use high usage, and it's been awesome. Like I don't necessarily say that everybody's gotta go get like $700 something microphone this is. Plus the other parts of things that go with it, unnecessary. And then I also take it over the camera, and the camera was over 2,000. So that Sony is very fancy, and I underutilize that. I'm not gonna lie. So like my cousin, who's like really into cameras, if he knew I had this, he would hew me out. It's like, you're not even doing this, you're not even doing that, you need to do this, and you know, I don't care. It's still really nice too, but yeah, I really didn't have to do the camera the way that I did, but people would come. But one person who lost badly in Dead by Daylight came through and like threw a fit and called my old camera like a Nokia camera, and I guess in a way it's like, well, no one's gonna come through and say I got a Nokia camera now, bitch. They never come back though. They never come back. Yeah, the Blue Yeti is good. A lot of like podcaster news types, definitely. The camera I have is over $2,000. I don't think that was counting the lens on it. Cameras are very expensive. They are very expensive on the high end. It is very unnecessary to have one that's like that. But you know, it is what it is. Technically, I have like fancy lights on and all that. I could turn those off and this camera would still be fine. And I always mean to do that, but the problem is that I don't have background here, this blue and everything like that, and that will not work. That will not work without the light, so I'm gonna have to change the room out. But then I could actually sit in the dark and it'd probably fine. Not that I would do that, but you could. Here. Good night, Ori. Sweet dreams, and thanks for playing. Holler here. It's like it goes, and so there should be a life I can say where a giant soccer bomber just erupts to the ground and saves him for a CTE scan. Yeah. So we had the famous somebody coming through, and they said they hope all of my viewers turn to stone. And every time I tell that story, of course, I gotta say, obviously you guys are still here, so too bad, I guess. Too bad. Still standing and not of stone. The ones that wish death on you in Dead by Daylight. And of course I talk a lot about Dead by Daylight these days because we intend on going back to play it not too long from now. So we'll get to witness all of that live again, and it'll be more interesting because we'll have a lot of you, I'm sure, will come hang out and see how it goes. And so when we were back there, the channel was obviously not what it is now. Not what it is now. We have a crew now that isn't just like the skeleton crew that we started with. So anytime people try to bite, we have buddy that can bite back, so it becomes a bit of a, I mean, like relatively nice. We can't be too toxic, but can push back a lot more than we used to. Then it'll make it more funny. We control the trolls. That's usually what Dead by Daylight is great for. The trolls come in and you can very entertainingly throw them out. Hello, you started D4 again after a long absence. Appreciate that lurk. Enjoy D4. Welcome back. I'll get some really good announcements from BlizzCon, and all the more reason for people to be coming back into it. The DLC was solid, but we're already hungry for more, aren't we? Let's see what that would be. Not that she needs much help with all that blood going on. It's wild. I would imagine if I looked into and stared into that build too much, it would give me a headache or like whatever, like motion sickness kind of things. So I'm trying not to do it, because even like Old Blood Surge in some instances, if I was just like looking at it, even before it was this fast, it was a problem. So I'm trying not to chance it. That's a pretty good deal. Yeah, 30 bucks for 2 DLCs is solid for a AAA game, for sure. Alright. Please cut yourself and find for IRL live stream. Okay, so oh, you're right. I could. But I've never done anything like that before, and I don't know how great this camera is for actually like live streaming, because it takes a lot of like extra gear to get it to do what it's doing right now, and I would have no idea what to do with it in a live setting. So I'm gonna take my phone, which we know is also a beast, and we're just gonna work with that and hope for the best. I don't think I want to add like really a lot of complications to the first attempt to maybe do any of that kind of like live streaming IRL, and go straight for taking the you know, over the top camera that I'm not really super professional at. It's like it's a good idea. Maybe one day in the future, you never know, but not yet. Not now. That thing's staying at home where it's safe. Yeah. And also, it has a tendency to overheat. And I actually run it with that safety off, and it's always been fine. But there are some shenanigans with that I wouldn't really trust it out in the field right now. And I also don't have a lot of different lenses on it, where I would think for getting good quality on this camera live, I would need to buy different ones. And yeah, I'm not that professional on cameras to be sure what I would be needing to do with all that. So, you know, that's what it does here. That's cool, but I know it can do so much more. I just don't know how to do it. The microphone we kind of get, the camera technically, it costs more than my GPU by a lot. So, yeah, I didn't need to do all that, but I did. But it's been good for years now. I don't know, maybe 2 years? I don't think it's been 3. There was one time when it wouldn't turn on after a power surge, and I was very concerned, but it's okay now. It came back. But yeah, I don't... Those cameras are definitely made to last. It's just that if something happened to it, I'm not absolutely sure what kind of procedure I would go through to get it right again. So hopefully nothing ever goes wrong with it. Knock on wood, all that. Right here. Hello, Amelia. How you doing? Here. Good deal. Good deal. Right down. Very nice. Great bearers. Stab it. Did you look it up? Have you ever looked it up what it is before? There's a follow up. Okay, then here. Doing well. Doing some daytime Necro today. Our schedule is all sorts of wild. I have actually been in front of the PC, I think. When did I roll in? I think I finished my breakfast at like 3. a.m. And then I came to sit down here and just kind of like chilling, listen to the Timmy's music, and then, yeah. So I'm all sorts of all over the place, but it's cool. Picture clarity, you see. Oh yeah, solid camera. Always here, it's good. Status. Which is wild, right? The person who doesn't do the makeup, doesn't do the filter. Also, if you go into a forum for one of these kind of cameras and you start asking about like filters and things for like live stream and whatnot, the ones who are like real hardcore about it, they will chew you out. This is not the kind of camera that should be doing all that. This is like a photographer's kind of camera. They don't like it when you ask those questions. Not that I would, not that I did, and I don't use any of those. But that was one of the first things I was just curious, right, when I bought it. It's like started looking around, and then there was a bunch of warnings like, no, don't do that, don't do that. We don't like that here. It's like, wait, what? I thought that was pretty hysterical. Good fire and shit, explosive things. I want to get out of it. There we are. Cool. Yeah. So this Earthen Bulwark. And it comes off of the Quay room. It is the druids. Right. You're welcome, princess. My schedule might be a little wild when I show up, but I do show up most of the time. We don't count Friday. Last week, that was a fluke. And I realized it was the only time I really played hooky like that in all the years I've streamed. Like, usually every time it's gonna happen, I'm gonna tell people, like, they'll know. That one was, like, I had not slept really well because my AC went out, like, a few days before, and I was just like, you know what? When this storm hits, I'm just gonna sleep, and then I woke up, and it was like, okay, it was time not to just wait for the next stream. But, yeah, I try to be pretty consistent. And then if I'm not and something's going on, the Discord is the place to go to see what's up, and you can kind of gauge when I'll show up as well if you're wondering. It's like, did she end already? Is she going to start? I usually am around. If somebody's around, they can tell you. Take the fire and chance. Get these done. I would like to think so. I got a lot of discipline for this kind of thing because you can tell that that one day that I miss on Friday, it still eats me. It still eats me inside. It's like, oh no, oh no. And it's like, even like I say, like I start any time. Every time I feel like it's off, kind of, I still feel it. I still feel it. I don't like not being here. I definitely don't. Founder, president, CEO of my time. I love the new Necro mobility, and technically you got the teleport off of the blood mist. You want that too. So Necros, they basically overcompensated for the situation of Necros. Let's go ahead and get this boss while Steve is on it. Beautiful. And now we're at all the speed on Necro. They were doing really well in the PTR, so I've heard. Maybe not Warlock here. Sorry, we do deserve a spotlight for once, but I think Necro was looking pretty good. I didn't test it myself, but I think the Dark Edgelord casters are gonna have a good one coming up in September. Let's do this every time. I gotta press F to get to that glyph because my character just wants to spam corpses. Silly guy. Next. D4 is proper fun. It's doing really well lately after the DLC. This season is not my favorite. I am honest about it. Everybody kind of knows it's not a favorite of fame, but I don't think it's many people's favorite anyway. So that's okay. Next season. Next season. You done Sorcerer 3 seasons because he's finally good. Sorcerer has had its ups and downs, but for the most part, it's been mostly on the up. Now the risk classes are definitely Paladin and Warlock. But Warlock is going to have a good one next season, according to the PTR. So that'll be awesome. The other classes, I'm not completely sure. I still had the impression that Sorcerer was feeling still squishy, and it's kind of unfortunate. They need maybe some number adjustments, but they don't have as much barrier as they used to have. I think that's the situation with Sorcerer right now. I played Sorcerer last week, and that's how I was kind of feeling. It's like I felt like I had lots of Paragon nodes that could help, but the baseline is still low on Sorcerer for a lot of those standard defenses, so they didn't compensate for changes in the skill tree enough for the barrier to be like it used to be. It's very playable, still pretty strong, but I don't know. I don't think it's in its best shape either. You know, hardcore just wear your temerity diapers? Yeah. And to be fair, I have temerity diapers on this Necro right now, for the think of it, so I could technically change that and maybe pick something else up if I needed to, but right now it's working for me, so I'm not going to change it. You're actually even incapable of killing things out here, even without speed. And I'm actually kind of shocked it's working. Even with all the mythics, I didn't really expect all that much. It's not fast up here. But yeah, this stuff will die. We're doing okay for a Shadow Necro. I don't expect all that much. Careful! We are still, of course, squishy on the Necro. At this point, you practically skipped the season. Yeah, I think a lot of you practically skipped it. Including some who I would think, with some of the things they added, like solo self-fight and whatnot, they would have gotten more sweaty, but they chose otherwise, which is okay. That's fine. A lot of the shenanigans going on with how things start and how much bugs there are. To be fair. Cool. But the grind is the grind, and some of us, that's all we need. Some of us, that's all we need. Look at his blood, though. That is pretty cool. If it wasn't for it being like the obvious meta, I would probably have played it. Because I do love Blood Surge, and it's practically Blood Surge better. It's just, if that's the popular one, I just naturally have so much of Rebel, I just can't enjoy it the same. So it'll have to wait until another time, and hopefully it stays decent, but not always the answer. One boss that it drops everything. See, that's what this season is, for sure. I am team, I'm the opposite. I want ground loot in unexpected ways to feel good. And the bosses are like, literally the opposite of that. So I'm not a big fan of lair bosses, ever, in this game. I do whatever I have to do to get what I need to get. And I don't generally complain. But I am honest about that too, where it's not my thing. It's not my thing. I don't like the pinata bosses at all. And to some extent, it also reminds me a lot of playing like MMORPGs. That you just kind of play on the rails and do it over and over again. It's always the same kind of vibe. I much prefer the variable maps, and you never know what you're gonna get kind of vibes through like procedural generation. Great pound. This. Go out here. Looks like a pulsating blood flower. You stare at it long enough when it's going. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. I can't stare at those things like that because there's a good chance it's gonna make me motion sick. So I don't do it. I can't risk it. Not while I still got stream to do. Like maybe if I watch it off stream, like give it a test, you know, that'd be all right. But I'm not gonna do it right now. The last thing I want to do is that. Starch. Alright, there's the boss right here. Help cold AoE. Pinata boss is very shuffleboard for you. Ah, I see. I can see how that's appealing then. True. Can be more relaxing than not. I'm not necessarily looking for relaxation in like the typical sense. I really like the pit, personally, when it's a speedrun pit like we're kind of doing now. I don't like the pit when it's push, because my attention span isn't really built like that, I think is what it is at this point, for one thing. And anything that's more like nightmare dungeons, I'm cool with that. I don't mind the hordes. I know a lot of people feel like love-hate with that. I don't mind hordes. I would wish they would maybe make it more variable in different ways, and that would be cooler. And then you got the echoes. I don't actually go into that because I'm always just so paranoid that it's bugged and it's gonna go break my sigils. But I don't do the echoes a lot. I don't mind it, like how it actually works. So that's pretty cool too. I'll tell you the message is if you try to read anything while the car is moving, so like trying to read a book, yeah, because your body can't process where it is what it's doing when it's in motion and reading. Like, brain cannot do that. So I think that's like the most common place where people end up getting that kind of motion sickness in fashion. I absolutely can't do it. I absolutely can't do it. The thing about that is, although I'm sure I really do have that motion sickness, a lot of my illnesses on road trips and things like that weren't actually just the motion sickness. It was when we would take road trips, we would go to places like McDonald's, eat McDonald's breakfasts, or have big breakfasts before we head on the road at wherever or whatever. And with those kind of breakfasts, you eat glutinous things. You eat breads. That was really what was making me sick. So I would have two things together on all the road trips throughout my childhood and as an adult before I realized what it was. So my feeling like motion sickness is actually probably not as bad as it actually is. Here. I have to medicate to play Killer and Dead by Daylight. So I definitely have motion sickness. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Here. Yeah. Very icky. You watch me to get motivated for horrors and pain. Well, I guess we died right there. Isn't that motivating? But then, you know, I can see that. I can see that. Not doing what I was wanted it to do. Cool. Flyers, helm all. Okay. Finger majors. Well, there's so many instances of major family events, major anything. And of course, traditionally, like, okay, we need a big breakfast to prepare for a long day. And then me getting sick during those quote-unquote long days. And then my family thinking I was just weak. I was just weak. I should do X, Y, Z. I should eat more is also a conversation. Like, that was not ever it at all. It was that I would not usually eat those kind of things. And the injection of it into the diet was so bad. So bad. Here we are. Explosives. Get that out of here. Tear. Got it. The weirdest thing I've ever gotten motion sickness from in this game was early on there was somebody playing Blizzard, but they were playing Blizzard and coding like the entire map with it and like spamming it. And for whatever reason I looked into it and that gave me the queasy like headache kind of feel. It's not a very typical way to play Blizzard. For whatever reason, they were doing it that way. So I never actually encountered it again. But it turned me off of playing Blizzard without really looking at it for a whole season. Like, it was pretty solid in season 1, and I didn't do it until season 2. And I was like really skeptical. We were like really worried. Like, oh no, will it make me ill? And then we realized, like, wait, they've already been playing it right. They've already been playing it right. They don't need to do that. What are they doing? Just making me motion sickness. Or giving me motion sickness, apparently. And then one of the mods here, he can't play D4 at all because for him, he perceives the game as the floor is moving instead of his character, and there's something to it that affects him. And when you look at it that way, actually, it makes sense. It makes sense. Boss is on me. Kind of interesting that way. It takes me a lot longer to kill this boss without help. Of course, I'm aiming like trash too. There. Crushing Hand with a lot of blink also gave me a little bit of that vibe. Which is funny because Crushing Hand and Blood Surge are two of like my favorite builds of all time in this game. And both of them are actually motion sickness dangers because they can fill up this whole screen. It does something to me. Dust Devil in the PTR when size increase was uncapped was really bad. Really, really bad. Like instantaneous. It was so bad I went to the devs, like had to make sure that I added it. It's like, hey, this has to change. Like I can't go a whole season with them doing that. Unfortunately, rein it in, so now it's not too bad. Now it's not too bad. I would imagine if you got enough of those barbarians together and they all were hitting it, it could still do it. But that's not something we see here very often, if at all, so it's okay. It's okay. I don't think was there ever another one. The static discharge blizzard that was popular last season on Sorcerer also wasn't great. I wouldn't say it was that bad, but I knew that it was kind of like at risk enough that I always kind of looked away, so I didn't really fully go toe-to-toe test that one out. But yeah, as much as I play this game, there are definitely lots of instances where it's not good for me. Yeah, the static was pretty whack. Static was definitely. And yeah, I don't see that I'm alone with that one. Necros looks so badass. I've still got the best armor in the game. I don't understand why I feel that way even with Paladin existing, but maybe Paladin will catch him eventually. It's just also the Necros are so statuesque, they're so tall. It looks good. Looks good. Here. Finishing some work. Work. Poison. He knows. Oh, well, like how Steve. Fawn knows I am not the type to get all like, up in arms about him working so much. And I'm just like go nuts because my entire family were just all just workaholic types. So, I guess I am like that too. Just like you know, I game, so they don't really think of it that way. But that is what it is. It is what it is. So it's like totally normal. Like he just works non-stop. Sure, whatever. That's how it is, right? That's normal. But I don't know if everyone would agree. A bot who does not sleep at all. It was just like work, gear, work, repeat. Where's the sleep? No time. Mog. Alright. Explosive mortar. Werewolf. I remember growing up and parents basically always work weekends, like pretty regularly. So the concept of everybody like having weekends off, it was totally foreign to me. Like it never worked that way. Really, it was like sometimes, like every other, maybe whatever, every 3, you know, we would see that. But it was not as normal with other people. It's a 9 to 5, 5 days a week, and like that was it. I think nowadays it's not as common anywhere. But I remember as a kid, people explaining that, oh, the weekend everyone's home and doing all this stuff. So like, it's not home. Everybody wants to work. What do you mean? Everyone works. Like, no, not everyone. So now all this stuff for your photos, well, you're locked in AC 24/7 now. Yeah, see, exactly. And like my family, all of them, pretty much one way or another. Even if they were home, there's chances gonna be something. Okay, over here. Work-life balance around these parts generally, honestly, was not great. Not great, but. I think now my parents realize the value of not having things like that. But man, all my life I remember, you know, it's what it is. It was what it was. Here. Not to say that they weren't around for like band events or whatever. My dad was all about that. He would make time. He would find a way to be off so he could go to all those things. So it wasn't all that bad. Okay, here. Yeah, fun and all his working and all that he does. I get it. I get it. So he comes in and makes it sound like he's apologizing, but he does not need to apologize. I'm not like that. Here. There we go. Got little hurlers. Story you tell you like working weekends and having weekdays off because you had more time to do things during the week. Right. Okay. We're talking basically about like work life or life balance, like time balancing, that kind of deal. And Zoe recently got her big girl job and she's making big girl money, but it makes her much more busy. You have less time for people and things. Hit base, and then Fawn also doing all that work, and he came in here and he was apologizing for having to go back and forth, but he knows he doesn't have to apologize for stuff like that. I get it. Yeah. Ta-da. There we go. We're going. Keep churning these. As long as I got the assistance, I gotta level the eclipse. I gotta do the thing. If anything, I should apologize to Fawn for my schedule being so wacky. Like, he barely gets an opportunity to see us. And it's not because of, like, time zones or anything like that. My schedule is just crazy. It's, like, totally nocturnal some days, and then right here, it's, like, during the day. You just never know. See, he doesn't care either, because we both get it, so it works out. Cool. Here. That one works. And now we're here with this again. Little downpours. I do have a deer and an AI entity who are siblings, but actually not siblings, converse about balancing their day endeavors with their kind of contractual obligations and adventures. Yes, that is the summary of what we were going on about. Because despite how often a lot of us are here, some of us actually do have very big girl, big boy jobs. I'm sure a lot of you that quietly in the chat are also in this category. And I just kind of like, I stay out of it. Like, all I do is slay demons. That's what I do. You guys go do the thing so I don't have to. It's basically what it comes down to. Because somebody out there's got to do all these things, and you know, I slay demons. That's my talent. It can only go so far. It can only go so far. Get this one out of the way. Like this. Fine, fine. Too bad. Too bad. I'm gonna take another potion. I had space. I do have space. I do have space. I'm dying. Slowly but surely doing the thing. I'm actually that's surprised, like, wait, Torment 12, things are dying. It's slow, but it's happening. I actually came in here today thinking I was gonna have to script the build to even like dent things up here, but it's actually doing better than I thought. It's not great. I'm sure there's things I can change it and improve it, but viable? It's not great for farm up here yet. Sure. It's happening. Okay, here. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is. But, you know, it's different. It's different. Like, not everybody gets to say that they do what they love. You know, they gotta do what they gotta do. I don't feel like I have to do what I gotta do. I get to do it. But that's awesome. Okay, let's hit this. And these. I don't even chase as much as a lot of other streamers do. You guys know that. I feel like I don't actually have to break my back and do all that. I'm okay. It's not lucky like that. 3 pounds here. Cool, cool. The deer is true, right? It's not true. Yeah, we do alright. We do alright. You don't have the big gendered child job. You just wonder at all you can even charging multiple people or one person eating half or what they can eat and giving it to a second person or charging pregnant people eating for 2 or something. You don't know. I don't know. I don't know, Gary. I don't know. Yep, yeah, exactly. People, realists, and they love the money. They love the money. It's understandable. Where is this boss and why even here? There we go, boss is on me. Sue me, counselor. Sue her, she loves the money. Okay, What do we need? What do we need? Just keep poking. I can kill this. I can't blood wave style kill this, but I can't kill it. Resource a little janky though. Sometimes I miss that corpse explosion, but I realize I can get resource back from my minions, so where are they? Are they dying? There they go. I don't have a lot of investment in them, so you're kind of squishy. There we go, we got you. It'll start popping off. So here, got these. And another. Take. Oh no, not the Hellbinder, not the Hellbinder. Who is Hellbinding me, actually? I can't sever out of it. The pain. The pain. Alright, so you got it over there. Still get me, thank you. Voltaic was actually the one that got me the Hellbinder. The boss was down below, somehow. Over 100 on some of these clips, though. That's pretty good. Take this. Too lazy to do obols right now. Shame, shame. Alright. We were born too early for GTA 6, but not late enough to have a miserable time with the internet. Born too early for GTA 6. What do you mean? It's coming, right? It is coming this year. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it to GTA 6. We're gonna make it to witness Florida in all its glory. Far better than I could ever witness it living here. In GTA 6. Chance. Oh no, you're gonna make him lose the brain cells. Make him lose brain cells. He needs those. House is not dead yet. There goes. Executioner blade coming. Get out of the way. Here you go. Sure. Without context, the thing that she's showing him will be especially confusing. You were here earlier in the stream, you probably know what it is. I have not actually listened to it and watched it yet either, because I was assured it is not meant for stream. So there's that, and it is from Grand Theft Auto, one of them. One of them. Which makes me wonder if that's how it is. How does one even, I don't know, stream that game? I've known some Dead by Daylight streamers who get really into Grand Theft Auto roleplay. And actually some of my New World crew was also super into it. Like, they would know the Miranda rights and do the Miranda rights for memory. And they would put on the most, like, awful cop accents. And I would just sit there cringing. And, like, it would be people that thought themselves to be streamers one day, like, full time. And I would always just, like, sit there. It's like, these guys, I don't understand what is happening right now. What is happening right now? Needless to say, they are not streamers these days, as far as I know. But I hope they had lots of fun trying. I had lots of fun trying, but it was a weird experience. It was a weird experience. They were also the sort that they would get, like, really, really concerned about saying something on stream to get themselves in trouble. Like, they wouldn't say shit, they wouldn't say any of these things, and they would say, like, all the substitutions for all those words, even when they weren't streaming, that irked me in a weird way. Like, they always seem so unnatural. It always seems so unnatural. And I would tell him, I was like, you know, I don't think it's that serious. I don't think it's that bad. Maybe on TikTok these days you can't do all that, but Twitch doesn't really care as much. Like, they're not going crazy. They would get so weird about sort of those things. And a lot of these guys were also the same crew I was playing New World with, and we ended up crossing paths with a really big, really huge streamer. Like, really huge. And when he acknowledged us greeting him, it was like he made their lives. And to this day, I've never seen anything else like it. I'm just like, that is way, I knew they were younger than me. That's why I say, like, they were probably younger than a lot of us. Like, their reactions were not from this world. It was very strange. Like, even here now that I stream this, I'm not one of those. I don't think I'll ever be one of those. I don't think I'll completely understand that, which is also probably why we are action RPG types here, where we tend to skew a little older, and we're not whatever that is. If you are one of that, that's fine. That's completely fine. I get it in a way, but for me, like, being that way person, I can never say something like that. Apparently you support Chillin, so it's awkward. You wonder if you're spoiled rotten and get embarrassed when compare yourself to your bounty of others. I don't know. Hey, you know what? You probably got my kind of situation. It's understandable. You know, it is what it is. We got to collect all of the degrees and do kind of, you know, whatever it is we wanted to do. We're lucky like that. Okay, let's go ahead and hit this little spider. And then toxic lurkers. Good. Got the horror now. Hang out here in this little circle. Good. Mounted up to. We'll go ahead and hang out here. Oh, I am stuck in stuff that's gonna explode on me. Yep. I got body blocked hard on these things right here. They're like stacked on top of each other. They don't get body blocked by each other like we get body blocked by them. And I never really thought about that too much until like right this moment as I'm getting wrecked by shock lances and all sorts of things. I think the old Warhammer game had like really like solid physics where everyone could body block everyone else, including friendly body blocks. And that was always like pretty taxing on the server, is my understanding. So it doesn't surprise me that the enemies here aren't quite, you know, solid to each other. Looking right there. Pretty solid to me in that instance. Alright. Yep, you're right, exactly. Some of us are lucky enough we got all that, and I don't think it's like being embarrassed about it or that kind of deal. It's just like your lucky stars that, you know, some of us, we had that. Not everyone does. Greyhound. Shadow and Chance. Good. Hello! I'm gonna roll this way. For these. That will work out. Shadow and Chance exclusive. Good. Yours only calling anybody. Yeah. Yeah. I'll happen to. Agreed. I've been shamed by a lecturer once upon a time for not being like the most diligent at like calling my parents and that kind of deal at university one time. When it came down to it, it's like we didn't. The reality was, my family, we don't talk like that. It's like, do they appreciate when I like talk and whatnot? Sure, but back then there was nothing they had really to say to me. I think at that point, because they would be busy too, just as busy as me, because you know the workaholic thing. I didn't need to call them constantly, like this person said to judge me for. And it was an Asian lit class too, so. He looked at me like, oh, you're Asian, you're not constantly in touch with your family, what's wrong with you? He's like, oh, it's fine. They get it, I get it, we're busy. We're working on things, okay? Everybody's different. I think everybody's different. I'm like that for everything. Don't worry about that. He was very judgmental. Kalpa. We got the boss right here. What is she shooting me with? I do not want to get hit by all that. Necro is the most disliked class for you in D4? each their own. I think everyone has like their own kind of tier list or why it works and what does it. I don't dislike any class, but I feel like the one that calls to me the least tends to be barbarian, just for like stylistic purposes. They're strong, cool, that's awesome, but it's just like the way it looks generally, it doesn't get me going quite as much as the more like caster type things and a little bit more flashiness. I always say that, and then I enjoy it more than it sounds when I play it, but it is the one that it takes me usually a lot more of convincing myself it's time to do it than any of the others. So that one's just the one that fits like that for me. The bar's no good for Octavian mates. No, Octavian's one of my OC characters. He is for lack of anything that's quite on the nose, he's a drider. You know, practically spider body and then like human on top. That's what Octavian is. And so is Aeroactus. So both of these are my driders. So we're bringing Fawn with us this time. Let's see the bits. Well, the glorious size of the bar are enough to make you want to play it. See, exactly. It's just not for all of us. After Barb, who's the next one in mind? I guess Druid, typically. But it's just aesthetically, it doesn't appeal to me as much, especially considering they're usually in their form so often. Their forms don't have skins. It just doesn't feel right. But then if we go over to like PoE2, where they have forms, and one of the wyvern forms is a black bat that can spew neon green lava, I can sign up for that. I'm for that. So if we got some love for the druid in this game, I'd probably put it up probably higher than I currently do. But right now, yeah, it's not very high for me either. Okay, here's Warlock. You got so excited when it came out. It wasn't into, was it what you were expecting at least? Was it that it was clunky? Or was it missing something else more than that? Because next season, it gets that big rebalance and played awesome. It was looking way better, but it still had its same style. So it's a stylistic thing that, you know, that doesn't change. Unless we're talking about the smoothness of how it performs. It's missing something more. So I take it you haven't tried it in the PTR yet. So maybe it'll get what it's missing next season. Yeah, I would try it again next season. They added a lot to it. It's got a one button build that I hope stays in good shape. That I want to be. It's like all the speed and all the ease of play. It'll be great to farm on. It'll be flashy. It's beautiful. It's a pet class. No, nothing I can hate about it. And it even has blender aspects if I want them. It's like everything I ever wanted and ever enjoyed in this game all in one build. Next season on Warlock. And I like shout through that. Don't take it away from me, Blizzard, please. Whatever you gotta nerf, whatever you gotta do, don't do that. Don't take that. It's like I had a day or two on that PTR of absolute greatness, and I want it for a season. Even if it's just one season, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm so hyped for it. And I don't even know what else is coming for the next season. I just love what Warlock was doing on the PTR. And I wasn't even caring about like the top of the line damage and doing the 150, all that kind of deal. No. How that Abodian was playing with all the speed and everything going off at once when I just basically, it was a one button. I didn't get the glyph dome on this one. Why? Oh, the corrupted Corsair, you had to kill that to get it up, and now that's disrupted right there. He's gonna get me here. I have no defenses when that happens, it's a pain. And I don't run Decrepify on this, so I am extra susceptible to problems compared to if I was like I would on most Necros. What's the busted mythic shenanigans from this season in the PTR? Okay, so the odds are we are wearing full mythic at the top end next season. But the farming it and getting it is not going to be as easy. So the part of it that I don't like, where it was just like, let's kill one boss over and over again, and that's all you need to do, that's the loop. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that way next season. So for my purposes, that's fine. That's fine. It will be tougher for people who don't play a lot, maybe, to get full mythic, but that's what you shoot for. Yeah, yeah. Alright, Steve, thanks for playing. Got Fawn here, so we can keep going. I'm gonna do inventory and air. Because I may have died a little bit. I had to revive myself. Hold and multiplier just doesn't keep up with the Fists of Fate, right? And we are good to go. Joining the National Guard, huh? I don't know anything about any of that, so I couldn't tell you. Okay, right. Voltaire, there. This is okay. Now we got more where this came from. Level assault types. Launcher. Good, good. Back to you. Hello. Now what's going on? Got your lightning and veiled step back. Their lava looks even cooler than Warlock lava. It's a little bit darker. You wish you could join some sort of military branch, but they don't allow werewolves. Damn. Too much of a safety hazard for the rest of the barracks, huh? Well, some people go on to teach others, and they find a calling in that. It's not the money, it's about paying it forward. That's one thing to consider. Cool. Now we're over here to the pits. You guys don't want to endanger the barracks. High walkers. That works. Wretches. Ooh, got a little plague. Oh, this druid pretty built. Popping stuff. I do think it pops more stuff than Ori at this point. Am I chasing the orb thief? I don't know, but since we committed to it, I guess that's fine. I know you guys need to collect that. Necro wants to do the corpse consumption thing. Alright. Here. Goes that way and there. Good deal. Yeah. I always keep go to university because you gotta do something. Literally, you gotta do something. You gotta do something. That's what they say. Okay, on the right. Look at this. Second. First me. Stay out of this. And then we're over here again. That was a bit laggy, but that boss was gone like damn fast. Oh yeah, if they throw the money at you, you may as well. So the money could keep being thrown at you one way or another, right? Go again. This chest armor had such Iron Man vibes, and I don't think they even did anything to hide it. It is a bit out of place if you look at it that way in this game, but it's not so out of place. They do have like that like Magitech kind of Arcana vibes in those Heraldric vaults and whatnot, so it's fine. They haven't really pushed any more cosmetic in that kind of vein since. So they don't overdo it. Here. Yeah, like you're Doko, you're a bum, but there are instances in my family where some were pushed to go to university, and I think they would have been much better off, much more happy, and more successful if they had gone to like trade school. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, especially if it would have been better for them in various different ways. And they would come with that as what they wanted to do, and they would get shunned for it. Where I don't think that's how it should be. I don't think that's how it should be, though. So, you know, then there's that. I am Team University is not for everybody, but it was for me. I wasn't gonna say like I would do something else, you know, but for others, you know, sometimes it's not the right one. Here. Get these. Right, exactly. Like out here, the guys who are fixing people's AC, they got like, I know it's hard work in fixing those things in a way, but it must be like pretty money. It must be like pretty money. Like once every year, the weather gives you free business practically if you're in the right spot where there's not a lot of competition, which I know there are instances. And even if there are competition, there's still so much work. So much work. They must be booked all the time. And there's something to be said for these things. For sure. For sure. Careful. And yeah, a little bit of that snowball coming for me. I like how it's a homing snowball with spikes. They don't just throw a boulder that's icy. No, no, no. They throw a spiked snowball that tracks my butt down the whole way. Who's going to take the course and they cut out the middleman? You don't know how they're going to use all that money, for sure. Generally, stuff like that, you care enough about it. You should also care about having the agency enough, boss on me, the agency enough to take your own action and know exactly where the energy is going. You consider it all like energy. But just throwing money at something, even if it's a good cause, you can't be sure. You can't be sure. It's one of those things you can't really say it's going to the right thing, the right energy is being put out unless you're doing it yourself. Okay, Glowstone. Darkness. But I know if I donated to my university, most of it's gonna go into some sort of sports thing, which I love, don't get me wrong. But I don't know, even if I gave it, like, try to give it to like, a specific school within the university, it would do much other than still somehow support that machine. Because that's where the money makes the money. And I get it. I get it. But that's also why I would never sit there and be like, oh yeah, I'm a big donor, yay, woo. Because I don't think all that is all that, I should say. Not that I don't love my university, go Gators and all that sort of deal. It's just, you know, generally. I know they know where their bread is buttered and it's not in anything that I was involved in. That way. That's good. Up here. You only ever get money to what organization most certainly isn't a school, yeah. Know it more in depth what it's doing and not like a big apparatus like my university. I would never trust doing that. I'm like, my university doesn't need more money. It's okay. They'll be alright. They'll be alright. They contact me like everybody else, and it's like, you don't even know me. I'm just on a list. Stop it. Stop it. Like, you were the university that told me I basically never amount to anything and I should go away because I was into what I was into. Nowadays, though, I'm pretty sure, like, the writing style and everything I was is totally mainstream, totally acceptable. But when I was there, they looked at me, because I'm a fantasy writer, they looked at me like I was person non grata. What are you doing here? Get lost. We are great American novelists here. We only want literary things. And, like, even my own peers would sit there and give me that BS. And I would sit there like, you know, if I were to take this all the way, as much as you think you're going to take this all the way, I would be the one with the money. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Fortunately, at one point, like the highest level of all the writers I was there at the time eventually told me, it's like, you know, I know you have something. Don't let everybody else tell you differently. You know, you want it badly enough, you can have it. And like, that made me feel a lot better, even if, you know, I didn't chase it the whole way. I'm hanging out here doing the slaying demons right now. I still write and do that sort of deal enough, but almost everybody else along the whole way looked at me like, genre writer, what are you even doing here? Why would you even waste our time? And it always felt bad. It always felt bad, man. And I almost guarantee it's not like that anymore. It must not be. I hope not. I hope not. Man, I was shocked how much they did not like me as a student, because when they let me be free and write what I wanted, they didn't want to see that. They just didn't want to see it. Only 5. Let's go. And now I slay demons full time, so joke's on them. It's even better over here. Can you steal their money better with a degree? Let me see. Don't need a degree to steal kids' lunch money. Oh man, one would say that me doing this right here is stealing kids' lunch money if I was streaming a different game, behaving a different way, you know, allowing certain things. So you say that jokingly, but, you know, it is what it is. But here, action RPG, nah, we're not getting that kind of deal. It's actually kind of funny to think about sometimes. We don't fit in that category when people say like streamer and influencer and all that at all. Typically like elder millennials at this point. Not at all like the cool influencers that are doing all the other shenanigans. Not at all. We just play the same game that most of us have been playing basically all our lives and having a great time with it. That's it. That's it. Oh, you're writing a great art novel. It's okay, baby. Well, there are fantasy writers who teach at the major universities. I remember when I was looking to get like the grad degree. And there was basically one university I could go to where there was a fantasy author early on faculty, and that would have been the Ohio State, because Sanderson, I assume he's still there. He was at the time. So I was like, that was it. That was the only one. It was like, that's very limited. You had to be like super sweat. I was just like, that was too daunting for me. Granted, I didn't even try. Maybe I should have, but there were just not many options. There were not many options. And then there was Full Sail. Full Sail was great, of course, but Full Sail you pay. And then after that, with that school, it was basically how much you're gonna grind, because there's a lot. Let's go hit that fire. Obelisks. Ooh. Here we are. That's shabby. Now, generally, if people ask like what university I went to, of course I go with the UF. Really, the other degree is from Full Sail. It's private school, fancy, spaceship-like. If you ever seen the inside of it, any of them, they have a few campuses. But I don't know. I paid off that loan. I was proud of that, but it was pricey for online. Inferno. Got it. Good. Bad. Ooh, stone. That's good. Hello, Bissell. There you are. Let's say an aspiration but respect. Now, some of the best writers that I ever went to like school with and all that kind of deal. I don't think any of them went on to write fiction of any sort. They were the sort who they went on to Harvard Law. They went on to, that kind of thing instead. So, also, like, I have doctor uncles and whatnot, and they're undergrads, things like art. Really, really good artists, and they choose differently. They chose differently. So I am, like, the most black sheep, and I felt like kind of in reverse of them. Because I don't know, we're gonna slay demons. We're gonna slay demons. Nowadays, they don't look at me the same anymore about like you're crazy. And at this point, they're just like, you do you. So it took a long time. I think generally, everyone's just gonna. That's not what she does. That's what she's always done. In fact, why would we think her to do anything else? Lightning. Get it? Cool. So yeah. I say this knowing that my mom was probably watching. I always wonder what kind of writing do they think I would do? What do they think I was into? Nowadays when you hang out on the stream, a lot of people I think could probably guess from either it being similar to this game right here, or they look at what's on my desktop background and what we talk about a lot of the time outside of D4. And honestly, I would have been most fit to maybe write for one of the soap operas or some sort of like trashy drama type thing. That was probably where my real talents lie. Like, I can churn that kind of trash out like nobody's business. I can assure you. If you ever wonder, like, what kind of writing do you do? Because you see the creative writing. I don't really talk about that often, but, late season, I'll just go for it. I was pretty much that kind of writer deep down. Now, I could do the epic fantasy and make it, like, dress it up and it'd be, like, super cool, like, here's all the fights and all that kind of deal, because obviously, we play these games, you can do that. But at its heart, I like character-driven narratives. And those are generally absolute what people would consider top-tier trash. But these days, I'm pretty open about it. And then people jokingly like, oh no, Gooner type stuff. It's like, yeah, practically that would have been me if I had, just done the writing and stayed there. It is what it is. Go find it. While you started out of creator writing it, and then all these years later find the stream. Yeah. Like, I never once in my entire life of all that writing deal ever thought I was going to write the Great American Novel. I was way more honest with myself and everyone around me, and that's why they didn't like me much. Like, what are you even doing? Why do you like this? It was just like, if you want to actually write and make money for it, that's what you will end up doing. That's what I figured. I think I'm absolutely right. Like, you don't do the Great American Novel to get rich. No, you do that because it's your calling and you have something to say. I wasn't like that. I'm not like that. I have lots to say, but I have lots to say of, like, games entertainment. I'm an entertainer. You guys know that. Clearly, that part's working out. But when you go to, like, the type universities, when I did, they were like, no. Great American Novel or get out of here. What else are you doing here if you're not going to do that? Oh, goodness. Now, the problem is, I think, AI and what it does, it's not good. It's not good for those of us who ever entertain the right, because people are churning out, especially genre types, people are churning out that AI slop, and a lot of people can't tell the difference, and they're going to read it. And they're going to follow whoever's got hundreds and hundreds of books for them to read that scratch that itch, and you can do it over and over again in generations. Where I could take turning out like millions of words a year if I wanted to. I can't compete with that. I can't compete with that AI. There's no way. There's no way. Even just me letting the AI churn while basically swap and then like rework it, I think that would be so much faster than me actually working and like writing. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting, but I think that's reality. That's the eclipse is over. I always like the concept of seeing those kind of things, but I never actually touch the grass to properly go see it. The astronomy type situation, that was always something my dad was actually always really into. So as a kid, even in middle school, I had like way too sweaty for me astronomy courses. They would teach me like summer camps, like actual like equations to calculate trajectories and all sorts of wildness. I had no business taking, but I'm not into it that way. I like it, but I don't even go out and see the things much, so I just want to ever be that kind of sweat. Like, the STEM was not for me. I got the good grades, and they would be like, oh, you should be a scientist. They look at my personality, you should be a scientist. And like, there was never any way that was like... Here's a horse. And there are actually a few of us that went to school for creative writing in the horse streaming community, and I would imagine any of them are doing way more like highbrow stuff than I would, is my guess. I never really like discussed it too much, but that would be my guess. That would be my guess. I am the true trash tier of trash tiers. That's okay. That's okay. Like, I like all the grim dark, like, was like, what is that character? Excuse me? Like, yeah, it is. Ouch. Why do you think I gravitate to Diablo and I'm like the first one to lament the fact that the corpses don't look like the corpses in PoE 2, for instance, you know, it's like that. Yeah, they're good. Okay, Glyphstone, upgrade this. Like the easy watch astronomy science shows on TV. Yeah. I like that kind of thing too, but when I agreed to take those kind of courses, I realized that was not what was happening. They'd be like, here, calculate this, and I'm like, wait, this is math. It's like, yeah, what do you think astronomy is? Too much for me, that's what it was, but it was cool to try, but that was as far as that was gonna go. I am not for all of that. Even doing this, you know I leave the big math to everybody else. As much as possible. I do things on intuition. Like, I will slay the demons. I will figure out what works eventually. But if you want like the hard math, that's not what I do. That's not for me. Now, when it comes to hard math around my household when I was a kid, it was all about you go to mom. You go to mom, and that woman will do the hard math for you. And I just, no matter how hard she tried, it wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. Bless her, she tried so hard. She tried so hard, so I did decent. If I didn't have my mother to push me to at least be decent in math, I probably would have struggled a lot more. Because everyone comes through here and they know deep down, like, I got like ADHD or something, right? And I had that. I must have had it all my life. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. So there was a lot of having to drag me through kind of energy. And I left out that I had the means that they could drag me through it, because I don't think it would have worked out any other way for getting those grades and those sort of things. It's just like the memorizing music. I talk about that too. It's just like there's like they would tell me all the ways to do it and how it was done, and it never really clicked. Never really did. Here we go. We should all be like the square root. I remember as a child, I mean, talking a lot about like childhood today, but I mean, dad stopped by the chat, right? So it's kind of like that. And mom was teaching me when I was way too young for like some sort of like math stuff. And my dad came home and he was like, she doesn't need to know that yet. They don't need to know that. What are you doing? What are you doing? But mom was like, no, they're gonna learn this math. They're gonna learn this regardless. Dad didn't completely, when we were younger, understand the concept that Asian mom is going to do what Asian mom does. It doesn't matter what the school system is doing. This is what we are doing. But I'm sure he figured it out eventually. Yeah. Oh, man. Like, I have such a photographic memory of that moment when I was, like, really little. Like, we had, like, the flashcards for all the different kinds of math, and I was probably in kindergarten. And we were doing those kind of flashcards, like, here's all your multiplication, here's your division, here's all the shortcuts, here's the textbooks, you know, that kind of thing. On a little kid's table. And my dad was just like, what is this? Because I think Dad was upset that I was upset. Because, you know, Dad would be empathetic with that. But Mom was just like, no, this is how it goes. That horrible. Oh, man. The one thing they could not force to make work was, of course, piano, because my parents, bless them, they weren't piano players either, so they didn't really know how to do all that. But the math and sciences, now they know that stuff. They knew how to make that work. So I somehow got through all that. And then the other struggle was Spanish. Neither of them knew Spanish. So if I needed help with that, I was not going to get it. So naturally, that was also, you know, there was no special treatment there. It was very tough for me. Ouch. Your son said Lego sets were the most useful childhood thing he could build his computer. See, exactly. Like, it's a lot of things you don't. We both died there. It's a lot of things that we don't expect that were really like the most valuable for what we carry on later. Truly. Like, I'm sure all the math and science extra tutoring was great for other of my family members who received it, who like went on to do that. But, you know, for me, like, right now, it's like, clearly I'm not doing any science. I didn't even learn from the last time that I was gonna die right there, but I would do it again anyway. Goodness. We're gonna have to gradually do this while I'm sorting that out, because he put me at a 110. 110 is not for this build right now. He kind of snuck it in, I didn't realize, and now I'm paying for it until he comes back up. There you go. I was too busy yapping about nostalgic nonsense. Oh, goodness. Speaking of nostalgic nonsense, though, going to BlizzCon is gonna be wild. I'm sure for a lot of us, it's gonna be the first time that we've gone. We're creators. Like, we have played these games our entire lives, and we get to go to the actual con and actually be there as not just, like, enjoying it, although we would, but also as creators. And that's just crazy to me. That is absolutely insane. Get that Artificer's Guardian. Don't die again, please. Got it, dude. Ouch. I walked into that. I blame the system here, because these last way too long. They should probably shut those down after the thing dies. Or let it fade faster. You can die in hordes and stuff like that, too. It's cultural. Yep. There we go. Yeah, he put me in the 110 pit. That's what I blame. You know, I don't have the damage in this build for that. That's yeah. By the way, I put 110. You don't say. You don't say. Okay, then put it back to 100. Like, the 100 I can do, but it's very slow. 110, there ain't no way. I get a time in the world. Killing this stuff by myself in there. Okay. Rat. There you go. See, this one I can actually see the damage over time happening. Like, I'm actually doing something. So it was a bit faster. I mean, if we don't die. But if even your die is not faster. No, he calls me a rat all the time, but we all know he's the rat here, so it's whatever. It's whatever. Poisons. This work. This. You don't apologize for being a rat. You won't apologize. I don't apologize for ranting and raving and yapping about nonsense. He doesn't even apologize for calling me a rat. I don't care. People will call me plenty worse. To my face and behind my back, I'm sure. Around here, we got the pits. Floor 2, that is. Let's see the liquors. I always love the "can we see what you write?" We'll put it on our bookshelves. I'm like, I don't know if I want that. I don't know if I ever would have wanted that. It's like, if it's not one person being like completely offended, it's gonna be another. Thinking about it, it's kind of funny. Searchers? Dad would not care. Dad would think whatever I write is awesome. But I think pretty much anybody else in my family across the line is like, what? What is this? What have you done? It's like, did you really expect anything else? It's like, to be honest, no. That's gonna chase their video. Roll off in 51 minutes. Oh, soup. He will call you. You should look at this house. Like you said, Fawn's calling you a rat, but he's the rat. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Look at that mirror. That mirror. Generally, what I do, which is always like PvP type stuff, the more they called me names, the more I must have affected them. The worse they probably lost, the better it probably was. So I generally still apply that to everything. It's like, oh, you want to call me all sorts of names? Go crazy. Because clearly I got a rise out of you, and that's a win for me every time. Anytime, that is a win. Druid damage though. This and the glitstone. Are you a shred variant? I don't see him zipping around that much, but to be honest, I'm not looking that hard. Yeah, he's a shred. I thought so. Yeah, I think Ori's is not the shred variant and whatever kind of deal is where she's still in like the lower tier of that build. Fawns is definitely popping. He's still squishy though, but I think most people in the game that aren't barbarians are pretty squishy right now. Tell her to stop being cringe and play the meta. You see, in Ori's case, I don't think it's that she's trying not to play the meta. It's just she didn't get around to it yet. That's fine. It is kind of ironic for Fawn to be the one that's on the one that won. And why does this smile always have to have a double chin? Why is it so consistent? And then Zoe knows it too, because earlier she made a reference to what you title clips, and it also had the double chin. That's just the Fawn smile for some reason. Good. When someone calls you a rat, you call them a rat back. Are you a rat? I think this makes you a pack of rats. Wait, do they call rats a pack? I don't even know what they're called right now. It makes you whatever the plural grouping of rats are together. Hey, through fate. Gracious. Where are we going now? I am getting stuck in corpse thing. Oh, that's right. I have to break my own prison. If I have to walk through because it body blocks me for some reason. Ridiculous. You think a group of rats is called mischief? Is it rats that are called mischief? Yeah, then crows are murders. But then ravens are something else. I don't remember all these things. A group of rats is most commonly called mischief. Their terms like colony, pack, horde, swarm, plague, rabble, and kingdom are also used. Okay, so the one I use is still acceptable. So I think rat pack, but then technically that's celebrities of yore together, up to no good, which is also a mischief. Owls are a parliament. Are owls a parliament, Fawn? I feel like you would know this. Are they? Are they? Look it up. Please stop attacking. Oh no. Goodness, so ouch. Parliamentarians are wankers, so maybe. I'm gonna do owls dirty like that. Oh, he died. I was shooting at Variana. How did we do this? There we go. Latin British. Over here. We are moving. I'll that doing? Out this way. Also back to the writing thing, the English lits are technically a modernist English lit major, but it wasn't necessarily because I cared for modernist lit that way. That's the one that was available that made some sort of sense, so that's what I went with. I know some people come through and they're like so proud, they're like, oh, modernist, that's a sweaty one. It's just like, it's the one most other people ran the other way from, so that sounded pretty cool because, you know, I'm playing Shadow Necro right now in a season for Bloodwave. Exactly right. Abyssal. An unkindness? Or, yeah, ravens are an unkindness. Because apparently people don't have a good, or at least back then, a good impression of ravens. They're a kindness. And then you get a murder, which is, I suppose, worse for the crows, but I feel like that sounds cooler. We quack. The word you imagine for a pack of rats is a brood for some reason. And when I think brood, I think like spider broods, maybe? That kind of thing. So a different kind of vermin. I can see why you put all vermin into the brood category. Too. I think more of like things that lay eggs when you go brood. For whatever reason. Nice. I get a quarter. Or on a rock, I should say. Not even a quarter. Now I have hiccups. Because the punishment was not severe enough. We're just getting stuck. We have to have that too. Nuggets, mortars. Okay. Fishing for more than one rat to formerly just be changed to a ratatouille. Climb up there. Oh, I like how he was like, are you coming? You coming? Like, yeah, I gotta remember what key is my climb. I've got 2 of them. That was very loud. What? Right in my ear somehow. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, that noise. It does stand out a little bit. I think it's the sort of something in this enemy group, you know, their audio is a little off. Reminds me, how do they fix the loud noises on the gang barriers and things? Yeah, I don't think they have. But I know every few seasons we do mention it, and it's still, I'm pretty sure, is this one? 2003 is a ratatouille. A ratatouille. I don't think so, but whatever you want. I've always been team, as long as you understand what was trying to be conveyed, or you can get what you're trying to convey across enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. So I guess that's fine. It's fine. People would understand. Mortars. Good. Alright. Your way to level up quick. This season, getting to 1 through 70 was pretty straightforward. I did the Helltide, and make sure you're collecting your seasonal boards. So do the seasonal like starter quest you haven't already, so you're unlocking that, and then collect those as you go along and do like Helltides and do the Ruptures. And that board will pop you up to 70 fast. And then after that, and while you're doing that, do your war plans and make sure to prioritize Helltide, the middle route of war plans, so you can get your XP off of the maggots. And then those maggots on the Helltide will take you all the way to 300 Paragon if that's what you want to do. And Helltides.com does have a map of where they spawn. You get about half of that hatred meter in the Helltide. And then you go to those locations and the worms will spawn, and then if you have your war plans leveled, it will give you XP orbs every time. And you will level so fast. No problem. 105. Okay. Getting out of here. Your, what it's supposed to be your, makes you eternally screwed to the void. Your team, you're gonna do the actually? You're gonna do the actually to everybody? Oh no, this by the degrees I had, I was never, I don't think I was ever that person. I refused to be, because most of the people who would do that, I always saw them as pretentious prigs. No offense out there if you were those people, but they're very much not for it. And I think I was always really big on not being that person, because I grew up with quite a few people who were, and it was always just very unnecessary. And then a lot of those corrections also, when people did them to me, they would do it basically because, oh, you're half Asian. Oh, you're Asian, so you don't know English. And that was the most load of bullshit ever. I'm like, I've never been to Asia. Still to this day. Like, you know, it's nothing to do with that. So a lot of the time, people corrected me. Depending on what it was, I also felt like there's a racist aspect to it. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't usually chase those things, but in this instance, there were definitely cases of it, including teachers. So I would never be that person that was constantly correcting everybody. I regularly in gaming also, and then everything always dealt with people who maybe it wasn't their first language. So even more so, unless they asked me to correct all that because they wanted me to help them, I wouldn't touch it. I do not have this build currently listed. I'm actually kind of surprised it's doing more or less okay. It's definitely not what Fawn is doing in this one, but it's a Shadow Bloodlands, so we are scaling, whether I should be or not, and a lot of damage over time right now. Running the Gloom Ward, Charm in my Talisman to get Shadow Blights. They've seen that kind of damage. Here. Because if people were trying to be mean to someone else or to you and consistently use it in a way. Yeah, I did. But generally, I did also feel a lot of people were using this as a defensive tactic, so a lot of the kind of concepts and action that were just off the side. So I was just tossing stuff. Here. Yeah, some people do it all the time. They do it all the time, but they would do it to make other people feel smaller, and I'm not for that. I'm not for that. Moving over here. Good deal. Funds. Mighting some nonsense over this way. Yeah, I know, right? It's just like being really nitpicky. Often more energy than it's worth, I think. Fevers. Nebulous. How you doing? What are we doing out here with these? Got punishers. Seems alright. Careful. Ouch. It burns. A few instances of bosses spawning when these are favor, where they don't get the dome at the end, has thrown me off. Now every time I kind of like brace you, like, oh no, they're gonna do it, but it happens very rarely. I'm doing well. I've been playing some Necro the last 2 days, and this weird off-meta Shadow Bloodlands thing I'm doing is not the worst. It's not the Blood Wave. That's okay. Alright. You learned Prig, did you? I'm trying to think, did I go through her pretentious phase? I said earlier that I didn't, and then like, there's a part of the things, maybe there was a little bit. Like, I feel like I had the personality at some point growing up. I had to. I had to have been. But I know there's no way I was ever as bad as some of the people I grew up with. So I probably tamed it a bit. It's an ethics class? A prig is an ethics class? Yeah, I didn't know that. More glints of hope. I don't know how many boxes I have doing this today, but We are set for more Reapers, I'm sure, at some point now. Yesterday, Ori handed me a bunch of keys that she didn't know. So I had over 80 starting today, so we're kind of pretty healthy amount. 2022 somewhere there, yeah. By that age, I know any of my inclinations to be that kind of person were definitely gone. But I'm thinking like early teens. Would I have been like that? Maybe? And that would have been maybe even younger than that, like before dealing with some of the people I remember very well as being adopted. there were a few. Here we go. Nothing there. Now, being sarcastic and that kind of troublemaker, oh, absolutely, we would do the sarcasm. No doubt. No doubt. Some things never change. Trigger probably because it showed in the read. Person who acts holier than thou or something. Oh, prig and prig. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Yeah, when I saw prig, you said that. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Sounds about right. Your whole shtick was sarcasm. I could imagine. I could imagine. Like, we still do a little bit of that sometimes, but I don't think it's as much of the whole personality as at some point I'm sure it was for me. And that is another thing we can definitely blame my dad for, because that's pretty universal with him. That does not change for him. It's probably changed and left me more than ever left for dad. Well, let's get fought up. Shia LaBeouf. Much wheeze. We say we much dying. But that's okay. We're signed into the softcore life for a reason. 7. Maybe a repair if I need it. Did our new friend join at some point? No, it's still right there. There's a few names right now that I don't recognize so well because they're in the time zone where I'm usually not. No. Yeah. Yeah, everything now says like that. It is what it is. It is what it is. So very fluent in sarcasm, so nobody can ever be sarcastic at me, and I get like really like uptight about it. Now, those who probably didn't grow up with all that, they don't appreciate it much. They really don't. And for me, it was just like, oh, that's just a language of speech. What do you mean? That's wrong? That's bad? We're not supposed to do that? Oh. Well, that's just unfortunate for you, isn't it? Let's go up here. Yeah, still a progression there. Ooh, good. I'm not gonna lie though, sometimes I wonder how did my mom ever put up with all that, because my mother, she is as straightforward and no nonsense as one could possibly be. So she doesn't do the sarcasm thing at all. 0. Zilch. That's probably how, you know, kept the balance. It's very straight shooter, none of that sarcasm shit. Around mom. So you did not bring that around her. That was not gonna go well. That was not gonna go well. Here. Spear maiden. It's fine. You will know when you're joking in their first layers, let alone second. That's because you're British. That's different. That's different. Over here. There we go. I got these. This is fine. This seems fine. Hmm. Sure. Nice. Not so nice. If you just stand out in the rain, are they okay with that? Well, you don't have to worry about them for long anyway. Boss is done. Where are you running? I just killed the boss. It's so easy for him, he doesn't even notice. It's just like another elite. Upgrade failed. Oh, we're on 16% now. How do we feel about that then? We go higher? I guess we have no choice. We really want to get these reasonably leveled. They are all over 100 now, though. It's not bad. Really not bad. I go up here. I'm not killing much. Come on, Ken. We'll see what happens now that we are where we're going in. It'll be different. Here's 110. We'll see what it looks like. We'll see what it looks like. Let's see what happens. Got his warlock wings on. Kind of funny. Druid, doesn't it? Alright, Uriah. We're going. Not bad. Just hang out with the lightning this time. I'm not gonna try and be fancy because it won't work. I'm just taking these shots. I can see that yeah, the damage over time. Oh, see there. And for the most part, the damage over time not doing all that. I'm sure I'm using enough of these corpses. Oh, actually, I'm gonna grab it. M1 has failed me. Good. Hitting. Here you are. I don't know where that came from. Poisons are A-okay. Whoops. Oh, I want to go. Wants to go that way. I gonna stick with him here. I'm holding Hayon's deal right now. Alright, so. Not bad. Pardon me. Let's see what else we got going on. Fight obelisk. Oh, come on now. Tide runners all the time. Got these handled. Done the lightning go. Drago here. What rock? What do you mean? The Hellbinder? Yeah, there's what rock. What do you mean? Here. Annoying? This the statue? That's not even a statue. Is it a statue? This is a railway. I don't understand. Separate range. Oh yeah, the structure is annoying, sure. I guess. I never really thought about it that much. On Fawn's Paragons. It is Mother's Blessing, but it doesn't really need to. I need to go chase all those worms. The tragedy of the worms. Fawn is typically a big Helltide enjoyer, but I think now that we know how the worms work, it's kind of taken some of the mystique out of it. You'd think you'd be 300 with your love of the Helltide, yeah. But Fawn, follow a map? I think not. Like Helltide war plans? Different ones you mean? There are war plans already. You specialize in that? What do you mean? It is a war plan. I don't understand. They're like all Helltide war plans? I don't understand what you mean. Bit of a weird one. Good. Fire enchant. Let's stay out of this a little bit. Oh, ouch, got us both the executioner blades. The 110 is very unforgiving on that affix. It's like so instantaneous. Your Artificer's Guardian is here. Doesn't make that damage, no doubt. No, you. Alright, give me the glyph stone. So then 70%, much better. Still plenty of failure to be had, but much better. Rodrum, sure. That's fine. I got bumped into a pit 110 by accident and is paying for it between polls I chat about Rat Collective nows and BlizzCon creator advice. AI summaries. Wonderful. Wonderful. You can specialize in just doing a base. Oh, just doing the one thing. Yeah, it's not like that in this game. Yeah, that's accurate. Do the 110. Now we're deliberately in the 110 though. Earlier, Fawn snuck one in and I was not aware. So death did occur. Rat collected. Like the AI really knows. Really knows. You would think it'd be like super generic. It's like, oh, they're playing X game, doing whatever. Like, no, no, no. It is listening to everything we're saying, whether we like it or not. That's lovely. That is lovely. What are you doing? Stop. Ouch, where are you hit by that time? I don't know. I was looking to buy one of those lair keys, but I'm a little busy. We're lost in 24 minutes. It's coming. Let's see here. Got a little protection. It's fine. Just confirm. You. Got it. There's decisions. Let me go here. I'm gonna go get this. Spiders. Oh, the spiders. Can I kill them on the 110? I have damage going, but yeah, not quite that druid damage. Nope, nope, nope. Or circle. We'll play with this just a little bit. What's next? Let's go this way. Toxic liquoring. Fine. It's all good. I can keep going. Where are we looking? Next door. Let's take this route and see what's going on over here. Okay, on the right, we're going. Circle here. That's fine. Gotta caught on that corner. I'm gonna take this protection. Just keep ticking, don't get caught. Looks okay for that. There is a crafting going off. Let me go ahead and catch up with Fawn. There we go. I can sever, he can shred. Be nice and speedy that way. That rupture, it's alright. Function. Beavers. I hear that. Ouch. Just get like deleted. I got taken out by a lunatic at one point. I was hit by a flower. It says, I don't know if that really checks out. But that alone is what got me, but okay. Lunatics? Oh no. So squishy. Lord of the Rings War in the North got a re-release? I don't think anything about that, but I guess that's cool. I guess. re-release, or is it just like a re-release, or is it like a remaster kind of thing? There we go. Too bad. Give me a Griffstone if we can. Sturge 1, 10, and then some. Brr. Going back to town. Right then, accept. Let's go. All right. It's very sorted. It's fine. Now we're over here again to the left. Remaster release. Ah, okay, good. Well, for some people, you can't beat whatever they played as a kid. So, in that case, why not? Why not take the guaranteed pay that you get from just reworking, remastering, re-releasing? Love it or hate it, and they do what they do. All of them? All of them. I'm trying to think what I played back then that I would want to play again, but I have a feeling for me there's really none of those kind of games in that list that I have that many memories of. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I would imagine some of those kind of games my brother could have been into, and generally it's like all just like Japanese RPGs for me, just across the whole board almost entirely. Occasional fighting games and maybe that sort of deal. But lots and lots of Square Enix and that kind of deal. I don't know, PS2 would have been some Final Fantasy, whatever one it was, Kingdom Hearts, so yeah, I was not as into those other games. Water. Wolf types. Nice. Ouch. Earthquake out of nowhere instantly deletes me on this torment. Curse. It's so cursed. And Fawn too. Yeah. Not enough bulwark in all the world to save me from that pain. Now where is it? It's right there down below. Stay out of it. And everything will be alright. Let's go here. About that lunatic-y. Good. Here's the vine spawn. Guardians gotta go. Good. Fine. Another glowstone moment. Get it. Holy cow, I actually liked this as a kid. Yeah, that is always how it goes, isn't it? A lot of instances of it just won't hit the same for pretty much anybody. Alright. Accept this. And we'll be over to the pit again. Now, what are we up to? I want to not carry those. It's like we always choose that when the time comes. I don't actually pick it up. I don't care for the tedium of picking it up again when I get hit by stuff. Now, that one is fun, so I don't even have that point, I think, currently in this one because I haven't been chasing the war plans. This is something I must have been doing hits. But when I do pick it, I tend to deal with that much. Okay, over here, a little bit of these. Right this way.
Curse this place.
No worries, no worries. Yeesh. Okay, fly swarm, get out of here, buddy. We do not need your nonsense. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. How? Some damage happening right now on the smaller targets only though. Shishi? No, not Shishi. You're still on that sumo? Have you been watching sumo? I did not say Shishi. What did I say? Asking me to remember what I said even a few seconds ago, that's asking for a lot. I'm waiting for Tokyo in September. Okay. No current basho going on. Yeah, that's good. You mean I'm also waiting for it. Okay. Fine. When does it start in September? We'll be a little busy in September for some parts, you know. So be at the time BlizzCon and if I'm gonna be watching it in the hotel. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm concerned. You know, Shirobo show. Well, sometimes Blizzard doesn't let Fawn into stuff. So maybe he needs something to be doing while he is waiting here and there. It's possible. Fawn hasn't even got his affiliate on his Twitch channel yet. So we can't sneak him into stuff as easily. He's gotta do more work. He's gotta try harder. Ouch. Ouch. The earthquake is so nasty. There are two of them there. You're just going to pretend to be American. I don't think that's how that works. In fact, a lot of the content creators or your countrymen are from nearby where you are. What do you mean? What do you mean? He got him with a massive asterisk. Did he finally get his? A few times I entered Tendry, so will actually get it twice on the same account. No, it'll be at least his third time. Because he qualified for it when he was playing Blight once upon a time and streaming regularly too. It's just, Fawn is weird like that. You can't just press the damn button to get affiliate like normal people. If Fawn is anything, clearly he's not normal. And we say that with, of course, the best intentions. So next time when he qualifies, we all have to remind him every day. Press the damn button, do the thing. Whatever you gotta do. I don't remember exactly what they ask. I don't think they ask much of anything, if at all. It's just like, fill out a small form. And you would think, of all people, Fawn could fill out some damn forms. An affiliate. Not that difficult. Let's go. Alright, we're going here. Good. No wave that went in the wrong spot. Pull those, make sure I consume enough corpses, get my minions back so everything is efficient. I want the extra overpower. Ouch. Yeah, this dormant hurts a lot. This tear hurts a lot. And they ask for your password and then you're like, yeah, I'll do that later. Did they? Did they? Well, then we should actually do these things. So which of the primeval did that? That doesn't seem like Mephisto. I don't think it's Diablo. I think it's Bell. Ouch! I died and the glyph appeared after I died. Unlucky. There we go. Now we're good. What a mess. I gotta repair again. 110s are not nice. There you go. You had to go through all that, so all the tedious documentation. Yeah, Fawn. Fawn has had to do plenty of that, I'm sure. He can handle a little bit more. A little bit more. Right, repair. There you go. Good. You had to prove your assistant. Your passport was out of date? Yeah. So who are you? It's like signing into Baldur's Gate 3 and making a character. Who are you? You gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta— I wasn't saying hello to you, buddy. I was petting my spider. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. Brother, ew. What a cute polar bear, though. Can you get countersigned by someone with reputation in the community, like a priest? What? They're asking you for getting co-signed by a priest over there these days? That seems wild. I'm like, what? If they asked me to do that, I'd be like, you think I know some priests? Not any of the kind you would accept, probably, but, no? No. It was always one of my biggest issues, too. They'd be like, oh, you need some recommendations from who? And what? And why? And you think I know people? Nah. Not like that. I'm useless in these categories. Like, I remember a lot of things, and it's like, apply to this, and you need X amount of recommendations for whatever, and I just knew that I was doomed. I'm gonna have to fake it till I make it. That's the only way. Upstanding citizen. No bad things on my record, because the secret is don't have the record. Here, got it. Here. Another. I'm not fast enough killing these on my lonesome, but there are things dying. Yeah, one thing is not gonna happen for this character right now. I'm just impressed things are dying. Well, I know why your jobs are like that. And some others is kind of like, if I can do the job right. Oh, you can. Get it done right. That's it. That's all. Granted, they'll be like, well, you might do something that is inappropriate. Misconduct. We can't have that. Good. These out of the way. It's fine. Like right now, I was like, what have you been doing the last 5 years? Fighting demons? Basically? Or killing survivors, which is even worse. Just go slaying demons. Yeah, that's the final answer. Oh, well. That probably wouldn't go down so well. Oh, really? Oh boy. Everyone loves a good tale from HR. Oh, get out of the way. Fine, went down. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. Let's be here. Chillin. A little bit, not a whole lot. Children is still happening. It's rough out here. Probably should avoid her time just in case you see your HR as a fan, right? Right? Be careful, and I've been covered. You never know. You never know. That's also a thing. When we go to BlizzCon, there will be instances of people will recognize me and I won't recognize you guys, unfortunately. So I apologize in advance. Because I've done a lot of Blizzard events, but we never really like do like the public cons where like everybody's there. So it's different. We recognize each other for the most part, content creators. Even if, like some of them don't. Not everyone has cameras. You know, for the most part, at some point you kind of know. So, like just like everybody that'll do something. Here we go. Fine. We're here again. Scoot that way. I should wear a name tag. Well, I'm pretty sure everyone's gonna have like their tickets and whatnot, and like gonna steal their passes to get in. So kind of will have that sort of experience. Go ahead and grab that blast wave. Recognize your spirit when I am there. Okay, I will recognize your spirit. We will send pictures and all these things. Maybe I'll even use my X account to post that stuff. Of course, we'll do Discord for sure. The posting on X, generally, I want to like throw my fist through my monitor with some of the nonsense people try and DM me, thinking that, no, that's fine. Like, no, it's not fine. Don't do that. Here, Arthur's Guardian. There we go. Yeah, today we had a later start, so here at the early evening afternoon. Upgrade that little scourge. 114. So moving up. Deer decoys and say Fawn has arrived. Picture of it. There he is. See? A deer. Just like we thought. Just like we knew. Right. Go on some skulls. Good times. Let's go. Rude. Okay. Lethal things. We'll get that Rat King out of here. A little bit of those. Not bad, but Fawn went down, so that's a little dicey. That's frozen, so it'll take more damage. I do have exploiters on my amulet, so I get some value out of that. As much as I like undying on those for like farming purposes most of the time, you know, you get what you get. Okay. How we doing here? Like this. Got a little grave hound. Alright, you know what I do? PC take a break after this heat wave. Oh, again? Never ends, does it? It never ends. Go hit this. What else there is to be doing? Three. Okay. Whoops. Oopsies. Or mortar ever shoot. No breaks. Well, he rolled in right from work and came to come play, so he really hasn't been having many breaks, so I think he's alright if he rest a little bit. He's allowed. I mean, technically, I have been up like my usual hours. It's just I gotta start the stream myself, so topsy-turvy. Good. Feisty. This is fine. This is fine. You don't need a break here. Yeah, he doesn't need a break. It's his PC that does. His PC protecting his baby PC, his potato. He doesn't want it to get cooked like the old one. I still never get over. Fawn sent his old PC to the shop, and it came back so much worse. So much worse after the repairman. It's like everyone in the stream could tell how much worse it was. potato is cooked. Yeah, Jim bring it up. But at least that forced him to finally get the new one that he has. Because that was an old Dead by Daylight machine, and that's just unseemly. He plays real games now. Youch. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Fame, currently playing some Shadow Necro in places he has no business being in. Kind of things. How was the stream? Is Chippy welcome? How's it going? No, you don't have a reason to get a better machine because Dead by Daylight let him go, whatever. But we were talking about how Fawn has to let his PC cool down because it's too hot across the pond, so that's reasonable. Schulte Mahler. Yes, come out here later than usual. Started in a weird hour, so we're here at a weird hour. But like I say, my schedule drifts. I kind of just show up when I want. It's just usually I'm fairly consistent. It's just control. What? Progress. So you need to hang out with more friendly D4 streamers, which Chippy is one of the best in that category. You make sure you follow her and check her out, and the tunes over there are also always awesome, and we love the vibes. Often we raid over there all the time, so for once we did get to come visit us. That's awesome. Let me repair. Okay, so Fawn's gonna do the thing. I'm gonna spin some obols right over this way. My inventory is not doing anything too amazing. Effort Shark Transmold, it's not bad actually. I wanted to roll a different amulet, which I probably at some point do. I'll go roll, I think I was looking for more Fist of Fate that I like better. Also an option. Those are pants. That's not what I want. Okay, good. Well, let's get rid of these. Right over here. Okay, cool down, huh? Fine. Bolas Blood. Very easy to convert this nectar into other builds at will. At this point, he's got a pretty good thing going on, but I'm still sticking to the Shadow Life for the time being. Let's see how that's doing. Howl from Below. And then you go to Howl from Below again. Our roll on that was light. It was interesting on a corpse explosion I very love, so no. Let's do this one next. And here. Grave Walker's Hand? What did this one do? This one is your essence generation increased by up to 40%. Your bone skills deal 0.5% increased damage for each point of owl. It's the old like ossuary or whichever one it was, so a little bit of a weird conflict to have. Frostburns is what it gave me. Nope. Yeah, this new cap on the obols means I sit here and spend obols for ages. For ages. Let me hit the gloves again. There you go. Alright. Nothing. Nothing. That one is usable here. It's too unique, no matter which one it is, really. And then we craft a mythic, and that's now our weird skin. Not what I need. I get rid of that again, and then we are free of those things for a little bit. Let's go try Yurvar. We're just gonna do it on 10. Should work, but I'm a bit squishy. It might hit me with their spears, and we very much dislike the fight. I built up my glyphs a lot more than what we had even when we were killing Butcher earlier, so it should be fun. This is just Torment 10, so it's not all that daunting on the bosses. This one seems like it could kill on 12 for farming, but bossing on 12 would be so slow unnecessarily. Even 10, you can see it's not that fast. I'm just gonna do a thing. I'm gonna move away from it. I'm gonna hang out in the damage over time for this. Very doable, but we're gonna have to play the mechanics here. I guarantee it's barrier going off. Okay, this next dose of the spears are happening, and there's the mechanic. Not too bad hitting these. Actually kind of impressed how fast it is to kill them that way. And this part easier than I thought it would be. It's the pesky boss's health that we don't like. Go. No hitting since. Okay, good. Over here and here. There we go, and then Urivar will come back. Where is he at, though? Fine, it's fine. Tormented back again? Yep, there we go. Don't anywhere too nasty. Don't want that now. We're good. What's doing for you here? Got it. So doable, not super user friendly, but it works. I'll open that up when we get to surprise, cleanse the pit. Oh wait, Belial's here. Buddy, sometimes I forget you exist this season. I haven't done a lot of Belial on but for one of the big one, only for the seasonal. I'm not absolutely sure that sounds right. That sounds right. Good. Oh, as you say. And what we doing? There you go. Lord of Lies, doing this, I have to make sure I don't die. We don't get a second crack at this one. And that corpse is enough to give me some damage. Yep. Drop the AoE. Okay. Oh, Belial. Explode. We'll stay out of the way for now. That's only a matter of time. It'll drain out. There we go. And we can do the Belial decoy. Not the best feeling, but okay. Back to the pit for the warplane. Okay, our next option is we'll just do the 100 base 12 and see how that goes for it by itself. I don't like it. We go back to 11, which we have completed. 90. Okay. Oh, these will die, but we can die fast enough. Some of this down. These are frozen. That's really nice. Corpse syndrome. Corpse syndrome seems faster than it used to be, honestly. Okay. Trash mob dying, sure. But the elites were not so much. No schedule currently. Not greatly so. Thank you. Looking this angle. Careful. Now what do we want through here? We got Frothers. These are okay. Blackguard. Okay, good. Over here, right there. Those two are hit. You have the maximum on the corpse consumption and damage. Yeah. 6 stacks. 6 stacks. Extra maintenance on Necro. Kind of sad though. Everybody has to worry about these things. Not too bad though. I think it's just the whole stack replenishes. I'm not gonna do that individually. There's our shield here. You. There's our right there. Don't stand in it. And you know how it goes. Not well. Not especially well. No problem. No problem. More here. Heal a little. Oh, ouch. That's a bit painful. Here we go again. So during the time, the boss is gonna be kind of sketchy though. And here to the left. Got you. There's the Russian, maybe? No, it's the other side, right? Let me look here. Yeah, it's the right side. More tears? Are things out of tears easier to kill? Maybe. Corpse symbol. That cooldown again. This is fun. Going prison that I can trap myself in. Oh no. Cancel that. We'll go this way. This way. We got wrecked before. I have a small elite along with bigger ones. Skip it and take the door to the next place. Hopefully everything in there is proper squishy. We could hope. We could hope. Now we need more of all of this. Clan, marauders and all. Halos. There we go. Sure. Okay. Serviceable there, I'd say. In a way, like the red one more, it stands out a bit more than the shadow one does. But the damage over time is interesting. You get permanently speared, lanced when I do this, and they take damage over time for it. Yep. Wait, but there's more. Marauders, and here again. Halers. Shock lance. There is down. Here's another. Looking good, looking good. Let's be out here. Alright. We've got more. Tailors, I got you and you. Other just that. Otters. And shaman tags. Now what's going on here? There's Shaco. What do you see what he's got going on? Oh, armor is not element. That is sure shiny. Can I get to the right channel without dying? The typing while I'm sitting slanted is amazing. There we go. I did the thing. And I somehow didn't die. That's the impressive part. Gotta go next room. Floor. Alright. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people just don't use it this season, regardless of what it throws at you. It's kind of like, okay, I guess. Oh, earthquake. Earthquake. Time to bail. In Florida, I don't do earthquakes. Good. Oops. In that corner just a touch, but yeah, fire of some sort or whatever. Ghoul got the last hit, it says, but I think that's the fire literally cooked me. More like it. Close to the boss field, but oh, that we'll find out. I'm gonna pop these things. There we go. And now we're over here. Cool. Fire enchants. Soul and louses. Right, there's more. Problem. I believe in you. There we have company. Colors. There. Stay out of the way. Fighting chance. Oh dear. What a mess. But these will get the boss. Yep, there you go. Browsing for some clothes, you see a shirt. It's football, not soccer. Oh, that's convincing, I suppose. And then they'll think you're one of us. Is that what you're trying to do? I don't know about that now. Very angry boss. It's taking damage though. I'm gonna kill some ads so I don't have so much stuff pressuring me. Go. It's gonna be annoying, like chainsaw kind of thing. Very noisy, is it? Good, maybe. With the ball. Okay. Back up. Yes, keep attacking Alkin. Which seems terrible to say. I'm just a baby, leave him alone. ACC, the counts as frozen, that's good for us. Could use some more minions. As soon as one comes up, the other one goes down. Alright. It would be pretty funny. Be pretty funny. Haha. We got through it. It wasn't pretty, but we did do it. Okay, so 16%. I got one though. It did work for one. Those two. I'm gonna separate them in class, otherwise they're too much trouble. So I'm gonna do that by ending stream here for now because I've actually been awake for quite some time and I'm hungry. I'm hungry, that's what I am, and I'll be back tomorrow. Probably gonna end up being in the afternoon because the wild schedule usually I end up later the next start, just like doing everything I gotta do. And we will probably, I think I might start Rogue tomorrow. This Necro is doing pretty good for what it is. It just made it to 12, like officially on its own. So, you know, respectable. But we know the Blood Wave, of course, would be the stronger. And then for Rogue, I like Pin Shot. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't Pin Shot. So that's probably what I will build tomorrow when I come back. Thank you all for hanging out. We'll go hang out with somebody else doing the D4 thing on the Twitch side. I will see you all when I see you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.